dodges.
The tones are feeling hollow these days, comrades. What was she cooking? Ravenous beasts approach. Oh no. Medial. Can you smell what Holly is cooking?
I sure hope I can smell it.
Cook. Holly Jones love stabby my hero love. Holly Jones love stabby my hero love. A meal approacheth.
I don't know, can you? It becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle.
Had a real crappy doctor appointment. Hopefully stream will make me feel better. Hope you had a good vacation. Holly Tones love. Recipe.
Recipe.
Recipe. Mice.
Mice.
Holly food number 3. Water. Yippee. It's recipe time, guys. Hello, would you like to eat some dog food with me? I'm so hungry. Maybe just a bit of kibble?
Dog's treat! Dog's treat!
eat all this dog food by myself.
Hello? 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 Hello. Let me move my mic closer to my own mouth. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. And that's all. I'm fully kidding, of course. You fell for my trick. Put the number 4 in chat if you fell for my trick. Put the number 2 in chat if you've never been tricked before. It's your choice. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've all had a wonderful Wednesday so far. We are April 12th, 2022. Tomorrow is a very special day, being, April 13th. You know it. You love it. That's right. It's the day they're revealing another Legend of Zelda trailer. So I guess you have to clap for that, or otherwise Nintendo's hitmen are gonna, take you out. So be careful. Today is a very special stream, given that this is, directly funded by all of you, in that it was one of my Subathon goals, that we kind of blasted through on day 1. Speaking of Subathon goals, first of all, if you haven't heard, hi, hello. I'm doing like a Subathon type deal this month, to help, drive up funds a little bit, because I ain't been able to stream terribly much in the past couple of months. Yes, I know, you sent me that a couple times today, I think. Thank you for the resub. And so, I set up a bunch of fun little incentives to sort of be like, hey, thanks for the support. If you, if we make this much, then I'll, start doing this sort of stream type of thing sooner. I tabulated the results before I started streaming today. We are at 927 points out of 1,000, which means we literally have 3 goals left. And I haven't counted, any of the stuff that came in today, so it's very possible we've already beaten more of that. The 3 unspecified, or the 3 unmet goals, of course, are, I will beat off on stream, I'll play with my balls, and, Donkey Kong 64 100% stream playthrough. So, get excited for that, I guess, question mark? And I'm waiting so patiently for Automod to not at all handle any of that well. So that's gonna be fun if we meet those. And if we do, end up going well past, it has been very funny to see so many people refer to that one incentive, as the centipede dematerializing incentive. Thank you, Krungus Mungus, for the resub, and thank you, Alliteravalius, for the gift subs. Much appreciated. Anyhow, so, we're close to the final goals I have set. If we end up blasting past all of that, I'll come up with stretch goals. And then, if we get those, that'll be neat. If we don't, that's okay. I'm just very thankful and appreciative for all the support folks have been willing and able to give. So thank you all very much for that. But this one specifically, this stream specifically, is, something that was, in fact, on the list, and I figured, hey, why not do it now, then? Thank you, the Zeke Record, or Record, maybe, for the 5-month resub, much appreciated. And originally I had thought maybe I could somehow, capture me cooking this live or something, but I don't really have a setup for that, and I don't have, a webcam or something. So I can't, fucking film myself eating it on stream or whatever. And also I cooked it the other day. So the next best thing is I have, some pictures and I can talk about what I did. And this is my exclusive recipe, never before seen in the entire world. Clearly no one's ever done a single thing ever like this. And so today, I am pleased as punch to discuss, of course, I am calling it pasta alla whatever. AKA, I took some shit in my pantry and I cooked it together. I didn't get a blurry one. Food photography is hard and this one looks a little funny. And this is less of a hard and fast recipe. Maybe I can put a little bit of music on. Hang on. Sure, let's go with this.
Amazing.
Thank you, Sam the Silky, for the 24 months. Much appreciated. It's something, baby. And so this is less like a hard and fast recipe you gotta follow like word for word as much as it is just like, hey, here's a way to think about ways to use up shit in your pantry or whatever to make meal. This is how they invented puttanesca. It's funny you say that, because this one kind of did end up being like an almost puttanesca.
Congrats. You have to beat off on stream eventually now, okay?
Thank you, Sadie, for the tip. I guess I'm beating off on stream at some point. Smile. And the gift sub to Giant Centipede. You'll love to see it. It's materializing. With a joke like that, it's probably very obvious what that means. But even then, there's a surprise or two that you're probably not going to expect. So, look forward to that. Smile. Anyhow, pasta. It's, how the fuck do I start talking about this after all that just happened? Hi, everyone. I have to beat off on stream. Anyways, let's talk about spaghetti. Where the fuck do you go from here? Anyways, I might mute alerts for a bit, because it's really fucking hard for me to concentrate and think and say words while all that's happening, but I do appreciate the support. Hang on a sec, let me find the damn mute button. Where is it? Here we go. Thank you, Mar, for the 33-month resub. Very much appreciated. Anyways. This is less like a, oh, this is an exact firm recipe you have to follow to the letter, and more just like, hey, here's a nice little framework for, like, how do you cook up some shit you got to eat up? And so what are the things you absolutely need, then, for my meal? Well, first of all, you need pasta, because it's a pasta recipe. I would certainly hope you have that around if you're trying to make pasta. Otherwise, I would certainly hope you have a way to get it. But that's what you need. And then I know, I suppose, like, water and salt for boiling the pasta. This is something that I have had asked to me multiple times before, and I don't really understand why, where people will be like, hey, I know you know how to cook, can you give me some help? How long do you boil pasta for? And I'm always very confused by that, because it says on the box. It's on the box. It's on the box, it's on the package. You do what it says on that, Maybe sometimes you cook it for, like, a little bit less because you're gonna finish cooking it in the sauce kind of thing. It's right there. Just look at what it says. If you're not gonna read that and listen to that, I'm gonna tell you to cook it for 3 hours until it's slop and horrible. And that's what you get, I guess. So you need pasta. You need oil. You need olive oil. I suppose you could maybe do it with butter. I've never tried it. I've heard some people say doing stuff kind of like this works pretty good with butter. I much prefer olive oil anyways, just so I use that. And some people will be like, oh, you've got to use the super highest quality olive oil you can, but, like, you don't gotta. If you're fucking cooking it in a pan or a pot for a while, like, you're not really gonna be able to taste all the super subtle flavors of, like, a super high quality oil. You're cooking that shit down. You get whatever's in your price range. Butter would also work for a thing like this probably, but I prefer the taste of olive oil for this. Quite frankly, if you're out here thinking, like, what's the use for, like, a super fancy olive oil? I would say for, like, finishing recipes. Like, you put some in at the end, or, like, maybe you use it... Excuse me, I had a bit of a hiccup. Or maybe you use it to make, like, a salad dressing or something. Yeah, get oil. And this is a little bit of a stretch as far as, like, what you need, but I would say you probably want garlic. How much garlic you want depends on how much garlic you want. That's a hell of a sentence, isn't it? Hi, Puzz. Hi, honey. We're talking about butter. And, some people are inclined to say, oh yeah, that means I had a shit ton of butter, right? Or garlic, sorry. That means I had a shit ton of garlic, right? If you want it to be primarily a garlic pasta, yes. If you're adding in a bunch of other things, I would maybe say that's going a little bit overboard and frankly maybe wasting a bit of garlic. But it's your recipe, by which I mean it's my recipe, by which I mean there is no recipe, so you do whatever you want. Add as much garlic as you want. Sometimes I want a lot of garlic, sometimes I just do a bit, and then I add other stuff. And so that's basically all the stuff you need. And then the essence of it is, what else do you want in it? What else do you have? What goes good with it? And it's a good way to use up, like, a lot of different vegetables, and herbs and stuff that you have around, oh, you probably want tomatoes. You probably want tomatoes, I would say. That's also in the maybe don't need, but probably want. I like it best with fresh tomatoes, personally, but you're not always going to be able to get fresh tomatoes, quite frankly. I do this up sometimes with just like I buy a thing of fucking cherry tomatoes in whatever season from Costco, and like, it's not the same as getting them fresh off the vine. God, no. But it's still pretty good. So, if you can't get fresh tomatoes for any number of reasons, just do that. If I'm making just like a really quick pan sauce type of thing, I really like cherry tomatoes. You'll see. Basically, what you do is you half them, and then you let them sort of like cook down for a while, to sort of like basically turn into a jam kind of thing, and that goes real good. IMO. Is Mom planting them again this year? I think so, but I don't know. And then from there, you move on from, like, what is the core of it to, like, well, what else can I add? And at that point, the world's your oyster. The essence of a dish like this is really just, what do you have around? What are you craving? What is, like, easily accessible, whether that be because it's in your pantry or because, like, you can get it at the store, or, like, at the market or something. What's on sale? What's good? What's in season? Are you growing anything? Is a friend growing anything? Is there a local community garden growing anything? Etc., etc., etc. What do you think would go good in it? Go have a look. Some stuff that I think is good in it. And this is something where when I talk about it, I have some people tell me, that sounds weird, I've never thought about it. Or I have some people tell me,
oh yeah, you understand, you like the good shit, don't you?
And that's broccoli. As you can see in here, there's some damn broccoli in it. I really enjoy the taste of broccoli and tomatoes. If you've never had it, if you enjoy broccoli, if you like broccoli, and you've never done this before, straight up, you put broccoli on fucking pizza. You put the pizza in the oven, you have some damn broccoli on it. That shit roasts in there. That shit roasts in there, and it's good as fuck. Broccoli is the food of queens. You understand, rah-rah. You're a fucking genius like the rest of us. And so I guess from here we can go into sort of like the first step of the recipe. And the first step, like the rest of the recipe, is also pretty fucking freeform, quite frankly. Here's a picture that I have of it. And so, in its most basal form, basically step 1, put oil in pan. Put oil in pan. I would not recommend a non-stick pan. I'm lucky. I'm living with my folks right now, and there's like a whole bunch of nice enough kitchenware here that I'm real thankful to have around to use. You know, if you've got like a stainless steel or something like that, I don't know if I'd recommend a cast iron, just because like this is something that's probably gonna have like tomato and or like other briny acidic things in it, and that doesn't always necessarily play nice with cast iron. It's not necessarily a zero-sum game of like no never do this, but you know, just something you gotta be mindful of. As basically, as long as it's not like a non-stick pan, you're good. You could frankly use like some kind of like a frying pan like this, or like a saucepan, or like a Dutch oven or something like that. That's fine. You put some oil in there. I don't have exact measurements. You want to probably go a little bit lighter on it, and then add more as needed, kind of like, because remember, you can always add more. You can't really as easily take away. So I just kind of eyeball it like, hey, I put a little bit in. And And then you add garlic. You take whatever garlic you want, you chop it up, thin like, you put it in. And you have all of this cold on the stovetop. And then you turn the heat on to, whatever your stove considers medium to be. It's fucking different for every stove. Like, the one that I have, at this place, medium is somewhere between, like, 3 to 5, depending on, like, how it wants to act at this, like, on any given day. I'm still figuring out this new stove that we have. Meanwhile, I was at my partner's place, and it's like, oh, what would you consider medium? Oh, like a 7 or something. And that's scary to me. Low is a 5 for some reason. Stoves is weird. Yeah, this stove that we have now is like it's a brand new stove, so it's like one of those, glass top induction ones, which I've never really used before, so it's been a learning experience. I've gone through many trials of fucking things up and burning things, or undercooking them because I was under the assumption that it was still like the old stove. It's not. That's how it goes, learning new stove and stuff like that. But it's quite nice for the most part. So you want to add your garlic and your oil and put it on medium, at the absolute minimum. And you're looking at this and you're saying, but Holly, there's other stuff in this pan, so what the fuck? Herein lies the rub. This is the point, right at the start, where you go, okay, what other kind of stuff do I want to add? What other kind of stuff do I want to add? And how do I want to do it? This is largely like a vegetable dish. You can do it with meat, but if you do want to, either A, that stuff you want to cook way in advance, or B, like, you want to have, stuff that's already cooked, or stuff that is real quick to cook, like, you know, maybe like a can of, like, tuna or something, or, like a bit of, like, crumbled up ground beef or pork or something like that, or, like, something that's way cooked way in advance, already. And I mean, hell, if you're doing something like that way in advance, maybe you could take, like, the oils and fats from that and use that to help cook up your veggies and stuff, but, I usually do it without, so, I can't really talk on how you would do that. That's something you're gonna have to figure out yourself. And so, if you're adding other veggies, like, for instance, right at the start, I think, you know, stuff like, broccoli or carrots, if you want to add something like that, would be a good thing to add in right near the beginning here. But you gotta think to yourself, how well cooked do I want these? And some days I'll want, like a bit of broccoli in it that's, like, really cooked down and, like, you know, softened and then eventually, like, braised in sort of, like, the when it gets saucier. Or some days I want it, like, with more sort of, like, crisp and more bite to it, so I'll add it in, like, much later. For when I cooked this, I added it in right at the start, and it got it to be sort of, like, much softer, especially once I added, like, more liquid and stuff to the pan. So I added it in right at the beginning. You can do that. You can add it in a little bit later. And I can talk about, like, when you would do that, I suppose, but generally, you have this stuff in the beginning, you have the pan on cold, then you put it on medium, and you're gonna want to, as that, like, starts heating up, stirring that around to make sure that, like, things aren't just, like, sitting at the bottom, necessarily, like, burning. But if you're stirring it constantly, then you're not gonna get any browning, necessarily. So, sometimes if you want, like, a nice bit of, like, you know, char or caramelization on your vegetables, either you do it in a separate pan, or you do it, like, first and let it sit for a little bit, kind of thing. Yeah, you generally want to try and avoid overdoing the garlic, so it's a little bit of a learning experience. I've had quite a number of cases where I, like, cooked it a little too much, and it got, like, really acrid and bitter, and it's not great. So, what you want to try and do is, I mean, generally you want to eyeball it. Every stove is different. Keep watching the garlic until it starts turning, like, just starting to go, like, a little bit golden. In my experience, that can be anywhere from, like, 3 to 5 minutes, depending on how cold the pan is, how long it takes for shit to heat up. But you want to go until, like, it just starts to go, like, a little bit gold. And once you reach that point, you gotta be careful, because it can very quickly start to go way overcooked. So, once you reach that point, if you're brave, keep going. If you're trying to be more careful, quite frankly, you could just take it off the heat while you do other stuff. Next up, what you want to do is if there's anything you want to add that would just cook down for like a tiny little bit after you like start it off, that's when you add that. Maybe you want like a vegetable that's like much more firm, like if you want like more bite to like a bit of carrot or broccoli, you would add it in now basically. Or if you have something that's only going to cook for a little bit, that's when you add it. This time when I cooked it, I did something I don't normally do. I added a bit of mushroom. Specifically, it was dried shiitake mushroom, because I was like, what if I, like, do that, and then also have, like, the soaking liquid to add? Because, dried mushrooms, quite frankly, you let them reconstitute, that liquid you get is some real damn good flavor. And I was really happy doing this, frankly. So I'm glad I did. This definitely was a win in my book, and a thing I am going to try again if I ever have more on hand. Mushroom, though, is another one that, you can cook it various different ways depending on, like, what kind of doneness you want on it. Like, I didn't let the mushroom just, like, sit in the pan and fry down for a lot of time. I think maybe I left it in for, like, a minute or two. So it didn't really get, like, a lot of, like, color or browning on it. If you want to do that, add that in earlier. If you want to add, like, something like mushroom. Again, you gotta think about, how do I want the ingredients done? What kind of doneness do I want on them? What kind of, color do I want on them? Things like that. And then adjust as needed. Again, the essence of this dish is, what do you want to do? Do that. And then you can make a pretty simple pan sauce out of that. And so I let that go for like a little bit. And then after that, tomato. After that, tomato. I think oh right, no, for this bit, I added tomato and herbs. So it was tomato, it was a little bit of fresh parsley, and it was a little bit of the mushroom reconstitution liquid. I guess some people call it like mushroom tea, something like that is what I did. I added that in. And that turned out really good in the end, so I'm happy that I did that. This version of my meal, which I thought would be sort of good for, explaining in essence, hey, you can basically just do whatever the fuck you want with it. This version of it is one that I've never really done before. That turned out good. So, that looks good. Wish you weren't so picky. Again, this is not a specific, rigid, strict recipe. This is, what do you have? What do you want? What do you like? How do you like it? Here's sort of like a methodology for how you add it in to make it good. You add what you like. It doesn't have to be the shit I like. You add what you like. So this was a bunch of cherry tomatoes. I just halved them. I find it turns out better when it's fresh like this. Or, not like this. These weren't fresh. When it's fresh, you don't have to use fresh tomatoes, though. These are just, like, some ones we got from Costco that are, like, they sell them round the year. And they're not, like, super in season or nothing, but they still cook down pretty good. If you're doing, like, a quick pan sauce like this, I find cherry tomatoes work really well. And then also the mushroom liquid. Why is one of my saved tabs Much Ado About Nothing? Because sometimes you want to watch Much Ado About Nothing. But I don't understand. What do you mean? Why do you have things bookmarked? Because you want to look at them. Think about it. Anyways, yeah, it's the David Tennant version. It's one that got, like, re-uploaded because it got taken down at some point, so I do actually have to, like, watch it before it gets potentially taken down again. Anyways, and also a thing that I added that I haven't really ever done before is, the liquid from, like, a bottle of capers. And I had capers because I was like, oh, fuck, I want to eat, like, a lox bagel. I want to make a lox bagel. You need capers for that. So I bought capers. and I put a little bit of the liquid in there. And that shit is, like, briny and pungent and acidic, and it adds a really good balance to the sauce overall. I would say if you don't have something like that, maybe add in, like, a little bit of lemon juice or something. Also, I don't know if you should maybe save lemon juice for, like, the end or not. It tastes like olives and you don't like olives? Then don't add it! Again! The essence of this recipe is, what do you want? What do you have? How do you want it done? Do it! I'm showing you example of what I had and what I wanted and how I did it. You do whatever the hell you want. But like a little bit of acid in some way, I think really helps balance the flavors out. White wine would be good. There was a different recipe that I did that was like a much longer cook, a much longer sort of braise that had like broccoli and tomato in it, and we added white wine to that, and that was really good. That would also work really well. What if it was pickle juice? I don't know how well that would turn out. You're welcome to try it. If you like it, hell yeah. If you don't, well, you tried it at least. I gotta drink water for a second. And so, this is the point where you want to just let it go for a while. And quite frankly, you can let it go for as long or as little as you want. If you want it to be, like, much saucier, you probably add more tomatoes and then add more liquid. This is kind of a thinner sauce that really clings to the noodles, and the chunkier bits you get with it are just, like, sort of the bits of, like, vegetable and mushroom and stuff. I like it like that. Maybe you want it a little different. You could probably do this with, like a can of tomatoes. And, like, those tend to come with, like, much more liquid anyways, and so you could do that, let that cook down to whatever consistency you want. While that's going, your pasta. You do your pasta. You put your pot of water on the stovetop. You salt it. You boil it. You add your pasta. You let the pasta go for... You look at the instructions on the box. You see what it says for your preferred doneness. Do you prefer al dente or do you prefer it softer? Whatever. You look at whatever the time it says is for that, and you subtract maybe a minute or so from that. Give or take. Something like that. Have I ever tried fiddleheads? I fucking love fiddleheads. Fiddleheads are awesome. Fiddleheads are good as fuck. I adore fiddleheads. So you do your pasta. Whatever doneness you want, subtract like a minute or so from what it says on the box. Because then, once that's done... Oh, buddy, you put that shit in the pan and you finish it in the pan. You put it in the pan, and you add, a bit of your pasta water. I don't have an exact measurement, because, like, a lot of recipes you'll find for stuff kind of like this is like, yeah, here's exact measurements, but it's also, like, measured with the understanding that you're doing it for, like, 4 people or something like that. I just make these for 1. You can certainly up the recipe if you want it for 1, and this quite frankly makes, like, 1 fairly large bowl of pasta, or, like, 2, smaller bowls, but, I do just kind of eyeball it. If you're wondering, like, oh, what's a more exact thing you could use? I don't know, 1/4 cup, maybe less, of the pasta liquid? Something like that. You put it in, and you want to start, like, tossing and agitating and moving this shit around. Because what that's gonna do is your oil that you've had it cooking with, mixed with, like, you know, the tomato and the other liquid, then mixed with the starchy pasta water. You agitate that shit, oh baby, that's an emulsification. You're getting that good creamy, saucy, velvety mouthfeel. That's that good shit you do love to feel in your mouth. And so you want to keep stirring that around, and tasting for, like, okay, is it a texture I want? Is it a taste I want? At this point, quite frankly, you could maybe also do this, once you add the tomatoes in, but I like to be a little bit more careful, just because, like, the pasta water is going to be salty. But, certainly by this point, this is when you want to start, like, tasting for salt. And in my experience, you want to be careful with adding the salt, because I've so many times been like, oh, I know how I want this, I'll just add this much salt, and I add it in and I taste it and it's like, oh fuck, I way overdid it, this is kind of disgusting now, but remember, and I'm mostly saying this for my own sake, if you're careful adding it in, you can just add more if you need more. You can never unadd the salt, you can add more if you need more. And that's the one goddamn thing I always seem to forget. Can never have too much salt? Wrong! Yes, you can. Maybe your threshold is different from other people, but there is absolutely a point where you will eat a food and maybe realize there's too much salt on this. It is shockingly easy to have too much salt! So, you know, be careful. Add a little bit. Taste it. If you think you need more, add a little bit more. Mix some more. Taste it. If you think you need a little bit more, add a little bit more, etc. Do it to whatever your desired doneness is. And then, once you think you've reached that point, and once you think, like, the pasta and everything else is cooked down to a texture you like, turn off the heat. Take the pan off the hot burner. At this point, fresh herbs. Fresh herbs. If you have fresh herbs, add fresh herbs. If you don't have fresh herbs, do you have dried herbs? Do you want to add a bit of that? Add some of that. Do you not have any? It's okay, you don't have to have any. It's good. But again, what do you have? What do you want? What do you got? What can you add? That's what you do. I put fresh parsley in this. This would go really good with fresh basil as well. Quite frankly, it'd be good. Oregano would also be good in this, I think. But again, you could add literally any kind you like. Stuff like adobo is good because it has herbs and salt in a good ratio. Adobo is, and correct me if I'm wrong, adobo is like the sauce that you get like chipotle peppers in, right? I think. I think that's right. I think that's right. Yeah, okay. I really like adobo sauce. That shit's good. I had it for my first time, like, recently-ish. And it was good. I was surprised at how, like, vinegary it was, I think. Am I thinking of the right thing? I had chipotle peppers in something or other for, like, the first time, like, a couple of months ago and thought it was really damn good. Anyway, you add in herbs if you want. Tried to make aglio olio once and fucked it up so bad in ways you didn't anticipate, but it was a fun experience. See, pasta alla olio, and this is like my fucking Italian-American way of pronouncing it, even though I'm not Italian-American, is deceptively both very simple and very hard, because, like, in terms of ingredients and prep, it's very easy. You just need garlic and oil, and, you know, salt, maybe some chili flake, pasta. That's all it is. It is entirely in technique and entirely in knowing how to cook garlic. And so it's an interesting learning experience for, like, what is a fairly basic, less so in the sense of, oh, super easy, basic more so in the sense of, this is useful in so many applications. So in that sense, like, a very basic sort of skill set to, you know, build up and work on, in that, you know, having fried garlic and garlic-infused oil is really goddamn good for a lot of shit. And also, garlic is really easy to pass the threshold of, like, just done enough to cooked a little bit too much, now it's kind of bitter. And so it's fun. Every time I've tried making it, I've either gotten so close to being perfect, or fucked it up completely. And every time it's been very fun, so I'm going to keep doing it. Anyways, so you add herbs once you've, like, you know, taken it off the heat and stuff like that. And, depending on how much oil you've, like, added throughout the cooking, because, you know, sometimes you're gonna find you want, like, a little bit more oil in the pan. Sometimes, you know, you're, like, trying to stir it all together with the pasta at the end, and you want to add, like, a little bit more oil because it's, like, too dry, or, like, a little bit of, you know, more, like, pasta water, things like that. But if you haven't added too much, I find like a little drizzle of oil right at the end adds like a really nice sort of fruity flavor and like a nice texture to it. And you can add cheese if you want. For something like this one specifically, with as much stuff as there is in this. Oh, also, near the end, I added capers. I added just capers themselves, not just the liquid. I also added some capers, and that was really good. I forgot to say that in this one. I added a bit of capers. Anyways, a little bit of oil right at the end that you mix in, I think is like real nice. And you can add cheese if you want. I didn't for this. But you know, if you want to add like a bit of Parmesan or a bit of Pecorino or like whatever fucking cheese you like having on pasta, you again, what do you have? What do you like? What do you want? What are you gonna do? It's your choice. But when I do it like this, with like as many ingredients in this specific version as I did, I find I don't really want or need cheese in it. What are capers? Capers are little flowering buds of, I don't remember, a certain bush or another. And they're basically, like, picked off the bush and, like, pickled and brined and preserved. And they have, like, a very sort of, like, floral, salty, sour taste. I like them a lot. They're not really a berry. So I guess they're maybe kind of texture-wise similar to a berry. It's kind of like the whole, is a tomato a vegetable thing, where it's like, in the botanical sense, no. In the culinary sense, like, that fucking depends what you're talking about, I guess. Capers taste like dirt, but good. That's true enough. They're like a salty, sour, earthy bite. They're good. And yeah, that's basically the gist of it. This dish that I did specifically, this version of it, it was, like, very nearly, like a vegetarian twist on, like, a puttanesca. I was missing olives. And also there was broccoli in it, which you don't really have in puttanesca necessarily, but, very, very similar flavor profile, to, like, what a puttanesca tends to be. And so I was like, oh, fuck! Maybe if I had some of that would have been good. And maybe you're sitting there thinking, yeah, olives would be good in something like this. Maybe you can try that. Maybe you're thinking, man, olives would be horrible in something like this. And hey, that's fine too. You do whatever you want. Again, this is not, an exacting specific recipe you have to follow. This is pasta alla whatever. This is pasta alla what's in the fucking pantry. This is pasta alla what's on sale. You can do whatever. This is a very loose, poorly organized framework for however you can do it. And that's meal. And so you might be thinking to yourself, having heard all of this, you might be thinking to yourself, now Holly, that's not really much of like an exclusive recipe reveal, is it? That's just kind of, you did a freeform cooking thing. That's very, very much based on some other recipes I know, isn't it? And on the one hand, yeah, more or less. This recipe was influenced in a lot of ways by, me looking at, you know, other similar recipes that I thought were good. And figuring out, like, how I can adapt that into, like, a quick cooking thing. And the essence of cooking and recipes in general is a lot of people looking at things that exist, things that other people have made, other things they like, and thinking, like, how can I put my own little spin on this? What can I add to this to make it good? How can I make something like this based on what's available? You know, the idea of, like, here's, like, a wholly original recipe, that someone's made up entirely all by themselves in a vacuum, is a little silly and kind of beside the point, and maybe you could argue a little bit ahistorical. Given how that's kind of the essence of cooking, is a lot of, like, you know, sharing ideas and building off of that. The only way you could really get a wholly new recipe is if a brand new food that no one had ever seen before was invented. On the other hand, why bother taking my word for it? Why don't we look at this and figure it out for ourselves? List of pasta dishes. From Wikipedia.
Oh, yes, Captain.
The free encyclopedia. How you doing, Log?
Well, it's been about an hour, so I've come down off my high. But I showed you a picture of a chicken parmesan.
Uh-huh.
I ate all of it. And for a while there, I was kind of feeling like I was in Baki the Grappler. Like, I felt like I could punch somebody in the top of the head, and then they'd become a few inches shorter and, like, crumple up a bit.
Fuck yeah. That's the power of a good meal. I have showed it off on stream, and this is Log's meal, by the way.
Yeah, powered through that right quick.
That good shit. I do love myself a good chicken parmesan every now and then. Every time I get it, I'm always, like, devouring, the chicken bit, and then I tend to end up having leftover pasta for the next day.
Yeah, Italian is hard because I kind of have to just eat it all right away.
Yeah,
like it's like proportion for like 1.5 meals. It's just unacceptable. I gotta finish it.
Some pasta holds up like a lot better when you have it leftovers. Like I find stuff like ravioli or like other similar like stuffed shell type of stuff tends to hold up better in the fridge, but when it's like spaghetti and stuff, I find it kind of ends up kind of texture-wise the next day.
I'm fine with that. Like I can have that multiple days. The main thing is like whenever I do it myself, I take like the entire box of spaghetti because I know if I don't use like almost all of this, it's gonna give me like I'm gonna fill up one bowl and there's gonna be half a bowl left in the pot.
Oh god, yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, it's no good for me. I gotta just use as much as possible. But then I order it from a restaurant like this. And it's, yeah, that Italians are destined for 1.5 of everything.
Pasta is a staple food of traditional Italian cuisine, with the first reference dating to 1154 in Sicily. It is also commonly used to refer to the variety of pasta dishes. Pasta is typically a noodle traditionally made from an unleavened dough of durum wheat flour, mixed with water and formed into sheets and cut, or extruded into various shapes, then cooked and served in a number of dishes. It can be made with flour from other cereals or grains, and eggs may be used instead of water. Each traditional pasta dish is defined by a specific kind of pasta, a specific cooking style, and a specific sauce or condiment. I'm going to turn this music up a little bit. This is, the soundtrack for Flix Mix on the PC-98. There are a large number of evolutions and variations of the traditional dishes, which is kind of what I was getting into. Pasta is also often used as a complementary ingredient in some soups, but these are not considered pasta dishes, except for the category pasta in brodo, or pasta in broth. The various kinds of pasta are categorized as pasta secca, dried pasta, pasta fresca, fresh pasta, pasta all'uovo, egg pasta, pasta ripiena, filled pasta or stuffed pasta like ravioli, gnocchi, soft dough dumplings.
Yeah, gnocchi gets some category.
Good for you, gnocchi. We all love you, gnocchi.
The X-Men of pasta.
The cooking styles are categorized in pasta asciutta, or pasta asciutta, in which the pasta is boiled and then dressed with a complementary sauce or condiment. Pasta al forno, baked pasta, in which the pasta is incorporated into a dish along with the sauce or condiment and subsequently baked. And pasta in brodo, pasta in broth, in which the pasta is cooked and served in a broth, usually made of meat. Pasta sauces, mostly used for pasta asciutta and pasta al forno, are categorized into two broad groups. Sughi Rossi, which I'm trying not to read as Suggy Rossi. red sauces with tomatoes. I don't know if that's sugi or sushi or something like that. And sugi bianchi, white sauces without tomatoes. I guess at this point I can turn the alerts back on. Let me do that. Where is it? Here it is. Here we go. Before we continue, shout-outs real quick. Thank you to Beef Twist for the 5 gift subs. Thank you Ugg Tokyo for the 16-month resub. Thank you Burstax for the 36 months. Thank you Moopdrea for the 30 months. Thank you Squid Kid Sid for the 4 months. Thank you Bakuchin for the 16 months. And thank you Cleaver Bacon for the 34-month resub. Italy. And as you might be able to guess, the longest part of the article. Agnolini Mantovani in Brodo. And this is from Lombardy. And you're gonna notice there's a lot of dishes on this list that do just kind of look something like this.
It's pretty light on broth there.
Uh-huh.
Call this in Brodo?
Quite a few of the, like, broth-based ones end up being a little on the thinner side, especially because, like, a lot of these are, in essence, like, peasant dishes from the poorer days. So we have a mantula dish made with agnolini dumplings in broth. What's an agnolini dumpling? A type of stuffed egg pasta originating from the province of Mantua. Is that Mantua or Mantua? I've never been sure. In the Mantuan dialect, they are commonly called agnulin or agnuli, and are oftentimes eaten in soup or broth. The recipe was first published in 1662 by Bartolomeo Stefani, a cook at the court of the Gonzaga family. Me? Gonzaga. In his book, The Art of Cooking Well. Agnolini's recipe is passed down from generation to generations by Mantuan families. Agnolini are the main ingredient of soups in the Mantuan cuisine, usually consumed during holidays and important occasions. There's quite a few of these that seem to be, here's a thing that we eat on a special occasion type of thing, which is interesting.
So what I've learned from following Italians on Twitter is they have many traditional holiday dishes.
That's true. It's something interesting that I've been looking into because I'm interested in, like, food history stuff. A lot of Italians are, like, very, very interested in, like, you know, the sort of, the authenticity of dishes and, like, the tradition of dishes, and, like, you know, the sort of, like, the ritual and the myth of a lot of dishes like that. And quite a few of those are just kind of made up and fluffed up, because a lot of the origins of those is, like, people moved to America and then suddenly had, like, money and resources there, or Americans came to Italy during, like, World War II and brought things with them that the people there started using, sort of thing. And then a lot of it gets fluffed up as, like, no, this is, like, an ancient tradition since, like, you know, 1200, 1300, 1500. You've got people, like, getting in, like, you know, fights with each other over, fucking carbonara and, like, how they make that, and getting mad because, oh, you're using guanciale, or you're not using guanciale in it. You have to use this specific type of, like, pork jowl in this. You can't just use bacon, when it's like, what are the origins of this dish? American soldiers came over to Italy during World War II and brought, like, powdered eggs and good quality bacon with them.
There's some authentic Gonzaga pasta right here. I won't be having any of that lip.
We've got the authentic Gonzaga, and you have to eat it in the specific way at the specific hour of the day, otherwise you're going to hell. This may be the only appropriate time to mention that your Italian family has a tradition where you eat Cincinnati chili on Christmas, and nobody knows how that tradition started. That's awesome. I was reading, like, an article specifically about, like, an Italian food historian who, like, specifically does, like, a lot of research into, like, the history of a lot of foods like this, and straight up, like, kind of uncovered, like, a lot of, like, the whole sort of, like, you know, grand history and tradition of, a lot of these so-called traditional Italian foods that aren't really traditional are, like, largely being propped up by fucking fascists and politicians. And then he got like a bunch of death threats for talking about the actual history of a bunch of these, which is interesting. I'm trying to remember exactly who the person was. I know he has like an Italian podcast about this sort of thing, which I can't listen to because it's in Italian, but it's interesting. Nationalism, huh? Anyways. Agnolotti Alplin. How do you fucking segue from that?
With some Piedmont goodness.
Some little wrinkly dudes on a plate.
Oh, there's something inside those wrinkles.
Oh, we got some shit in there. You know we do. Let's see what it is. Agnolotti dumplings with Piedmont ragu sauce.
Shout out to
Interesting.
Oh, so ragu is like a real thing and not a brand?
Yeah, ragu is like specifically like a meat sauce. Like,
well, then, how are those guys allowed to have that name then?
I don't know. There's also like a French meat stew which is called ragu, and for years I was so confused because I thought these were like the same thing. They're not. They're different. But they're both meat, which I guess is where they have that sort of commonality in that sense. And it's often like, let's see, like you get a bunch of meat, you cook that down. Sometimes you have like, you know, tomato or some other vegetables in it, but it's largely a meat sauce.
It's funny how this works out because I feel like most of the time, whenever I have something from Ragu the company, or I see Ragu the company on the shelf, it's Alfredo sauce.
Really funny message in that same vein from Ashley's Arcade saying, it's like buying mustard labeled ketchup from the ketchup company.
Yeah.
So what's these little dumplings? Typical of the Piedmont region of Italy and the French region of Savoy. Small pieces of flattened pasta dough folded over a filling of roasted meat. Ah, they got that unspecified roast beast. That's how you know that shit's good. Or bad. It depends. Let's see if there's, like, anything they say it typically uses or not. Can be di magro or di grasso, depending on their filling of vegetables or meat. The primitive shape was semicircular, and now they're a square with sides of about 1 or 2 inches. Always stuffed with meat, unspecified. Okay, so it's more about the shape of the pasta than like what you put in it. Excuse me. It's also interesting. They say, you know, it has ragu sauce, and this is sauceless. It's
the sauce on the inside that counts.
Maybe they do mean like the stuff on the inside is the ragu? Question mark? Or maybe these are just like some naked boys before they get dressed up for a night on the town or something. Agnolotti pavesi in brodo d'oca from Lombardy. Isn't that fucking Falco's name? Dumplings in
Lombardi?
duck broth. Yeah. Falco is Italian, right?
Probably.
Some of his voices they have for him, he sounds like he's Italian-American. He's like, yeah, hands off my prey. They turned him into this, and it's really sad. But
the typical Italian saying whenever you light your fire recovering, you go, "Hoo-yah!"
They're always saying that. They got heaps of stuff on top of this one. But also it's in a duck broth, which you can't really see. So I guess they do say that it is like typically when they are like the broth ones that tend to be like the pasta is cooked in the broth and then tends to be like maybe a little bit thinner sometimes in the serving of it, which is interesting.
Well, I've seen an Italian broth pasta recently, and it was pretty heavy on the broth.
Huh.
Maybe
I don't know. Maybe do
maybe
different stuff differently.
they took it out of the broth for a picture. They got done. All right, session over. Back in the broth.
All right, dinner. Get out of the bath. It's time for the money shot. All right, we're putting you back in. Anelletti al forno.
kind of looks like SpaghettiOs.
This is looking a little bit like Chef Boyardee's finest, which is awesome. This is a brick made out of rings. This is chainmail.
Honestly, whenever it comes to a lot of pasta dishes, there's just a very fine line. There's a very thin wall separating the good stuff with SpaghettiOs.
Uh-huh. Let's see what this is. A Palermo baked pasta dish made with anelletti pasta, eggplant, meat sauce, cheese, and peas.
Peas?
I haven't had peas a lot in pasta, but I feel like it would be pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, sure. Like, especially because I feel like their pasta's designed around a crisp pea being in there. But I don't see any in the picture.
I see a single pea right here.
That could be an illusion.
Second pea right up here. 2 whole peas located. This is like fucking Where's Waldo, where I open this shit up and immediately find that son of a bitch.
For all you know, that could be a bean.
Oh my god. It's one of those fake Waldos that's like wearing slightly similar clothes. Fuck! Also, I want to know what's on this other plate here. We've got like an olive, a pat of butter or cheese. We got green stuff. What do they got going on there? We'll never know. It's interesting that whatever this pasta is doesn't have an English page, but probably has an Italian page. There's so many red links here. I have to imagine all of these are actual pages on Italian Wikipedia.
Perhaps.
Oh baby, it's pasta.
Let's see. Nope, still nothing for ring-shaped pasta in English. Well, someone can fix that, I suppose, eventually.
Well, I guess there's a definition for what it is on the page for the specific thing.
True. Annolini in brodo from Emilia, Romagna. See? Now this one's in fucking broth.
Well, this kind of looks way different.
Now this one's extremely in broth.
Yeah. This one is like in the process of being born.
A Piacenza dish of annolini dumplings in broth. Different from annoliti, but sounds very similar. Annolini, but different from agnolini. Different ones. Very slightly similar, but very slightly different.
Shaped like a oyster cracker.
It does look a little bit like a cracker type of meal in soup, don't it?
Uh-huh.
I have only ever had like one pasta meal in my life that was like we cooked it in like a broth type of thing, and it was pretty good. I want to try more of those. Batoli Caiegue from Liguria. Batoli pasta made with chestnut flour, with a sauce made of pesto, turnip, and potato.
Well, this is the most unknown of them all. Just no links anywhere, no image.
This one's a secret. We haven't unlocked it yet. But imagine, pesto, turnip, and potato. That does sound good. I do like a nice turnip, and I do like a nice pesto sauce.
It's probably fine.
You gotta get the DLC if you want to know what it's like, though. Oh, fuck, I just looked at the clock. I just realized how long I've been going for. I gotta get up for a break in like a sec now. I guess I can just do that now. I am going to pause this music so we can get back to it once I get back. Play different music.
Whenever I saw where you pull your music from, I couldn't help but like have a little chuckle. It's got a good name.
It does. Zophar's Domain. Good ass fucking website name.
I'm about to insert a pure breachstone into my map device and travel to Zophar's Domain.
Oh, that boss is so fucking hard with a melee build. You better hope you got something with a bow going on. I'm gonna get up.
Using my ancestors.
Good. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna have a stretch, refill my drink. I'm gonna run the ads while I'm away, so it's a good opportunity for you to get up yourself. I'm gonna leave Log unmuted in case he wants to chat with anyone while I'm away.
Well, I'm actually gonna get up too. It's time for the nightly cup of coffee.
Hell yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
Hell yeah. In that case, we'll be back real soon. Alright, we're back. Or at least I'm back.
Well, the coffee's in the oven.
Hell yeah. That shit's cooking.
Gotta wait for it.
Let me turn this music off. Let's turn our Flixmix music back on. I don't know why I suddenly have become so obsessed with Flixmix. It's literally just like some fucking, I think it's just like a solitaire puzzle game type of thing from like the PC 98. But I heard some of the music from it recently, and suddenly it's become my favorite thing in the whole world.
Why does it say publisher StarCraft?
That's the name of the publisher.
What the hell?
Let me pull this up on stream so people can see so far's domain.
Do they sell Alfredo?
I don't think so. I had looked like at the music, at least the music that they have from the publisher on Zophar's domain, and it's just these 3 games that I've never heard of. Which I guess makes sense, because I've never fucking owned a PC 98, so... Only real ones suddenly become obsessed with an old obscure puzzle game? Oh, Ashley, I knew if anyone would understood, it would certainly be you. I did see someone in chat mention Skyline Chili at some point. And I will say, please look forward to further on down the list. Because I'm pretty sure that one is actually on there somewhere. Thank you, the binging of Babish, for the tip.
Sorry for bringing up old topics. Took a while to find the essay again, but for fellow food history fans I super suggest Vicky L. Louise's Citizen Restaurant, American Imaginaries, American Communities' really cool analysis of food as a soft power in the US.
Neat. If you have, like, links to those, or even just, like, the fucking titles of those, post those in my Discord, or, like, at me on Twitter or something with them, because I want to look into those. And I'm not gonna remember to check a fucking donation message, unfortunately, but thank you. That's cool as hell, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Lesbianist, as well, for the resub. Much appreciated.
I do so love to learn about pastas and meals.
Good news. Pastas and meals. Moving on to Bigley and salsa.
Damn. That ragu. Oh, that's a Dark Souls meal.
I am fascinated by the color on this. What is the power of Bigley that makes it this brown? Oh, it's anchovy sauce. That makes sense.
Oh, I've never had that before.
Anchovy is a little bit of a Dark Souls ingredient, if you think about it.
I've expanded my palate. I got to have squid ink pasta in Boston. That was Dark Souls meal. This could be a Bloodborne meal.
I've always wanted to try squid ink pasta. I've never had the opportunity yet. Whole wheat bigoli pasta. The sauce made of salt-cured fish with onion. Okay, so it's anchovy or similar, and then onion in the mix. And then it looks like they got like a bit of some sort of herb in there as well. I see that green. They got that green on lock. Unspecified green.
Pretty cool. Picture taken in Venice too, so they were living lavishly.
Mm-hmm. It's super good. Buttery and garlic, salty but not too strong. That does sound good. I assume you're talking about this and not something else.
They're talking about ragu.
They're talking about mustard. I have, like, only very recently-ish come around on, like, Oh, you're talking about squid ink pasta. Okay. That also does sound good, though. I've only, like, fairly recently-ish come around on, like sardines and anchovies and stuff like that. I used to be, like, super put off by, like, the thought of them, and then someday I was like, let's try them, though. And it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had them anywhere but pizza, though. I'm gonna get my coffee now.
Hell yeah. Bigley! An extruded pasta in the form of a long and thick strand. It really is just big Oli. Was made with buckwheat flour, now more commonly made with whole wheat flour, and sometimes include duck eggs. Huh. The preparation is then extruded through a bigolero. I'm putting my bigoli in a bigolator.
Spaghetti.
It is a term used in Veneto. A similar type of pasta called pici is produced in Tuscany. This is my pasta named Big Ones. You make it by making pasta dough and putting it in my biginator. There are different versions of the origins. They only agree that they originated in what is now the Veneto region. This is another thing that's very interesting about like Italian food history, is that like for the stuff that isn't just like, yeah, this is like something that was really invented in like the 19-somethings and then fluffed up as like a big cultural myth. A lot of it is like, all right, this is like a hyper-specific, hyper-regional thing from like, you know, the 14th or 15th centuries. No one agrees where it's from, and it's only really eaten here, here, and here. Which is very interesting. I imagine there's quite a bit of food history like that in a lot of places, quite frankly. It's not just an Italian thing, but it feels like it comes up so often, especially with the aspect of like, yeah, and also it's like a super specific, hyper-regional, only eaten in this one specific region place, and they have something in like the next town over, but it's got a completely different name, and it's completely different because there's 2 different ingredients. I don't know, I just think stuff like that's neat. It's funny, but it's neat. So, hang on, you missed this bit because you were up getting your coffee. Bigoli is made by making dough and then putting it in a bigolaro.
What is a bigolaro?
The bigolaro is the special machine that makes bigoli.
They take it into the back room and pull out their bicycle pump and go to town. Oh, you want to hear an extra food tip?
I do.
Not pasta, but if you fly on certain airlines, you may be handed a little something called a Biscoff on your flight. It's a little cookie, and the flavor is masked by the altitude. But the little trick is, Biscoff is actually one of the best cookies ever.
Huh.
If you see them in the store, you should get them, because it's like an enhanced graham cracker. It's like a graham cracker that went through Zophar's domain.
Interesting.
I have a little Biscoff cookie with every cup of coffee.
Hell yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one of those on any of the flights I've been on, but also I usually end up sleeping through anytime the flight attendants come by like, hey, do you want food? I'm way too deep in the nap zone by that point.
Yeah.
Bigoli con lanatra. Ooh, this is something I always love about these Wikipedia lists, is because they are just made by, like, you know, everyday people what add to the article. Oftentimes you just get, like, a random photo from some random dude. If you've ever tried to do it yourself, you probably know that good food photography is really fucking hard. And not so great kind of whatever food photography, in my opinion, always comes out looking so fucking funny. And I am always entranced by it.
I recall the meat, the list of meats, where there was a picture. It was for a raw meat dish from like Germany, and they took a picture of just a ball of raw meat with a bite taken out of it on like a bench.
Now that is a my meal ass picture. Also. P-Jack ass meal! Yeah! I do like the Wikipedia shirt in the back. That is cute. So what the fuck is this? Oh, so it's Bigoli pasta with a duck ragu sauce. Okay.
Bigoli!
We got Bigoli here in that duck mix. And it looks like it is mostly just like duck and probably onion, and that's why it doesn't have like much of a deep sort of color, because they ain't got like tomato in the mix. Ragu don't always gotta have tomato in it. It's just something you see a lot in America, especially. Bigoli col muso. Whole wheat bigoli pasta with a donkey ragu sauce.
Donkey?
I've never eaten donkey.
I've never seen donkey being used like this.
I think I've literally only ever seen it used like in Italian cooking.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Not like often nowadays.
I guess it's not the typical thing they would offer in an Italian restaurant in America. It'd be too off-putting.
Mm-hmm. It's like there's a bunch of places in the world where, you know, they eat horse. And then a while ago you had like a scandal in like the UK where like beef products or like, you know, prepared beef, like, you know, frozen meals kind of thing were being advertised as being all beef, but then like they had horse in them. And like, you know, understandably people were upset because like, hey, you're saying it's this one thing and actually it's a completely other thing. That's bad. And there were also some people that were mad specifically because it was like they were being served horse.
Yeah, I spent a long time thinking that like horse meat by default was just like inedible. So,
turns out it's not.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people grew up thinking that, because I can tell you what taught me this, what gave me this behavior is I read this book about like a teenager that went to Alaska during the Alaskan Gold Rush. I don't remember what it was called, but they went solo on the Alaskan Gold Rush. And I remember this, like, one of the first things that happened in the book is they have a New York strip steak. And then, like, later on, this, oh, that wasn't a steak, that was horse. And then they're like, struggling with sickness in the Alaskan wilderness.
They got horse sick! That's like in fucking Dracula. The dude has the mildest ever serving of chicken paprikash and is like, oh no, the paprika, it's affecting me!
Yeah, so after that, I thought horse was like not fit for human consumption. But, you know, my eyes have been opened.
Now you know. And now you're about to know about bucatini al amatriciana. From Lazytown. Now this looks good. This one I do know what it is, because this is one that I did hear about a while ago that is kind of similar-ish to how I usually just end up doing like a quick tomato pan sauce type of pasta anyways.
No, curse your time zones, they made me live.
You know...
Oh, you're not
so
too late, don't worry about it. Sorry, go ahead.
So that said that it was a Popolichin's own work, that photo. And, you know, they were getting artistic with it, but I want to see the whole thing.
Yeah. This is the tiniest fucking bowl of it. Show me that big slop. Traditional Amatrice dish. Amatrice is a town and commune in the province of Rieti in northern Lazio, central Italy, and the center of the food agricultural area of Gran Sasso e Monti della Naga National Park. There was a large, powerful earthquake on August 2016. Oh no. Traditional Amatrice dish made with bucatini pasta, tomatoes, guanciale, pecorino, and black pepper. That does sound good. That does sound good. Amatriciana originates from a recipe called pasta alla Gricia. In Papal Rome, the Greci were sellers of common edible foods. They got the name because many of them came from Valtellino. While tomatoes Grecia still prepared in central Italy is the tomato-enriched Amatriciana, better known throughout Italy. Maybe I'm thinking of a different dish, actually, that was similar to what I kind of do, because this is very much like specifically like they use pork and also cheese in it.
It looks like a lot of things that you would see.
The Amatriciana recipe became increasingly famous in Rome over the 19th and early 20th centuries due to the centuries-old connection between Rome and Amatrice. The recipe was extremely well received and rapidly went on to become a classic of Roman cuisine, even though it originated elsewhere. Which is, it's interesting, a lot of like, yeah, this is like a Roman-specific classic, when it's like, it came from a different place. They just really like it there. Bucciate con pesto alla trapanese. Ooh!
Got a little bit of that slop on it.
We got that plunge on there. We got that plorp. Take a big bite. It's brown.
You know, proportionally, it's a very small amount of splat on there.
Just a little bit of spratage for your meal. A trapani dish made with bucciate pasta, Whoa.
Damn, these look like bugs.
This spinal column macaroni over here. This is cool as hell. What the fuck?
This is like them in the middle of action. There's movement here.
This is bones. We made new bones for you out of pasta dough. That's awesome. Here's what it looks like cooked. It's fat fucking worm. These guys dug their way right out of the dirt just for you. Pesto alla trapanese. Pesto of garlic and walnuts. That explains the brown. It's nuts.
Well, that's probably good, right? Have I had pesto?
Pesto
Maybe not.
is like usually oil and herbs and garlic and sometimes a bit of cheese. And you like mortar and pestle it up together.
My understanding was that pesto usually had a nut in it.
Oh, pine nuts usually, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if I've had it. I always thought it was funny that it was made out of like nuts and stuff whenever it was green.
Mm-hmm. It's the green is mostly from like the herbs they add in.
Yeah.
This one doesn't seem to have. Well, it has basil in it, but largely seems to be nut. So that like kind of controls the color of it.
Ungreens it.
Mm-hmm. Introduced in ancient times by Genovese ships coming from the east and stopping at the port of Trapani, who brought the tradition of agliata, pungent savory garlic sauce. Crushed garlic, olive oil, breadcrumbs, vinegar, salt, and pepper. Yeah, that sounds good. I love me, you crush up some damn garlic with other stuff in it. That's good. Neat. Hang on. Then developed by Trapani sailors with the products of their land, notably tomato and almonds. Interesting. Interesting. Cacavele! Come on! Maybe that's cacciavele alla Sorrentina from Campania. This is one big noodle!
Got that pepper.
You want a noodle? How many you want? Just one? How much pasta you want? Just one pasta? We got you covered.
One pepper too? Well, if you insist.
That's such a cute little pepper too. Oh, I'm so charmed by this tiny pepper and giant pasta. Cacciavele pasta, filled with a tomato sauce with mozzarella cheese, ground beef, and ricotta. Nothing to be said about the pepper.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a artistic edition.
Artistic liberty. The pepper comes extra. Also, it looks like the spinach and stuff they have is probably also like a little extra to seal the deal. Hang on! You can't be telling me this is a link to a whole other article about this specific pasta, and then just take me to list of pasta!
Yeah, what are you doing? Hey.
Get your shit to... Look! Literally, here's another link to it, and it links back to its own list!
Hey, this would get you an F on your essay. Think about it.
Get your act together.
Reconsider your actions.
Smarten up a
Reusing
little.
the image.
But at least we do learn it is actually huge. It's not just like a zoomed-in picture. It is the size of a bowl. It's large.
Pretty cool.
Canederli allo spec in brodo.
Oh, spec.
It's balls time. You want ball? We got you covered.
Making every one of these pastas and combining them into one big...
I'm so struggling to pronounce the name of this specific one. Thank you for the 5-month resub, by the way. Much appreciated. Thank you as well to Samus for the 8 months, and I'm Dizzy Bell for the 29 months, and Lily Aviarn for the 14. Much appreciated. Canederli dumplings with spec alto adige in broth. Is a dry-cured, lightly smoked ham produced in... Oh, I almost misread that as South Tylenol, Northern Italy. Okay, so it's a specific type of ham, made in a specific region.
It's spec. Got it fresh from South Tyler.
Tyler's awesome spec. You want it? It's right here. Right? There's also a lot of, like, very specific Italian, like, foods that are like, yeah, we have, like, inspections to make sure it's, like, authentic and actually what it says it is kind of thing. Like, you can't legally call your Parmesan, like, Parmigiano unless it's, like, made in a specific region in a specific way type of thing. And it's interesting also that, like, that sort of, like, hard cheese, the Parmigiano Reggiano that we have is, like... It's different from, like, quote-unquote, like, old-style Parmesan. I don't remember exactly how, but if I remember right... And, like, I haven't looked into this enough, so it's entirely possible the thing I'm saying is a lie and that I was lied to. Apparently, the style of Parmesan that they make in, like, Wisconsin is maybe closer to, like, very old, you know, quote-unquote traditional Parmesan. And that it's, like, much softer, which is interesting. I don't know a lot about specifically cheese history, but I know that Wisconsin comes up a lot in that regard. Cannelloni, ricotta, e spinaci. Cannellones.
Cannellones.
We got those cannellones!
Cut a slab straight from the beast for you.
It does look a little bit like a hide, doesn't it? That sort of... that texture of the broiled cheese does look a little bit like skin. That's awesome.
You patch up your armor with this.
This is a rare drop. This is the rare drop that lets you upgrade your greatsword. Baked pasta dish made with cannelloni, which is a cylindrical type of pasta. Here you go. This is
square. How do you explain that?
This is the damn tubes they put Gumby in that one episode where he was tortured. Filled with a sauce of ricotta cheese and spinach and covered by a tomato sauce. Big ol' stuffed tubes. Quite a few stuffed pastas, and basically all of them are good. Cappellacci di zucca ferraresi. These funny little guys. Look at them.
I've seen these before. I've fought guys like this before.
They look like little fortune cookies, almost.
At least the kind I had, it's kind of like raviolis, but with less. But like, there's less room for stuff in them.
Interesting.
It's a little bit disappointing, but maybe I just need to get them from the source.
Holly, you pronounce all the names amazingly? Do I? I'm just kind of guessing here based on what I know about how Italian works and, like, how similar languages around that area of Europe work. So I'm just kind of hoping I'm not making too much of an ass of myself. No copyright intended, I own nothing, etc. Thank you, Grandmaster B-Funk, for the 6-month resub. Much appreciated. Also, thank you, Crab Nebula. I don't remember if I said thanks for that one. It's a Ferrara dish made with cappellacci dumplings, filled with pumpkin cream, served with melted butter, flavored with sage leaves and grana padano cheese.
Yeah, that's way better than what I had.
Pumpkin in stuffed pasta is so fucking good. It's so fucking good. As an Italian, you're doing amazing? Well, hey, hell yeah, I appreciate that. Pumpkin in general is really goddamn good. And I know there's a bunch of folks whose entire concept of cooking pumpkin is mostly just, like, pumpkin pie and desserts-ish. But, like, that shit's real good in savory dishes. You ever had squash before?
Oh, yes.
They're very similar. They're pretty similar. It's good stuff. Squash is also real fucking good in stuffed pastas. I just like gourds.
Well, I do like a pumpkin pie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I ever really I don't know. Whenever you're in Texas, pumpkin goes in the pie, and I think it goes nowhere else. Honestly, it goes straight from the vine to the pie.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never had it in any other kind of meal.
An interesting thing I remember hearing from a friend what knows much more about, like, agriculture as a practice and a business than I do is that there's a bunch of places where they'll sell you, like, pumpkin in a can for like baking and stuff usually, and like legally, they're allowed to only have like a percentage of that be pumpkin, and the rest is like other squashes as a filler, which is interesting.
What happens whenever you get pure pumpkin?
I think it's maybe just like more expensive to do that or something, just because like well, depending on what kind of pumpkin it is they're like more or less meaty, just because like, you know, they got that big hollow in them kind of thing.
Apologies if I'm making noise.
No, I like the noise, it's cool.
Cup is getting a treat.
Oh, Cup!
See if it sticks in your mouth. Come on.
Capelletti in brodo. An Emilia-Romagna dish made with capelletti dumplings in broth. Same as before, but they're in a broth this time.
Well, there's no broth here. I see no broth.
This is pre-brothing. This is before the bath. Orange pumpkin is not good for pies and sweets? Ah! I see. Interesting. I haven't actually done too much cooking with pumpkin myself, so I don't actually know too much about what pumpkins is the best for what kinds of cookings and like things like that. I know there's plenty of different varieties, but I've mostly just done like stuff with squash. You learn something new every day. Capunse, Mantovani, Burro e Salvia.
kind of like little pupas.
Little bit. We got some grubs. This is what Timon and Pumbaa ate. You gotta stomp all of these guys to get an achievement in one of the Half-Life 2 episodes. And you got a little leaf there to seal the deal. From Lombardy. A mantua dish made with capunse dumplings, which I'm assuming are not like a stuffed one. Dumpling means a lot of different things in a lot of different places. Like, you've got like a lot of regions of Asia where like dumpling is specifically like, yeah, you have dough, and it's like kind of a thinner layer of dough with like a bunch of stuff stuffed inside of it. And then you've got like a bunch of places in Europe where it's like, here's what a dumpling is. It's just dough. It's just dough in a shape that you like boil and cook out, and there's nothing inside.
Yeah, these ones have to be just dough. Mm-hmm. You can feel the depth of these worms.
You take a bite of that and it's nice and soft. It's that soft bite. With melted butter flavored with sage leaves and Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. Sage and butter is a good fucking combo. And I think that would be good with this sort of like, you know, nutty, funky taste of a Parmesan. That sounds good. That sounds good as hell. Butter makes for a good sauce ingredient for quite a few dishes in general, so yeah. Makes sense. Meanwhile, a different butter slop.
Pulled it apart.
Risetta sul mio blog!
The pupas after you stomp them all out!
Oh no!
Luckily for us, it forms an entirely new dish.
What happened to them? This is so sad for them! A Romagna dish made with caramelle dumplings. Page does not exist. But these ones are filled with ricotta, spinach, nutmeg, and parmesan. With melted butter, sage leaves, and parmesan. They got a little bit of tomato in there too, it looks like.
Yeah, we fill them up with that stuff and then we squeeze it out of them.
Each dumpling is individually handcrafted, hand-filled, lovingly made, and then lovingly crushed to death with your bare hands. Punch them. This feels like a JSON
squeeze by our head chef.
What does JSON meal mean? What? You're gonna have to elaborate on that one, Adrian. JSON is missing, by the way. It's what you eat when you're working with JSON. They're gonna make, in 2027, they're gonna make a brand new pasta specifically formulated for you to eat while you're working with MongoDB. Please look forward to it.
The flavor is key, and that's value.
alla bergamasca in una grande padella. They... Whatever this, like, writing or engraving or burning on the side here is meant to be, looks like when you try to get, like, a fucking AI image generator to generate text for you.
Oh no! Oh no!
It makes me think of, like, those ones where they mash up a bunch of cat memes together and it just, like it's saying, like, oh, oiba, darobodba.
Yeah.
And I'm realizing now that it literally is just something in Italian backwards, but... or, like, upside down and backwards or something. Like, it's like... Oh no, Doliva or something like that? It says actual things, but... oh, it probably does just say olive oil, yeah, huh? But you know what I mean, where when it's like upside down backwards type of thing like this, it totally just looks like a new language made up. That's awesome.
They branded their table with it so they don't forget to add it.
Awesome. A northern Italy dish, especially from Bergamo and Brescia, with canzoncelli dumplings, bacon, melted butter, sage leaves, and Parmesan or Grana Padano cheese. A cheese originating in the Po River Valley in northern Italy. Similar to Parmesan, there are less strict regulations governing its production compared to Parmigiano Reggiano. Hard, crumbly textured cheese is made with, unpasteurized cow's milk, semi-skimmed through a natural creaming process, etc., etc. I've never had this before. Though I'm seeing people say it's good, so, I mean, I'm not surprised to hear, I suppose, that an Italian cheese is pretty fucking good, but...
Yeah,
hey.
next you're gonna tell me they don't have a big ol' E machine in the back.
Next up, Casunzie Ampezzani, from Veneto. Cute little guys. It's like someone took like a bunch of hand pies and shrunk them down.
It's kind of set up like they serve fugu.
A little bit, yeah. I'm just looking at this and all I can think is like, Honey, I Shrunk the Empanada, Blood and Gore edition. A typical dish of dumplings, the culinary tradition of the Dolomites era. The casunzie filling varies area to area, typically includes vegetables and ricotta cheese. Original recipes are the, quote, red variant, with beet potato and red Veronese turnips. Oh, that does sound good. And the green one, with spinach, the wild-growing erba cipollina in their filling. Some sort of local herb they got going on. Other variants have fillings of pumpkin and radishes. They're typically served with melted butter, poppy seeds, and Parmesan. Yeah, that sounds good. There's quite a few of these are, Oh, you meant Jason as in Mind of Jason. Okay. I forgot. That's a dude. I thought you just meant, like, the programming thing. I'm afraid to click on this JSON meal, but I trust you, Adrian. Hashtag real men cook. Curry coconut salmon head. Ain't no presentation. I want to lay up, smoke some blunts, drink some wine, and relax the brain. That's awesome, Mind of Jason. That does sound good. Listen, I've made some fucking pile type of meals. I get it. That sounds good.
Usually, I regret it later.
Cavatelli consugo e cacio ricotta. Now we're talking. Now that's meal.
That's a familiar taste.
Uh-huh. I can smell this picture.
That's a little taste of the realm right there.
Mm-hmm. This is such a cute little bowl I have seen in several houses. Cavatelli pasta with a tomato sauce with meat and cacio ricotta cheese. Typical southern Italian cheese produced in Basilicata, Apulia, and Calabria. Produced with a hybrid method of preparation following both the steps used in the production of ricotta as well as hard paste cheese. Interesting. I wonder what it tastes like. Oh, I just realized. I think the Flix Mix is done. Were we just listening to this song? Yes, we were. Alright, it's time for King's Bounty and all of these unlabeled songs in it. I hope you enjoy Val 01 through Val 13. You can't call this a Claymate soundtrack! Don't make me pull up the fucking Claymate soundtrack and make everyone have a bad time. Cavati e ravioli alla ragusana, from Sicily. Cavati pasta and ravioli with a tomato and meat sauce with ricotta cheese.
Well, no picture, but I can imagine it.
Next one. Kepe al sugo. Kepe pasta with a tomato and meat sauce with pecorino cheese.
Yeah, I can imagine it.
Cisatelli al sugo. Cisatelli pasta with a tomato and meat sauce.
Yeah, picture's clear.
Here's the lightning round of tomato and meat sauce, sometimes with cheese. Straight up, if you set up a restaurant and your entire backing soundtrack is just PC98 music, I'm going there. I'm buying the food. I don't care if it's good. Alright, here's a different one. Simo Salicetti di Castellamare di Stabia, from Campania. I don't know if that's Simo Satelli or if that's Chimo Calcetti. I don't know if it's soft or hard C's. Doesn't matter. With sauce of fermented ducklings and horseradish.
Alright, well, I can't really imagine that one.
I've never had... I gotta turn this music down just a scooch.
Who you dare interrupt the king's procession?
Sorry, your majesty. I've never had fermented fowl. I wonder what that tastes like. I've had horseradish. I know what that tastes like. And so the mystery here is, what does fermented meat taste like?
That must be strong, right? It's gotta be overwhelming.
The texture is probably very soft, yeah. I've never really had, any sort of, fermented or pickled meats ever. I know people do that for certain cuts. I've just never tried it. Oh, this one's gonna be fun as hell to pronounce. Schnefflene Walser con fondulta. Isn't that the main character of Breaking Bad?
Walter Bianca.
Walter, put your duck away, Walter. I'm not having dinner with you anymore.
Schnefflene pasta served with fonduta, a sauce of various cheeses, white wine, seasoning, and garlic.
Put your white wine and seasonings away, Walter. I'm not having snacks with you right now.
Awesome. Oh, it's just fondue. It's fondue. Okay.
What's your Schneffelny pasta?
We'll literally never know. It's a red link that leads to nothing, and there's no thing in brackets specifying what it is. It's a mystery forever. It's a secret for Italians only. Ciceri e Tria. Ooh, this one's got chickpea in it. Let's go.
Ooh, that's like a crispy noodle?
Maybe? It's
half crispy, half wet?
I'd be into that. A Salento dish prepared with pasta and chickpeas as primary ingredients. Right, but you gotta tell me more. Yeah, they definitely have some more fried bits on top of this. Hell yeah. Pasta and chickpeas as primary ingredients. It includes fried pasta. Let's go.
Fried pasta.
Have
you ever been to a place that serves pasta nachos?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's a thing that Americans try and do a lot. But I don't remember if I had it myself. We try to make nachos out of most things.
Yeah, that tracks. That makes sense. That and burgers. There's like an entire section near the end of this article dedicated to like pasta dishes invented in other countries, and like things that use pasta for like commercial dishes type of thing. And that's where things get real wacky, and so I wonder if that's going to be in that bit. There was only a couple ones that I like committed to memory, one of which I'm excited for because it is a Canadian classic, an East Coast Canadian classic that apparently originated from Quebec.
You know what's good though is wonton nachos.
I have had like fried wontons with stuff on them before, but it wasn't called wonton nachos to me, so I guess it was basically that, but that does sound good.
It's legitimate.
Hell yeah. Here's some neat stuff about the etymology of the dish. Let's see. Some have a significant amount of broth, which may be eaten using a spoon. Not a fork. Don't try and fork it. Don't try and drink it. You gotta use that spoon or you're going to fucking jail. From one third to one half of the pasta is fried in oil as part of its preparation, while the rest of it is boiled. That's cool. Neat. I know there's some where they'll like either pre-boil it or like cook it in the sauce and then like fry it out type of thing, and that's like a all'assassina spaghetti specifically, I think, is like the one that I know of. This is interesting. Then they add chickpeas, they simmer it, onion, carrot, celery, and garlic. It has been described as having a bacon-like flavor.
I'm pretty entertained by them having a source cited for the fact that the fried pasta may add a crunchiness to the dish.
Yeah! That's how Wikipedia goes, and I am obsessed with them having to do that. Oh, the use of fried pasta was originally performed to create a quality or mouthfeel of meatiness in the dish during times of meat scarcity. Interesting. This is straight up one of those dishes that probably is actually, like, historical in a bunch of ways, because, like, quite a few of the, like, very olden-timey type of, like, Italian dishes are like, yeah, this is peasant food that all, like, the poor people would eat because Italy was very poor for many, many years. It's neat to see that sort of, like, addressed in that way. Where were we? Here we were. Kajarsons.
Is that...
Come on down.
Kajarsons.
Come on down to Kajarsons. It's pronounced Carsons. It's pronounced Carsons. Or Carsones, I suppose. Carzones? Calzones? It's not calzones.
Carson.
Now, I'm not sure which part of it is that, because there's a bunch of things here. I'm assuming it's not the fucking bag here, and I'm pretty sure it's not this lump of cheese and or bread. Is it the dough? Is it these little, like, fruit-looking things?
The little bugs?
Let's see. A filled, soft wheat potato dough, characterized by a sweet, savory contrast. The filling is prepared differently depending on local recipe. May contain raisins, dark chocolate, or cocoa, cinnamon, spinach, chives, ricotta, marmalade, rum, grappa, parsley, biscuits, egg, or milk. You can put whatever you fucking want in it. It don't gotta be savory. It don't gotta be for dinner. You can have it for dessert, I guess.
It is a dough filled with anything.
It's dough made of potato. You put whatever you want in it. This one specifically, they're filled with potatoes, ricotta, cinnamon, and raisins, served with melted butter. Now, I get it, because, like, making a dough out of, like, potato and potato starch is different from, like, having whole, like, chunks of potato. But it is still interesting having, here's the potato dough, and inside we put more potato in it.
Well, double check it. It could be potato or it could be wheat.
Oh yeah, that's true, huh? Right, soft
so really,
wheat
it's
or
a dough of
potato
anything.
dough. True. It's any kind of dough you want with whatever you want in it. Interesting. We're not allowed to see what it looks like, though, because this is the closest the non-Italian human mind can get to understanding it. Evidently.
Yeah, we have to view it. That's a photo taken from behind glass.
You can see it, you're Italian? There you go, see? Proof. Cocule salentine. Salento dish. The cocule are ball-shaped dumplings made of potatoes, breadcrumbs, eggs, pepper, parsley, and pecorino, and baked with tomato sauce and cacio ricotta cheese. Neat. Another sort of, here's a dumpling with some stuff.
Yep.
Drink. Ooh, this next one we got a picture. Corsetti al pinoli.
It's thin slices.
It's communion wafers. It's communion wafers and green beans.
To me, it reminds me of cheesy potatoes, but...
Oh my god, it is just
distinct
scalloped
lack of
potatoes,
cheese.
isn't it?
But, I don't know, personally, I don't like scalloped potatoes. This is probably better.
I have never been terribly big on scalloped potatoes either. If there's a really, really good dish of scalloped potatoes, then it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. I've had so many not so great scalloped potatoes that I'm just kind of, I'll pass.
Yeah, the potato always turns out too hard.
Uh-huh. And, like, the sauce is too, like, it don't really taste, like, terribly much. It's the sort of white sauce that feels like it's just kind of there as filler. To the point.
I don't get a white sauce on it. I just have cheese.
Usually when I have it, it's got like kind of like a cheese bechamel sort of thing with nowhere near enough cheese in it. So I mostly just want to eat the cheese on top.
Around these parts, we just deck it out in cheese, partner.
Dang. Maybe I gotta get mine sourced from Texas instead.
Nah, it's still not good. they should mash it up most of the time, and that'd probably be better.
Korzecki fresh pasta, dressed with pesto, or alternatively with a walnut or mushroom sauce. The latter, tocco de funzi in Genoese dialect. Cute. Oh, they have a stamp on them. That's cute. These are legal tender. You can bring these to the bank and they'll give you something. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's worth their weight in gold.
Cute little things. Culurgiones d'ogliastra. Ooh, we got that good lump.
Just pinched right off the main source. Throw them in there.
Plopped fresh off the dough tree. You smash in some tomatoes or peppers. Oh baby, that's meal. Traditional ogliastra dish. The culurgiones dumplings are a typical Sardinian-filled pasta, stuffed with potatoes, pecorino sardo cheese, onions, and served with olive oil or tomato sauce. Ooh, okay, so this is like a very fresh tomato and oil sauce.
It really is a stuffed dumpling, and it looks like a Asian-style dumpling even.
It does look kind of wonton, doesn't it? That's interesting. Let's see. Yeah, that's a cute little thing, isn't it? Let's see. In the village of Ulasai until the 60s, the tradition was to consume them exclusively on All Souls Day. Ah, another special Italian celebration meal.
It's culurgiones is like... Well, I can see what it is right here, but it sounds like I would get into an encounter in Final Fantasy 4 or 3 or something, and then like a fish man would appear, and it would be called a culurgione.
I am obsessed with the lighting in this picture. Like, people are saying Dark Souls type meal, but no, I look at this, I know for a fact this was taken in a grandma's house. This is grandma lighting. I just know. It does sound good. Fettuccine... What do you mean no fucking picture for fettuccine Alfredo? There's a picture right there!
There's a picture at the link, come on.
Come on now! Get with the times.
How can I even trust your description here? There's no source. No source. How can I trust that you have anything honest to tell me?
Fresh fettuccine tossed with butter and Parmesan cheese. With mushrooms. With mushrooms. Grandmas live in the yellow world. It's not always yellow. Sometimes it's kind of a pale green as well. But it's mostly the yellow world. I don't know what it is about grandmas in so many parts of the world and living in a place with just a lighting like that. But it's true as fuck. And it's awesome. They needed to assist with photosynthesis. You might be on to something. Yo, thank you, Frums, for the tip.
This stream got me too hungry and now I'm getting gnocchi and meatballs.
Let's go! I've never had gnocchi with meatballs before, but that sounds good.
First time I had gnocchi, I ate so much of it I got sick.
Oh no!
It was a rare thing for me.
Sometimes you get that good meal and you just have to have too much.
Yeah, I went over the line.
Let's see. Fettuccine, butter, parmesan. Variations. In the US, adding broccoli, cream, parsley, garlic, chicken, shrimp, turkey, salmon. Now, I've definitely heard of some of these, and I've definitely heard of, like, you know, cream being added sometimes. Never heard of broccoli being added in Alfredo. That's interesting.
I mean, a broccoli pasta...
I mean, yeah, I'm the first in line to tell you broccoli and pasta is fucking good. I just don't think I've ever heard of it in Alfredo, which is interesting. Okay. History. Serving fettuccine with butter and cheese was first mentioned in a 15th century recipe for macaroni romaneschi, Roman pasta, by Martino da Como, a northern Italian cook active in Rome. The recipe calls for cooking the pasta in broth or water and adding butter, quote, good cheese,
The variety is not specified.
and, quote, sweet spices, also unspecified.
Damn, how did anybody learn shit back then?
Modern fettuccine Alfredo was invented by Alfredo di Lello in Rome. According to family accounts, in 1892, Alfredo di Lello began to work in a restaurant that was located in Piazza Rosa and run by his mother Angelina. Di Lello invented fettuccine al triplo burro, later named fettuccine all'Alfredo, or fettuccine Alfredo, in 1907 or 1908, in an effort to entice his wife to eat after giving birth to their first child, Armando. That's kind of cute. Alfredo added extra butter or triplo burro to the fettuccine when mixing it together for her. Piazza Rosa disappeared in 1910 following the construction of the Galleria Colonna/Sordi, and the restaurant was forced to close. Di Lello later opened his own restaurant, Alfredo alla Scrofa, then called Alfredo, in 1914, on the Via della Scrofa in central Rome. The fame of Alfredo's fettuccine spread, first in Rome and then to other countries. Di Lello was made a Cavaliere dell'Ordine della Corona d'Italia. In 1943, during the war, Di Lelio this whole time, sold the restaurant to two of his waiters. In 1950, with his sons Armando, Alfredo Di Lelio opened a new restaurant in Piazza Augusto Imperatore, Alfredo all'Augusteo, now managed by his niece, Ines Di Lelio, bringing along his famous gold cutlery, said to have been donated in 1927 by the American actors Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks, in gratitude for Alfredo's hospitality.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like a lot of famous people I think that ate their stuff. Because I remember like I saw pictures of them before. They would feed the pasta to people by hand.
Oh yeah, I know there's like some famous picture. Like, isn't it fucking JFK? Like eating at one of the restaurants and like the dude is just like, here you go, man. I'm mixing it by hand. Here you go, take a bite.
Yeah, this picture.
Hang on. Here we go. I'll pull it up on screen. Here you go, man. My handful of fettuccine for you. Take a big bite, okay? JFK bit that guy's hand off? That's why they killed him!
And look how much grasping the full plate.
God, yeah, that's so fucking much pasta. That's so fucking much pasta. It's like feeding a horse a little cube of sugar. The two restaurants competed vigorously with escalating puffery. The king of fettuccine, the real king of fettuccine, the magician of fettuccine, the emperor of fettuccine.
The king's bounty of fettuccine.
The wheel-crushing lord of fettuccine.
Tell me, how much Alfredo can the head chef of that restaurant fit in his hand?
The real Alfredo versus the reincarnation of Alfredo, etc., etc., etc.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the meal.
An emperor must wield surety in one hand and a plate of fettuccine Alfredo in the right.
Izarro's real name was Alfredo. They don't tell you that in Path of Exile, but it's true. Alfredo's fettuccine has long been popular with Americans. By 1922, it was already being reported on by American travelers. Multiple magazine articles and guidebooks in the 20s and 30s extolled Alfredo's noodles. In 27, Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks supposedly dined at Alfredo's and gave him the famous gold fork and spoon. Also in 27, the American restaurateur and writer George Rector, I almost misread that as George Rectum, wrote up Alfredo's fettuccine and described the ceremony of its tableside preparation, accompanied by violin music in detail. He did not give it a specific name, nor mention golden tableware. The gold tableware might just be a thing they made up. No one can know for sure. In the 50s, DiLelio promoted the dish and his restaurant by creating a photo gallery of visiting celebrities with his noodles, including Jimmy Stewart, Bob Hope, Anthony Quinn, Bing Crosby, Gary Cooper, Jack Lemmon, Ava Gardner, Tyrone Power, Sophia Loren, Cantinflas, I hope I pronounced that right, and many others. In '66, the Pennsylvania Dutch Noodle Company started marketing their dried, quote, fettuccine egg noodles, which included a recipe on the package for an Alfredo sauce including cream and Swiss cheese, as well as Parmesan and butter. The American restaurant casual dining chain Olive Garden has popularized its versions of fettuccine Alfredo, which may be combined with chicken, shrimp, or other foods to make main courses called chicken Alfredo, seafood Alfredo, etc. Given the strict separation of pasta and meat dishes in the usual Italian restaurant cuisine, this was never done by DiLelio. Olive Garden's recipe also includes cream and garlic. Thank you, Thetarks2, for the 10 months. 10 of them. Alfredo sauce is often sold as a convenience food in grocery stores in many countries. Unlike the original preparation, which is thickened only by cheese, the prepared food and fast food versions may be thickened with eggs or starch. In 2020, the Alfredo alla Scrofa restaurant began offering its own bottled version of Salsa Alfredo, promoted as using only the highest quality ingredients. It contains Parmigiano Reggiano 43%, water, butter, rice flour, and sunflower seed oil, and no cream. Now we need a picture of JFK being hand-fed food by an Olive Garden waiter? Oh, Adrian, I don't think he's still around for them to do that. They're gonna have to go to his grave and dig him up or something. Hey,
we can find a way.
Bro, wake up. It's time for your Olive Garden.
That'll get him right out of his grave.
It's literally that easy. Just let him take a smell. Let him have a whiff. He'll be right up.
It's too bad Alfredo wasn't there at the grassy knoll. Things would be way different.
He could have stopped it. He could have changed history. I know it.
Second bullet? Nah, we needed a first plate.
Somewhere out there, people are living in the better world, and in their world, they have the Alfredo tapes instead of the Zapruder film.
And whenever you want to watch it, Alfredo himself comes and puts the tape into the VCR by hand.
He mixes the butter into your VCR by hand, and he stares at you so lovingly while he does it.
With violin music.
It is time to get up for another stretch about, so I will go over here. I'll put on some BRB music. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna have my stretch. I am going to run the ads while I'm away to prevent any of the pre-roll stuff happening in the middle of the stream or nothing like that. So it's a good opportunity for you to get up and have a stretch and all that stuff yourself. And we'll be back in a short couple of minutes.
Mother, it's time for pasta!
Again, let me just get some more music on.
Oh, again?
Again.
Well, if you say so.
Now it's time for music from Rhymestar, and I have no idea, even less, what this game is, but it's got music, and it's got the StarCraft jingle. That famous jingle that we all know and love from StarCraft. You know it, you love it, that's right. You know all about it, right? You've heard it. You've heard it. We're all always thinking about it. And we're also thinking about pasta. Fettuccine al abruzzese. From Abruzzo. Italian pasta. I certainly hope it's an Italian pasta dish, considering this is the Italian section. Of fresh fettuccine tossed with bacon and pecorino and parmesan. Yeah, sounds good. 2 different cheeses, that's neat. Fileja or fileja al sugo di capra, whole wheat fileja pasta with a ragu sauce with goat meat. Goat's good. Goat's good.
Oh, twirled up.
With nowhere to go. Cute little shape. Kind of like a cane. Where were we? There we go, goat meat. Fregola con arcelle from Sardinia. Fregola pasta. Ooh! That's ball. Oh, baby, that's ball.
This is uncooked. What does it look like when it's cooked? Does it get smaller?
We'll literally never know.
Wait,
Pasta if they were a fucking ball, dude.
Is it couscous?
It's not quite, but it's similar to couscous. Similar to other sort of, here's like a ball grain type of thing.
Oh, they made a movie about it.
They did?
See?
Where?
It's on the page. There's a redirect.
This one here?
No, at the top.
Oh! I completely missed that. A 1948 Austrian musical film directed by Harold Roebelig and starring Marika
Oh, I think this isn't about pasta.
Rudolf Prack and Siegfried Breuer. A comeback film, one of the most popular stars of the Third Reich who hadn't made a film since 1944. I see. I don't think this one's about pasta. I don't think we're gonna eat that one on stream. Tomato-based sauce with wedge clams or clams.
We know all about those.
Wedge clam is a type of clam. And then they go, or clams unspecified. Why not just say it's with clams?
Yeah, well.
This intense music is really fucking good for clams. Let me turn it down just a squeeze, though. Maybe something like that. There we go. I don't think I've ever had a clam pasta. Is that clam floating? What, this one? No? It's on the sand. This one is just like a diagram of it, so it's not really in the darkness world. They didn't really send the wedge clam to the dark zone. Clam pastas are real common in Italy? Yeah, I've heard. There's like quite a lot of seafood pastas that I've never really had.
Though it kind of seems like they don't go together at all.
It's like how a lot of people will say, like, you know, seafood and cheese really doesn't go together. And then you got a lot of places in the world where they're just like, yeah, here's like a bunch of fish and cheese. You're gonna like it.
Well, so the question I have is, it's kind of like you have like obstacles in your food to dodge around. Because it's not like a shrimp. You can't just eat the shrimp shell.
Uh-huh.
The clam you have to stop.
Well, you know, you open that sucker up, and usually it's already open, and then you just kind of like, you know, take it out and eat it with the pasta type of thing.
I've seen some Italian goods that are just noodles with the clam shell on mixed in. I don't know how they do it.
Danmaku grazing, but food! Awesome! I mean, there's plenty of folks what don't like seafood, what are either from places with seafood, or, you know, have a bunch of family from places that traditionally really like seafood. It's normal. People are like that for all types of food. I'm sure out there is some poor Irish person who is getting picked on because they don't like potatoes or whatever, you know? It happened. It okay. You eat whatever the hell you want, it's normal. Anyone gives you shit for it, I'm gonna fly through their windows about it. Anyways, Gargamel, prosciutto, and piselli. Garganelli pasta with a sauce of ham and peas.
Sauce of ham. Wait, is that a capital P?
Yes! I am obsessed with the way this is written! With a sauce of ham and peas. good fucking entry. What a phenomenal fucking entry. I hope this never gets changed. Ham and peas. Gnocchi al Castelmagno. How do we move on from this? We don't, but we do it anyways. Soft dough gnocchi dumplings with a sauce based on melted Castelmagno cheese. Ooh, so it's we take a soft cheese and we there we go. There's a picture of it right here. Why don't they use that in the list?
I didn't do enough research.
Ah, goddamn, you hate to see it. This does look good. They got like hazelnuts on it too. Hell yeah. You get that nut in there. What's the red stuff? Oh, that's
The remains of a tomato, a pepper.
yeah, right. See, this one looks like a tomato or a pepper or something, but like this one's got the little like striations on it that make me think it's like a hunk of fish.
It's like a piece of a beef.
It's like
The smallest bit.
so someone took a bit of like tuna sashimi and just didn't want to finish it, so they put it on their plate for later. Ah. Gnocchi alla romana. Again, there's a picture right here.
They got so lazy.
The standards on list of pasta dishes is out the fucking window. Roman dish of soft dough gnocchi dumplings made with butter, eggs, milk, and Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, and baked with the butter and pecorino romano. Ooh, that does sound good. That does sound good. There's quite a few of these dishes that are like extremely, extremely simple sounding, but like I feel like that's kind of a common thing in quite a bit of Italian food, where it's like, yeah, there's like 3 or 4 ingredients. And it's like, you maybe sometimes you sit to yourself and you think, well, that's not much. Maybe it's alright, but like, is it gonna be like something that is very amazing? And you get to it and it's like, nah, this is like some like good quality stuff, and they like are able to work it in really interesting ways, because like, a lot of this stuff especially was like, not all of it for sure, but quite a bit of it, especially like a lot of the much, much older stuff, is like, again, like, for a lot of history, a lot of like Italians were quite poor, peasant type of people, and so they had to make do with what they had, and so they made do with what they had quite well. Yeah, this isn't quite, grandma lighting, this is more like restaurant lighting.
Yeah, I know the exact feeling of sitting in the seat would be like.
Italian girls make do is technically right, but it's...
They gotta use that big ol' machine.
That's... Putting it that way is the most technically correct way that gives me a stacking debuff. Gnocchi made of semolina, whole milk, butter, and parmesan, seasoned with salt and pepper, or a sauce and pepper. Baked in the oven, 3 sprinkled with more cheese. Traditionally topped with meatballs, tomato sauce, and Parmesan cheese. Interesting. Excuse me. I wonder how traditional that actually is. There's like kind of an interesting glimpse at sort of like food history where it's like, yeah, here's like a bunch of dishes that were like pre-tomatoes being introduced to Italy, and then post-tomatoes being introduced to Italy, and a bunch of people realizing, hey, this thing is fucking delicious, let's use a ton more stuff in it. Gnocchi alla Sorrentina. Yeah, for the past 400 years, but before then, no. Right, that sort of thing. It's also interesting how in like a bunch of regards there are like some dishes that are like, yeah, you know, this is like a traditional and like culturally, historically important dish, and then you look into it more and it's like, yeah, this is like a variation of something that was made by Italian Americans and then brought back to Italy kind of thing. It's interesting. It's interesting. I know it's something I've brought up a bunch of times during this, but it's sort of like an interesting microcosm of like food history and like how that works and how like people can be revisionist about that for one way or another. It's a fun convo to have. Yeah, I agree. It's one that I wish I was more knowledgeable about, so I can have more informed things to say about it, but I know bits and pieces. Gnocchi alla Sorrentina. Oh man. Oh, they got that crust on top.
It's magma.
This is like French onion soup someone uncovered from the bowels of the earth. And that's
It's
good.
that in-between point between the pizza topping and the crust at the end.
Potatoes, soft dough gnocchi dumplings baked in traditional crock pot named Pignatello. His name is Pignacious. With Neapolitan ragu sauce, mozzarella, Parmigiano Reggiano, and basil. Yeah, that sounds good. Here's that meat slop with some nice little potato dumplings. Let's go. Gnocchi all'ossolana from Piedmont. A dish from the Ossola Valley of soft dough gnocchi dumplings made with potatoes and pumpkins, served with a tomato sauce with mushrooms and milk cream. I'm not sure what they mean by milk cream. Is that like some specific in-between between milk and cream, or are they just specifying, cream from milk?
It's versus the clam cream.
Ah, I see. I'm learning so much about clams today. Gnocchi di Malga. A Verona dish of soft dough gnocchi dumplings served with melted butter and Monte Veronese cheese. Italian cheese made from cow's milk. But what does it taste like? Let's see. A sweet, intense flavor for Monte Veronese latte intero and Monte Veronese d'Alevo. Ripening it makes it fragrant and slightly piquant. Pungent. Interesting. It's interesting how, like, this is something especially in, like, English that I find is, like, not as commonly differentiated between, but, like, when you talk about, like, food spiciness, like, sometimes it refers to, like, you know, the sort of, like, the heat sensation of it, and then sometimes it refers to, like, the pungency and the strength of flavor, and, like, those are two separate concepts, and, like, in a lot of languages, those do have, like, two different words what people use to talk about them, and then, like, at least a lot of the time in, like, in like, North American English, that's not really a differentiation you see a lot of people make. Like, there's the word piquant to describe exactly that, but, like, that's... I'm pretty sure that's a loan word from French, I want to say. And then you've also got, like, picante, which is, Spanish, question mark. Interesting. Something I just notice sometimes, and I've seen a couple people talk about. Your mom describes everything as spicy, and it is a constant source of confusion. Yeah. Spice to refer to things that make foods taste better, and also food that specifically has high levels of capsaicin. Right, exactly. That's a much more succinct way of putting it than me, thank you. Where were we? We were somewhere deep in the gnocchi mines. Right, we were at this one next. Gnocchi di zucca. Cute looking.
Orange as hell.
Among to a dish of soft dough gnocchi dumplings with pumpkin. There you go, that's the orange. Served with melted butter, flavored with sage leaves, and grana padano cheese. See, I hear di zucca, and for some reason my brain thinks, oh, so that means it's zucchini, right? No. It is not. This means something else. Yeah, pumpkin, sage, and butter is like a really fucking powerful combination of food. It's good. It's good. Hey, it's Gnocchi Ricky over here. It's me, your good buddy Gnocchi Ricky. Good to see ya. Come on over. We're gonna eat dinner. An amatrice dish of soft dough gnocchi dumplings made with egg, of yellow color and oval shape. Oh, I thought they were describing the egg, and I was like, yeah, I certainly hope it's yellow and oval in there. That's
You
typically
can't-
what an egg is.
You can't do anything. Don't get tricky with it.
Oh,
Don't try and break any rules.
Alla Triciana was way early on in the list. Let's see. Where were we? Right, gnocchi Ricky. The gnocchi dumplings are squeezed between thumb and forefinger to give them their characteristic curly, served in a ragu sauce with sheep meat. Interesting.
Sheep. They got sheep there.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I've had sheep. This is something that I always get confused about and always feel a little silly about, because it's always explained to me and I never remember. Are sheep and lamb considered to be the same type of thing when it comes to, like, cuts of meat? Sheep is lamb? Okay, yeah. I've had lamb before in, like, mince pies, and that was pretty good. I've never had it in a pasta.
But surely, if veal is different from cow, then lamb is different from sheep, right?
People are saying in chat, lamb is young sheep, gammon is adult sheep, mutton is old sheep. Interesting.
Wow, they have a step for being old, too? What is an old cow? What is old beef?
I have to wonder if there's a word for that. I don't know, actually. I don't know terribly much about meat, specifically, because I don't like touching it. I like eating it fine, but I'm not keen on touching and working with it myself, so... let's see... What else next? Gramigna alla salsiccia. Bolognese dish of gramigna pasta, and no one knows what this is. With a tomato sauce with chopped sausage. Or a white sauce of milk cream with chopped sausage. So it's grandma's pasta with sausage, some sort of sauce.
Damn, putting milk cream sauce on sauce, that's crazy. That's unheard of. That's unheard of around here.
I mean, I've had pasta that was like a white and then like a white sauce that also specifically had like wine or vodka in it and sausage, and like that's really good. I don't think it's quite this, but
because like a sausage gravy, that's not a milk cream. I don't think so.
It wasn't quite a vodka sauce like that. Frums, there was no tomato in it. Actually, was there tomato? If there was, it was very, very little tomato. But it was good. It was good. And I literally had this years and years and years ago, so I'm like only half remembering it, and mostly the memory is, man, that was fucking good. Anyways. Hirten macaroni.
Why are you hurting it?
Look what they did to poor macaroni.
Injured from an avalanche.
It's so sad. The red here isn't actually a sauce, it's just like bruising and being out in the sun for too long. It's really tragic what happened to it. But it's delicious, so maybe it had to happen. A South Tyrolean dish consisting of penne, ragu, no capital P, peas, and ham. In Italian, macaroni alla pastora. This is the German name for it. What? Why are they giving us the German name for it in the Italian section?
I guess because it's up at the very tip top of Italy.
I guess. Insalata di pasta. A classic pasta salad, made with some kind of short pasta, dressed with cherry tomatoes, pitted black olives, dried mozzarella, diced baked ham, or an alternative tuna and oil. Fresh basil leaves and oil, to be served cold. Pasta salad's okay. It's fine. I'm not super keen on it, but it's okay. Laina con I cecchi? I think. Or maybe keki? I'm never sure what is the soft and hard C's and what's the ch C's in different languages. A dish from Irpinia with laina pasta with a tomato sauce with chickpeas. Another chickpea meal. You'll love to see it. Lagane I Siciari from Calabria, prepared with lagane, a wide pasta. It's lasagna. It's lasagna.
They're getting a bit cute with it, aren't they? Not writing lasagna.
Is it
wanting to show off a little bit?
Is it just lasagna? Is it? And this article is literally just what it says here. It's a wide pasta with chickpeas, garlic, and oil.
Think you're so tough? Think you're so tough calling that lasagna?
Hang on. The only reference to lagane is the redirect link. No sources, no citations. Dude, just trust me.
For all we know, it's not even real. I mean, nobody's ever done this.
Wide pasta with chickpeas and garlic sounds fucking good, so, I mean, I'd eat it. Lasagna alla napoletana. They got balls in this one. They do got ball in this one.
Sure do. And they stick together.
Warning, warning, balls are touching. Neapolitan dish of baked lasagna, flat-shaped pasta, prepared with several layers of lasagna sheets, alternated with ragu sauce, mozzarella cheese, or scamorza cheese. Southern Italian cow's milk cheese. Look at the shape on this son of a bitch. This is a gourd.
It's a bottle of soda.
Samurai have this on their hip with full of I don't know, rice or grain alcohol, and they take a big sip. Yeah, they got sake in there. A smoked cheese. Oh, fuck. That does sound good. Smoked cheese is good as hell. It is a stretched curd cheese. It sure looks fucking stretched. Matures in its own way for several hours. Generally form the cheese into a round shape. Tie a string around it and hang it to dry. So it just happens to... This is sometimes referred to as strangling the cheese! What are they doing to him? They're hurting him, but it's delicious!
Giving it a shapely form.
Who up strangling the cheese and then smoking it?
You strangle your cheese, but is it supple at the end?
I certainly hope so. The resulting taste will be much stronger and more dominant if you substitute it for mozzarella. It is reputed to melt better in baking. Using the smoked variety adds a prominent background flavor in replacement of mozzarella. Citation needed.
You don't need none of that mozzarella, baby.
The term...
I'm pear-like. Take a look, I'm pear-like.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. The term may come from the Italian phrases capa mozzo or testa mozzata, both meaning severed head. That's awesome, actually.
This would also explain the use of scamorza in the region as idiot or fool.
Oh my god, I completely didn't read that!
I think there's like a war between mozzarella and scamorza.
They're out here fighting the strongest battles, and none of us outside of Italy even know about this. This eternal war of dickhead cheese. It'll never end. Lasagna alla bolognese. Bolognese lasagna dish. For this variant, lasagna with egg, and sometimes lasagna verde or green lasagna, with spinach in the dough. That does sound good. I've never had that. Hang on. Please don't say dickhead cheese? Why, what's wrong? Smile. Anyways. In this dish, the layers of lasagna sheets are alternated with bolognese sauce, bechamel sauce, and Parmigiano Reggiano. Yeah, I imagine if you've got like a spinach pasta, it mostly is just gonna add color to it. Like I've had, not lasagna specifically, but I've had like, you get it from the store and it's like, yeah, here's the multicolored pasta, because like some of it has like sun-dried tomato or pepper in it, and some of it has like spinach in it, and then it's like, there's not much of a difference in taste that I can ever really notice.
If you add it yourself, it's usually notable.
Yeah, probably. That makes more sense. I guess that's just kind of how it goes when you buy store-bought versus getting a fresh thing. Lasagna al pesto. Liguria variant of lasagna al forno. For this variant, lasagna with egg are used. The layers of lasagna alternate with pesto, bechamel, and parmesan. Yeah, sounds good. Chocolate pasta. Huh. Never had that. Never heard of that, even. Macarones de busa. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. Lorigitas con sugo di pollo. Dish or maybe polo? I'm never sure how it's pronounced in Italian. Originating from the town of Morgongio. This word is killing my body. I keep hiccuping trying to read it. Morgongiori of Lorigitas. Tomato sauce made with chicken. It's that simple and it took me that long to read it. Anyways, they look like this. This is a Christmas wreath.
Damn, it's almost a pretzel. It's a pretzel if they gave up on the artistry of it. It's like, what? Fuck, I can't remember the instructions.
Well, I twisted it. I twisted it good enough. Here you go.
Oh, there's supposed to be salt on it? Fuck.
Ah, damn. Well, toss this one in sauce. It's good enough.
I guess I'll just have to use this. Oh no, I've ruined the pretzels. There's a tomato sauce made with chicken on that tree over there. If only I could get a ladder to go up and pluck it.
Oh, Principal Skinner-ass meal. Thank you, Bund Cake, for the resub for 29 months. Much appreciated. Oh, I really like the description of this one. Macarones de busa.
Typical Sardinia's pasta.
Of soft dough gnocchi dumplings with pepper and cheese.
Typical.
Don't even specify the type of cheese. They really are just down on Sardinia. They can join the fight between mozzarella and Scamorza.
It'll never end. I love that it's called macarones, but it's gnocchi. Not a macaron in sight. This one, macaronara al ragu. Dish of macaronara pasta with ragu. I don't know what macaronara is. Followed by macaroni al sugo di capra, a dish of macaroni pasta.
All right, hold on. We've got macarones, macaronara, macaroon. I think this is like a dad going down the list.
Also with ragu, but this one is goat meat. But hold on to your trousers, my friend, because next up we got macaroni. It's macaroni.
Well, I think one of these four could be real, and the rest, we'll need some citations, please.
One of these has a blue link that leads to something, so the rest of these got to get their act together. Macaroni a la pasta. Wait! It's hurtin' macaroni!
The family's all together.
Go to hell! Fuck you! You can't be double stacking like that! That's why there's no picture here, you son of a bitch!
Hurtin' macaroni's living two lives. They got a family in Germany.
Get that shit out of here! You're out! This one, however, is completely different. Macaroni con la tripa. It's a Savona dish made with macaroni pasta in a tomato sauce based on tripe and sausage. Now, I will give them credit. They do add another ingredient by having tripe here. So, yeah, that makes sense. It's a whole different thing. Macaroncini di Campo Filone al Ragu.
It's the baby of the family.
Baby macaroni and ragu, I guess.
Yeah, like, you got, like, the grandpa, and then, like, macarones can be the brother, and then macaronara can be the sister, and then macaroni can be, like, Uncle Jesse.
We've got such a beautiful family portrait painted here, and you truly do love to see it. Mafalde con ragu napoletano e ricotta.
Alright, that one only appears in one episode.
This one at least is different. It's not a macaron. They got a different one here. It's like a ribbon shape, kind of similar to like a, you know, you've got like another different flat long noodle, but they make it wavy like the ends of a like some what's it called, lasagnas are. That's neat. That's cute. Which one was that? Mafaldine. With Neapolitan ragu sauce, which is onion, meat, tomato sauce, red wine, basil, lard, or olive oil. So it's like definitely got tomatoes, and it's like a much thicker sort of red sauce type of thing. That's probably what most like folks from the United States think of when they think of like a ragu, is that kind of sauce.
Oh, I don't think of ragu at all. But to me, that is the sauce.
Yeah, that's.
There's no other sauce. That's the one.
It's tomato and meat sauce. That's that's the spaghetti sauce.
This goes on the spaghetti.
Also, I love, after this entire article, they have to specify that Neapolitan ragu is a variety of meat sauce called ragu. I am enamored with that. I am entranced by that. Malfatti di carpendolo con burro e salvia. A Brescia dish of malfatto di carpendolo dumplings, filled with spinach, charred chicory, eggs, grana padano cheese, white flour, nutmeg, and breadcrumbs. Served with melted butter flavored with saved leaves. Now, I don't know what type of pasta this is, but it's evidently a stuffed dumpling sort of thing. Spinach is delicious. Chard is delicious. I don't think I've ever had spinach and chard together.
I think they serve it together as a greens mix at the store.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, would you really be able to notice much of, like, the difference with, like, flavor and texture if they're, like, cooked together type of thing? Would that really add anything, or is it just like, well, we got both, so we're using both to, you know, sort of, like, put more stuff in it type of deal? I want to try this shit for myself to know. You get spinach and cheese stuffed in a pasta. That shit's good, so, like, this certainly sounds good. Used to get Swiss chard empanadas? Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds good. I haven't had a fucking empanada in a hot minute. Maloredus alla Campidanese from Sardinia.
I think these last three have been like the villains.
This does look like a villain pasta. This is the villain. This is the dude who's got power over maggots, but a pasta.
Alright. It is I, Maloredus. You're gonna have to sign over the family home to me, or else you'll never see macaroncini ever again.
To me, Maloredus is like if Pudge was Italian. That's the things from James and the Giant Peach?
The thing?
Now, I know you mean, like, maggots and worms and stuff, because I've read and watched James and the Giant Peach. But you realize there's a lot of things in James and the Giant Peach.
Yeah,
for instance,
they got a whole ecosystem.
For instance, there's James, and there's Giant Peach.
And there's a spider. There's a spider, right?
There is a spider. I get what you mean, but man, that's such a funny fucking way of putting that. with a ragu sauce made with sausage from Sardinia and pecorino cheese. Wait, hang on a second. This is literally that. Malaretta's pasta with sausage meat and a tasty sauce.
I guess that's the only way you can make it.
Why isn't the picture there? Maltagliati al fagioli. Gay people and Italians are allowed to reclaim this. A dish of maltagliati egg pasta with cannellini beans or borlotti bean, a variant of the common pasta e fagioli. I've never had this. I've heard it's kind of soup.
Yeah, they sell this in various places, including Olive Garden. Yeah, I think you typically just say like fagioli.
Right, yeah, like I know there's a ton of Italian Americans that would be like, because there's a bunch of different people I watch on YouTube mostly for like food stuff, and so I have some that do like, you know, the quote unquote traditional Italian stuff, then you've got like the Italian American stuff. So this one dude I like watching from New York, and sometimes when I'm cooking pasta I think to myself in his voice. And there's one video I think about where he's just like,
Okay guys, today we're going to be making pasta fazool.
and I think about that sometimes. Also, there's
the type of thing where I couldn't tell what it was supposed to be for a long time because this doesn't look anything like what they're saying.
Yeah. There's also like, you know, pasta aglio e olio, which is just pasta with garlic and oil. And you've got like
that's
people.
what they wrote on their table back then.
And like Italian Americans sometimes pronounce it like pasta allo oo or pasta allo olio, which is fun. I love dialects like that being different in like different places. It's like I'm always so like delighted at the difference between like, you know, quote unquote high class Parisian French and then like the more hick sounding Quebecois French.
Oh, tabernacle.
Tabernacle, see. The one thing that I am so happy about, there was this one clip going around from like a French sketch comedy show where they had like a trans dude on, and they were like, "Oh, so you know, you're happier as a man than you were when you were born?" And he's like, "Yeah, I am." And the other guest goes, "Oh, but the Bible says," and the host just goes,
Ta gueule.
and it is, I need to tell you, that is one of the like harshest French swears I know. It is basically the equivalent of going, "Shut the fuck up." And I am so delighted to know that it is a swear in both France and Quebec. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to know that. Also, yeah, I knew fucking instantly when that dude just said that. I was like, yeah, this is totally from like a fucking comedy show and not like a real ass interview. Where were we? Marubini cremonesi. A Cremona dish of marubini dumplings filled with braising? As in stuff that has been braised?
Yeah,
Question
like
mark?
like egg and pulled pork.
Salami, cheese, nutmeg, and then in a broth with beef, pork, and chicken. Excuse me. I guess it's just the meats that were braised to make the broth kind of thing are in there? Question mark. Mpurnatu. Oh, certainly pronouncing that one wrong. A Campobello delicata baked potato dish. Now, I'm looking at this fucking shot of above from this
some
place.
kind of noodle.
You can eat this whole thing. And, like, from far away, the way this looks in, like, this tiny little thumbnail here is, like, exactly how, like, the fucking weird rock formations look in, like, Destiny, where they're like, yeah, this is where the Traveler was, and this is the weird spot it left behind it. I guess that's just kind of how, like, cities and rockscapes from far away look. This is a little bit of a Boss Baby moment I'm having here, but...
It looks like a labyrinth.
It looks like something you'd see in, like, a Mario 64 skybox.
Yeah, it's a wet, dry world right there.
Death Star texture. Yeah, that's a way of putting it. That's a way of putting it. You can do the Kessel Run in 8 seconds down in that one, or whatever. Nidi di rondine. Just made some food using leftover ingredients, can't call it pasta, can't call it super stew, can't call it gruel, this is just food? Awesome. You have made what we in the business call that slop. Even if it's not slop, you've made that slop. Is this pasta creepy or wet? I mean, most pasta by definition is at least wet. Most pasta by definition is at least wet. Good old classic dump meal. 2 of my favorite types of meals to do that are just like fucking whatever. And I'm reminded of this because someone sent me a message on Tumblr about it. Is either, you know, the eponymous slop meal, in which you have some stuff all slopped together, and that's good. The other one is, here's some stuff all separate that I'm eating together, that I lovingly call charcuterie board for assholes. And I got a message about that reminding me that that was a thing I said once. And it was someone just being like, yeah, dude, it like totally changed my mindset about how I can engage with food on like some days where it's like I used to just be really hard on myself for not being able to cook or whatever. But now I just get some shit out of the fridge and put it together on a plate and I'm like, yeah, it's my charcuterie board for assholes. And I was just like, fuck yeah.
When you think about it, you can think about it all like as like stats.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a slop, you have like a broth of stats that's going into your body. You're boosting vitamin A and B and C and D.
Right.
The numbers are going up in there.
Right.
And that's how it is. Food is stats for you.
Exactly.
No matter what you do, food is stats for you.
It's all about making the number go higher.
I can feel it whenever I take a bite of something that is nutritious. Mm-hmm. Like, I can feel it, like, boosting.
Mm-hmm. I thought about it for a while after Balp said it, but I truly now understand what he means when he says...
Food does make him stronger.
Yeah, he eats food and it makes him stronger. I had to sit and think about that, and I was like, wait, no, he's right. And not even just in, like, the obvious sense of, like, yeah, you eat food, it gives your body energy, but, like, in the immediate sense of, like, you've just eaten the food, and you get stronger.
Yeah,
it's so real!
You can feel the effect.
That's why you gotta eat that good shit, so you feel the effects. Anyways, this, whatever the fuck this is. A Romagna baked pasta dish. Prepared a fresh egg pasta.
Just a note of... Just thought you should know.
If you even care.
Yeah, prepare that fresh egg pasta if you care. Just another Sardinian dish.
With a tomato sauce and smoked ham, beef, mushrooms, bechamel, and parmigiano reggiano. Orecchiette con chime di rapa from Apulia. A dish made of orecchiette pasta with rapini, sometimes called turnip tops, broccoletti, or broccoli rob.
Hey, it's me, your good pal Broccoli Rob. Come and eat me.
Garlic, chili, and sometimes anchovies or pork. I don't know if I've ever had broccoli rob, but I've heard it's good and I've always wanted to.
Don't know what it is. No link.
No
what
link.
Am I supposed to do?
Oh, rapini right here. This shit. It's like a brassica, isn't it? Yeah, it's brassica.
This is called broccoli?
It's broccoli rob. But also rapini. And it's it doesn't really taste like broccoli. I don't really know why they call it this.
Oh, it's got an energy stat. I'm a fan.
It does! Which I guess makes sense. That's what, like, calories are. It's what that measures. But I can't remember the last time I've seen it described as energy stat, yeah. This makes your green bar fill up so you can do more stunts.
Excellent.
Oh wait, there totally is a picture of... Oh!
Oh.
I mean, this happens when you cook down certain, like, greens and vegetables and stuff, is they do just become flat brown color.
Own work, huh? Taking ownership. I can respect it.
Now, I have so much respect for this because, A, I mean, the obvious, food photography is hard, but more importantly, B, this is a my meal ass picture. You add a little bit more blur to this, and this is a my meal ass picture.
Man, Valve accidentally took the best pictures of me ever.
Hell yeah.
Whenever we were in Boston. And one of them is just like, I don't know if I wasn't around for yesterday, so I don't know if they were like showing stuff. Like, he took a picture of me and Scorpy, and he was like somehow rotating my phone at the same time. And like, it was like rapidly spinning towards us. That's what the picture looks like. It looks like an album cover. So what I'm saying is you should have thrown your phone at the horchata.
That's what works for me when I do food photos. Apparently that pic was shown off, people are saying. That's cool.
Great.
Thank you, Trucks Anima, for the resub.
I caught a stream I can finally subscribe properly.
Yippee! I mean, you can just fucking subscribe if I'm not live. Plenty of people do that. I do that a lot for streams I watch because I'm shy and I don't like being shouted out live. But you can just fucking hit the tip or subscribe button whenever you want. It don't gotta be when I'm live. I get it. Palote cace e ove from Abruzzo. Ball-shaped dumplings made of breadcrumbs, cheese, and eggs. Baked in a tomato sauce. Yeah, that sounds good. You got a cheese egg. Panzotti alla salsa di gnocchi. This picture with, like, the slight white faded edges. It's like a memorial!
Oh, man.
In loving memory of this meal!
My memory.
My dream! You know what this makes me think of? You know that one picture of it's like a baby monkey in clothes captioned with like 7 billion people and me.
Yeah, like this needs like, it needs some kind of like text added to it. This is kind of like it's kind of like a DeviantArt, whatever you call them, the tags. You know, like the Barney Calhoun is sexy.
Oh, like one of the stamps you would put on your profile.
Yeah, it is a DeviantArt stamp. So this is like pro pasta.
Italy has invented the first DeviantArt stamp that you can eat, and it's delicious. That's my Now This news update. I hope you liked it. A dish of panzotti dumplings filled with prescinsua. That's not at all how you pronounce that.
Oh, there it is again.
I don't know IPA, so I can't read that out. I should fucking learn.
The texture is half solid, half liquid.
Awesome. Consistency halfway between yogurt and ricotta. Ooh. Soft motherfucker. Okay, I see. A mix of boiled... Oh, this says boiled wild herbs. I misread this as boiled wet herbs, and I was about to say, I certainly hope so. Called pre-Boggian!
What? Leaf vegetable.
Leaf vegetables!
Now you're just fucking around. A mixture. Okay, Italy's got a special pre-Boggian section. All right, different wild boiled greens. Okay, you can get away with it for now.
And they do specify one of the ingredients of it, so sure.
Borage.
We got that borage. Me and the Borage Boys staring in the microwave.
Come on in for supper. We're eating borage.
I go out foraging and the Borage looks at me like this and asks if I got games on my phone. Oh, this is filled with pre-Boggian.
Prehistoric.
A little bit. This looks like something that they would find, like, mummified in a dead, like, mammoth stomach or something they found in a tar pit.
Yeah, we got some pre-Boggian from the Cambrian era.
This is something from a peat bog. This is what Gruntilda eats. This is awesome.
It's like little frogs with sauce.
Uh-huh. This little bit here does straight up look like a grub. This is fucking awesome. This is one of the greatest things I've learned about all week. My god.
Yeah, that is historic Italian.
This is culturally very important, actually. This is the Shrek meal.
Yeah.
We're getting down to peas. Pappardelle al cinghiale from Tuscany. Oh, they got that rake for this one, so you know it's good.
Yeah, that was my first impression, too.
Sideshow Bob steps on these to keep him away from the meal.
Gotta keep it finely combed.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid there's a borage in there.
This is the Maremma dish made with pappardelle egg pasta. A large flat egg pasta noodle, similar to... Oh, I thought this said wild fettuccine for a second. Because the word wild is down here and my wires got crossed. With a ragu sauce based on wild boar meat. That does sound good. I've never had wild boar. Thank you, so how was your day for the 5-month resub? Very much appreciated. Pappardelle al ragu di Cinta Senese. Sienna dish made with pappardelle, in which they describe what pappardelle is once again, with a ragu sauce. Once again, but this time it's based on a different meat. The Cinta Senese is a different type of hog! They're both from Tuscany!
There was a fight. Somebody had a fight here.
Oh, absolutely. You goddamn know they did. Passatelli in brodo. This is my yellow meal. This is delicious yellow meal.
It kind of looks like those fireworks that turn into worms whenever you fire them.
To me, this looks like a mix between, like pork crackling, pork rind, whatever you call it, and,
my free range
fucking, like, there's, like, crunchy Cheetos that don't have cheese on them.
Oh, the bad ones.
The corn only, the corn and salt only ones.
Yeah, the ones that are always fully stocked on the shelf while the hot Cheetos are missing.
I have had them before. I genuinely thought they were fine, but they are basically just salt. And you put too much of that salt in your body and it's like, ah, my organs, they're going to bed. A dish of passatelli pasta made of breadcrumbs, eggs, parmesan, a pinch of spices, nutmeg, or lemon peel? Is lemon peel considered a spice? It's spice adjacent, but oh well, who are we to judge? Oh, there was one that you skipped over. Oh,
the
was
one
there?
right above it.
Oh shit, yeah. A dish made with pappardelle again, but this time with a sauce of peas, bacon, and parmesan. No capital P on the peas.
That was a one-time thing.
Fruit peels are considered spices? Oh, huh. I'm learning. Thanks for letting me know. I've never considered that, but also it's the type of thing where I always see it in the context of spices, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Like, peppercorns are just like a like a little berry, aren't they? And also you got like peppers and stuff, which they like dry and grind down into spices as well. Peppers and peppercorns both. Damn, I never thought about it that way. And pasta al pesto di pistachio is a dish made with a short pasta, unspecified, with pistachio, cheese, and lemon peel. This is a meal. It's got pasta in it. Here's some nuts. You want it? I do gotta go on break again, so I am going to take the opportunity to get up. I will pause this music. This song is called Merry Christmas Loading Theme. That's awesome. And we'll restart that once I get back. Put on some other music in the meantime. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna stretch, I'm gonna refill my water, because we still have a fair bit to go. Get up, have a stretch, get yourself a drink or a snack, because I'm just gonna be running the ads while I'm away. So, we'll be back real soon.
just came home from the damn hospital and now it's cooking? Why are we?
Well, it's cooking in a roundabout sense, I suppose. Hello, I'm back. I'm sitting in my chair. I'm getting a blanket over me. I got the window open. It's starting to get a little cooler. So, let's get cozy. We've got more pasta to read through. We got more pasta to read through. I hope you're ready. I hope you're hyped up, amped up, prepared. I hope you got your pasta power. I hope you've got...
It's time to change discs.
It's time to toss the music back on. By which I mean, put the Merry Christmas loading theme back on from the start. And go back to our list of pastas. Next up is pasta alla Grecia. We've reached the part where a lot of these don't really discriminate based on what kind of specific pasta you use. This is just you use pasta in it. Also, while I was up and away, we had a bunch of subs and stuff. We had Glog Bob giving out a gift sub, thank you for that. We had Bits from Orange Carnation, thank you for that. We had Catnip.biz giving a gift sub out to Milvs, thank you for that. And Eddie Maru with the Tier 3 35-month sub, thank you very much, that's very generous of you. Pasta alla Grecia. Guanciale, pecorino romano, and black pepper. A Roman dish made with fried guanciale, pecorino romano cheese, and black pepper without tomatoes. According to the most likely hypothesis, the name of the dish derives from the Romanesco word Greccio. In Papal Rome, the Greci were sellers of common foods and got the name because many of them came from Valtellina, at the time possessions of the Swiss canton of Grigioni. Pasta alla Grecia would then mean pasta prepared with the simple ingredients: guanciale, pecorino romano, black pepper, readily available at the local Greccio. Thought I read this one earlier? Nope.
It's very similar to something else.
Quite a few of them are very similar in a lot of ways, so you might look at this and think, this is similar to another one, but don't fret. It's different because of one or two things. Another theory about the origins of the dish claims it was invented in the hamlet Griciano in the region of Lazio near Amatrice. This theory is unlikely, however, both for the size of Griciano, which is little more than a group of houses, and because in this case the adverbial locution should be alla Griciana. It should be noted that in Amatrice as late as the 1960s, Amatriciana sauce was prepared without tomato, therefore coinciding with Grecia. Due to this reason, Grecia is often named Amatriciana Bianca. And that's pork chow, baby. Pasta alla Norma.
Patented Skinner pasta. Old family recipe.
I just remembered there's one specifically later that I'm very excited about for Skinner-adjacent reasons, and that doesn't mean fucking anything to anyone, but I'm looking forward to it. This shit's good because it's eggplant, and I fucking love eggplant. This is normal pasta. This is normal Ritus's pasta. Dish made with a short pasta with a sauce prepared with tomatoes, fried eggplant, grated ricotta salata, cheese, and basil. Yeah, eggplant, fucking good. Fried eggplant, fucking good. Fried eggplant with a tomato sauce and pasta. Wouldn't you know it? Also fucking good. I love eggplant. I haven't actually watched Unlimited Steam, actually. A ton of my friends have. I keep forgetting to look at it, but I've seen some fucking clips of really fucking good moments.
Yeah, it's especially funny whenever it starts swearing.
Yeah! I know there's a couple that you've posted with swears in it that have fucking killed me. I burned the goddamn soft roll?
Like, the top one best one was just like it ending on Chalmers going, oh, I'm so fucking stupid, and then it immediately cuts to the next episode.
That's awesome. One of my favorite ones that I remember someone talking about and overhearing was like when they were trying to think of like a natural phenomenon to replace Aurora Borealis, I think what they fixated on was like natural disasters. So they were talking about like either a volcano erupting or like an earthquake happening specifically just in his kitchen.
Yeah, usually it's meteors. Like it's like very often it is a meteor or a poltergeist.
Uh-huh. That's great. That's great. Skinner's saying he'll take care of the succubus by himself. Oh, you can't show that on Twitch. That's not allowed. Pasta a Paolina. No image. No one's ever seen this. But it is a Palermo dish made with a long pasta, usually bucatini or spaghetti. With tomato, anchovy, cinnamon cloves, almonds, garlic, basil, and breadcrumbs.
Throw everything in there. Just a little taste of everything.
Invented by a friar at the monastery of San Francesco di Paola. Friars avoid meat consumption due to their traditional vow of poverty, so the dish is pescatarian and utilizes minimal ingredients. But I don't know. This seems a little bit above minimal. Yeah.
Maximal minimum.
This is like going, yeah, I'm taking a vow of like poverty and minimalism and then power gaming that, and like honestly good for them. That's awesome.
Oh, all I have is just a tomato and a measly anchovy and a little bit of cinnamon and only a couple cloves and just a handful of almonds and a clove of garlic and just a pinch of basil and it's just a spoonful of breadcrumbs.
It does sound good.
And just an ounce of edible gold.
Just a little bit. Holly, I will never stop being taken the fuck out by your very Canadian volcano? Is the way I say volcano very Canadian? Is it?
I don't think so.
I've never had someone say that to me about volcano before.
There's only one thing that stands out as like a word that one of my friends says very specifically, and it's only something I recognized recently. Balp says button. He says button.
Awesome. I know there's certainly some stuff I pronounce that is like extremely Canadian or Quebecois sounding. I've never heard that for volcano before. Button. One that always gets me, which I don't do myself, I used to do when I was a kid though, is there's a bunch of people here who will take the word pillow and pronounce it pello. As if there's like an E in there instead of an I. And I've always thought that was interesting. Anyways, this one I totally misread as pasta cacanutta. That's not what it is.
Yeah, so this is pasta canonutta.
Happy Nunata November, everybody! A Palermo pasta dish made with long pasta with a sauce of ghiancetti, the white bait. They're making my job easier here, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's immature fry.
Yeah, real fucking immature. The white bait. Sorry, go ahead.
It had a verb version of it in there, white baiting.
Oh, come on! Stop! Olive oil, garlic, parsley, black pepper, and white wine. I gotta know, is this like food for nuns? Let's see. Most common and preferred, especially in the Palermo area, where bream is used in its common species is common Pandora. No, they don't specify that specifically. Huh. Pasta civroculi arriminati. Another Palermo dish made of a short pasta with a sauce made of cauliflower, pine nuts, raisin, caciocavallo cheese. Look at how cute this is. It's another gourd-ass motherfucker. It's another gourd-looking motherfucker. Oh, the music stopped. I gotta put on more music. I don't have any other PC-98 tracks pulled up, and I don't feel like searching for more, so I'm just gonna play from my VLC playlist. So that's not gonna come through for you, Log, but it'll come through on the stream.
Oh, how little you know. The stream volume is always on for me.
I forget! You're like double boxing it, yeah. Alright, well you get to listen to Dreadmore music with me then.
I see. No, I hear.
Yippee! This looks like a snowman.
Yeah, it kind of looks like, I mean, it's not really that, it's actually just like the tied thing around the head, but it looks like it has a nose.
It does!
I love how all these cheeses have like an endangered species listing.
Honestly, Italians are very particular about cheeses and how they're like produced and manufactured and how they have to be done with specific regulations and often in like specific places. Which is interesting, but also results in a lot of like, yeah, this can only legally come from this one place in the world, otherwise you gotta call it something else, even if it's literally identical in basically every other way noticeable to your tongue.
If it settles in your area, you must not disturb it.
Pasta con ceci e nduja. Long pasta with a sauce of chickpeas and nduja. It is a spicy, spreadable pork sausage from Calabria. Ooh, that does sound good.
Whoa. How is the sausage spreadable like that?
So, like, they don't have it in, like, casing, and they cook it in such a way that, like, basically the inside doesn't really, like, firm up kind of thing.
You know when a food is good is whenever it's red.
That's true as fuck, honestly. There's like certain types of like chorizo that are kind of like a soft no casing sausage type of thing.
Yeah, you can spread out a chorizo pretty thin, but it's never quite like this.
Yeah, this is different. Let's see. Similar to sobrasada in the Balearic Islands in Spain, to the Piedmontese salam de la duja, and to the French andouille. This Calabria's contribution to many types of Italian salumi. It originates from the area around the small Calabrian town of Spillinga! Spillinga sausage all over this delicious bread. Ooh, it's head meat. Interesting. Then, like, trimmings, skin, fat back, peppers. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. I want to try this.
Red. It's red. You gotta have it.
All those peppers in there getting that red on. Pasta con lisarde. You'll never guess what's in this one.
Hair.
Not quite. But you're getting close. Long pasta, usually bucatini or spaghetti, with a sauce with a finely chopped mixture of sardines and anchovy. It does look a little bit like something you would pick out of the vacuum cleaner, but I know that shit tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
Pasta con I pepperoni cruci. Oh, they got those chili flake in there. They got
it's
that, like,
red.
Yeah, they got those chunks of that dried pepper. Oh man. Oh, the chunk. A pasta dish served with pepperoni cruci, crispy peppers, fried crumb, and optionally grated pepperino or
fried crumb.
cacio e ricotta.
Fried crumb. What part of the animal is that?
I think that's just like breadcrumb. I know there's like a bunch of dishes that are like, yeah, you know, instead of like a cheese on it necessarily, we just take like some bits of breadcrumb, fry them in like, you know, butter and a bit of salt, and they come out good.
That's such a funny way to say it though, because like it's breadcrumb everywhere. Breadcrumb is how it's utilized everywhere. That's the wording, no matter what. Fried crumb, I feel like that makes it bigger.
Yeah, it makes it sound different, don't it? Why are they hanging the pepper? To dry it. It's dried. It's dried out. Let's see. Dried and sweet-flavored type of capsicum annuum, cultivated in Basilica since the 1600s. Thin pulp and low water content, which makes it easier to be dried. Ah.
Sowing begins in spring, and harvest begins in July.
Peppers are placed on cloths for 3 days in shady and dry places. Tied to a lace forming garlands, dried outdoors in the summer period. By tradition, they are hung on windows, balconies, and houses' walls. Neat. They can be consumed on their own as a vegetable chip. Huh. I guess that makes sense if it's got like a dry and kind of crispy outer to it. Pasta culu indrupeche. They got that fun noodle shape. They got that slight curve holding all that red. Chunk of something or other.
It looks kind of Fisher-Price to me. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to describe it. Something about this looks like a toy.
I think it's how clean the rest of the plate is. And then, like, the lighting being so, like, white. And kind of harsh. Which sometimes you kind of have to do for, like, food photography, but also, it's got that glisten to it. It looks like the pasta was a 3D model they perfectly put on top of this plate.
Uh-huh. It looks like Play-Doh, I think.
This is a 3D printed meal. This is what they would put in, like, the display of the shop in the window. Like, you know, like, there's a bunch of ramen shops in Japan where they'll just, like, have, like, a window with, like, models of their food that you can look up to be like, yeah, it'll look like this. I'll get that. This pasta is straight up clinical. Really good first time message. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I was thinking of that whenever they were showing the picture of the cannellini. It looked like a surgical tool.
Uh-huh. A potenza dish made with pasta like ferretti, strascinati, or orecchiette. I almost mispronounced that. This is a good time for pedal crash music. With the indrupeche sauce.
A typical ragu.
Made with salame pezzente. So seasoned with chili or grated horseradish. Pasta e ceci, which is chickpea and pasta. Soup with garlic and rosemary. That sounds good, yeah. Pasta e fagioli. Again, bean soup. Beans and pasta soup, commonly prepared with cannellini beans or borlotti beans, and some type of small pasta, such as elbow macaroni or ditalini. See, I'm a little confused, because this is just the general, yeah, you can put pasta and beans and soup together, and then there was like a specific version of it earlier on. Additional ingredients may be used and many variants exist. I always get a little bit confused by these lists. Maybe this is just me, where like they have like the very specific ones, and then also go, yeah, but here it is in like a general sense kind of thing. Maybe that's just me getting hung up on nothing though. Pasta molicata. This one's cute. This one's cute. I like this guy. Pasta with toasted breadcrumbs and eventually tomato.
After the first bite.
I know they mean that in like the historic sense, but God. Eventually you'll have it with tomato. Don't worry about it. It is a traditional dish of the Basilicata cuisine, but widespread throughout southern Italy. The pasta ca mudica is a Sicilian variant. Yo, thank you, the Bacat, for the raid. I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream today. We're looking at pasta. We're looking at fucking pasta. You heard of it? You will. Pasta incaschiata. From Sicily. A Messina dish of baked pasta made of macaroni pasta with a tomato sauce with minced meat, boiled eggs, eggplant, caciocavallo cheese, pecorino cheese, and garlic. I never seen boiled egg and pasta. It doesn't sound bad, but I'm just sitting here thinking like,
I've never thought of that. You could do that?
my mind is blown. It's like the day I learned you could just cook a single serving of pasta at once instead of serving like cooking up like 10 servings of it. My god. Penne all'arrabbiata.
Well, that looks... It looks familiar, but also artificial.
I see that. I think I see that.
Like a penne pasta is part of my family, but my penne pasta would never get that red.
It's the restaurant quality one that they dolled up a little bit for the sake of a good photo. Penne pasta with the arrabbiata sauce, a spicy sauce made from garlic, tomato, and red chili peppers. It's the chili peppers. That's what makes it so red. They got that pepper in there.
Oh boy.
It's not just a tomato sauce. I see. Made from garlic, tomatoes, and the red-hot chili peppers cooked in oil. The sauce originates from the Lazio region. All this time, I was out here thinking of, yeah, wouldn't it be so funny if the Foo Fighters patented a GMO new berry, when I wasn't thinking about how much funnier it would be if the Red Hot Chili Peppers patented an exclusive new sauce. The Red Hot Chili Arrabbiata.
Well, have they ever sold anything?
No.
Like, surely they have merchandise that goes beyond just, like your typical shirt.
No, they've never even sold an album.
Damn. I guess that's why they're not around anymore.
It's so sad what happened to them, but because of them, California will live another couple of years.
Yeah, I had a baby.
Let's never forget what they did. I don't know what they did.
They made a California chini.
And everyone is eating it deliciously and living there. Penne alla norcina from Umbria. A dish of penne with a sauce of milk, cream, and sausage, flavored with fresh truffles and Parmigiano Reggiano. Now, I've never had truffles before. I've heard that shit's
Truffles.
good.
I don't know if I've had a real truffle. I feel like it's a word that people throw around, and
Yeah.
I don't know what it's actually supposed to be.
Now, I know...
So I don't know if I've ever had it. I've had a mushroom that tasted like dinosaur meat, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't a truffle.
I've heard a lot of people get, like, real fucking up in arms specifically about, like, truffle oil. Because in a lot of times in a lot of places, Luppy, really fucking good username. Thank you for the 26-month resub. Much appreciated. Truffle oil is, to my understanding, basically just like, here's some olive oil, and we put some truffles in it for a while. And then some people are like, yeah, that's, like, good and interesting and, like, an accessible way for people to, like, taste and appreciate truffles. And then other people are like, this is a scam, you can't fucking taste the truffle in it. Kind of thing. I've never had it. I don't fucking know. Quite frankly, I don't have a stake in this horse race.
I've never had a truffle, so like...
Neither have I.
I'm hardly enthused.
Mm-hmm. Yo, thank you, Duke, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. I hope you found at least one diamond. Evidently you did, given how the stream ended. But hell yeah. I hope it was a good time. Thank you for the McDonald's. Much appreciated. 105 diamonds? Let's go. Sorry for the deafeningly loud clap, but I got excited. We're reading about...
Another.
Another?
Yeah.
Let's go. Thank you, Goral Stream Team, for this brand new sub with Prime. Much appreciated. Hey, if you've got a...
If you'll forgive me for shilling a little bit, if you've got a Twitch Prime sub you haven't used this month, maybe you could consider using it on me.
Or using it on anyone on Twitch. Just make sure you use it. Don't forget to use it. It's free. You're literally taking money away from Jeff Bezos or whatever the fuck. Why not? What's next? Pici all'aglione from Tuscany. Siena dish of peachy pasta. This is a long man.
Crumble them up.
I looked at this for a second, and I thought it was like one single one, but no, they're just like rumpled up together. This is the long, long man of pasta.
Drop the piano on it.
What was the Holly recipe 3 hours ago? It was a long way of saying, hey, it's pretty easy to make pasta out of whatever you fucking want and whatever you have around. Here's like a general framework for how to do it. This is how I like doing it. Here's how you make just like a fresh, quick, easy pasta sauce type of deal with whatever vegetables you've got. Or other. It don't gotta be just vegetables. And then I was like, well, is that based off of any one specific recipe? Let's find out. And now we're looking at every pasta. If we made your pasta recipe, can we post a picture in fan art? Yeah, fucking go for it, sure. That's fun. A hand-rolled pasta. Like fat spaghetti.
Oh, like a big ol' E?
Like a big olie!
Oh, let me get out my machine.
Let me get my big olenizer out here! Wait, the way they describe this?
With a tomato sauce, rich of garlic.
Peachy all'aglione and full of its garlic.
I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. I do like the sound of a tomato sauce rich of garlic, though. I must be frank. I must be real. Pisare e faso. A Placenza dish of small... Placenza or Piacenza? Piacenza, sorry. Of small, soft dough gnocchi dumplings made of flour and breadcrumbs, with a tomato sauce with beans, bacon, and onion. So close to liver and onions. This song is good, but because it has vocals, I should turn it down a little bit so it doesn't drown out me talking too much. Pizza-getty della Valtellina. Now this has got some colors on it.
What do you think it's made out of?
I want to say poppy seeds.
I think it's made out of, cookies and cream Hershey bar.
Awesome. Did someone just slurp? Yeah, sorry, that was me. I was thinking about...
Liver and onions.
So what's in it? A Valtellina dish of Pizza-getty. A type of short tagliatelle, a flat ribbon pasta made with 80% buckwheat and 20% wheat flour. It can be made by hand or can be purchased pre-made. If they're prepared at home, they must generally be eaten the same day. Did someone just slurp? Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about...
Liver and onions.
I guess the speckles are on the outside of the sauce. Let's see. Sorry! I haven't read this yet. A dish of pizza-getty, or pizza-getty, sorry, with a sauce of cooked.
Yeah!
With a sauce of cooked.
It's rich of garlic and the sauce of cooked. It's very beautiful.
This stream was worth it just for this alone. That and rich of garlic. Just for those alone. sauce of cooked is such a Hollyism? It honestly is, and I'm going to try and incorporate it into my daily vernacular now. Along with greens, often Swiss chard, but also Savoy cabbage. Both of those are delicious. And cubed potatoes, layered with pieces of Valtellino Casera cheese, and dressed with garlic lightly fried in butter. Right, that's like a cool picture of like the seal on the outside, like the rind, but what's it look like inside? Show me the actual cheese.
Every time there's a picture of an Italian cheese, it's kind of like a forum signature.
A little! A little bit! This is the official Valtellina Casera brand forum account signature. They're always fucking shitposting in the games forum for some goddamn reason. They won't stop. But they're official, so there's not much we can legally do about it. Semi-skimmed cow's milk.
I think YouTubers could learn a thing or two. Like, just have your video start with a cheese wheel rolling out, and then it stops rolling, you see emblazoned on the side, Josh Gaming.
God, that would be fucking great. And I'm so sad we don't live in the world where that's commonplace yet. They didn't specify anywhere what, like, the taste of the cheese is, or, like, what the texture of the cheese is. Just that it's back to the 16th century and is used in dishes of the region. That's it. What's it like? Go there, buy a wheel, and find out. We are on to ravioli. Di boragine, or di boragine. It's a Genoa dish made with ravioli dumplings, filled with ricotta and borage.
Borage is here.
Once again, borage returns to me. Wonderful, wonderful borage, how I have missed you. How I have missed you so, so dearly. You got games on your phone, ass flower. Fucking... Earlier today, this is unrelated to borage specifically, but earlier today, when I said I was doing a pasta stream, in response, Erarg posted that one fucking Fat Dog Mendoza clip. Hang on, I could just pull it up and play it, honestly. Let me get it. I'll pause the music. Hopefully playing Fat Dog Mendoza on stream doesn't give me a copyright ding.
Fat Dog, where are you, my friend?
I'm here.
Tell me again. Tell me again about the pasta.
There's macaroni, cannelloni, ziti, fusilli, tubetti, spaghetti, manicotti, fettuccini, ravioli, gemelli, linguini, gnocchi, radiatori, and Varia.
Grazie. Grazie, my friend.
And no one in the world has ever fucking watched Fat Dog Mendoza, so no one can say with confidence if that man is dead or not. Not even the person who recorded that clip has ever watched Fat Dog Mendoza. It's a fake TV show. Anyways, it's ravioli with ricotta and borage. Served with butter and walnuts. More ravioli. Di radicchio rosso. Ravioli filled with a dough made of ricotta. Wait, filled... Oh, yeah, I guess ricotta you can kind of describe as having a dough-like texture, if you put other stuff in it. And radicchio rosso di Treviso. No one knows what this is.
Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for filling me in.
I'm learning so much about radicchio rosso di Treviso, which is like... by the name of the pasta, very clearly the main ingredient of this, and they don't specify what it is. Will I be the first person to ever watch Fat Dog Mendoza? No? Fuck no! Sorry, I was talking over you. What were you saying?
I was just saying it's got salsa cooked and, you know.
It's got stuff. It's got thing. Fat Dog Mendoza watch-along stream soon? Don't fucking tempt me. Don't fucking tempt me.
If there's anything we should do, it would have to be Ultimate Muscle.
True.
We never even finished it.
Ravioli di patate. Ravioli with boiled potatoes, sausage, Gran Padano, mint, butter. Mint! Huh. Mint with potatoes. Doesn't sound bad, but I've never thought about it.
Might as well. Just add it all in there.
Mint's got a good taste for like lots of stuff, and it sounds like it'd be good in a pasta.
With my handful of breadcrumbs and cinnamon and a single anchovy and not but an egg.
You add a little bit of mint to your sauce of cooked, it adds such an interesting depth of flavor. Next up, ravioli scarpolesi. A Molise pasta dish made with ravioli filled with boiled potatoes, boiled chard, ricotta, bacon, eggs, fennel, and served with a ragu sauce. They're putting everything in this goddamn ravioli.
Yeah, once you can fill something, the world just opens up to you.
They're filling this with like everything they have in the larder before winter comes. It's all in there.
It's protected.
Ravioli caprese. A capri dish of round ravioli filled with caciotta cheese. What's this like? Milk of cows, sheep, goat, or water buffalo. There are many varieties. Soft in texture and mild in flavor. Okay, thank you for telling me something about this cheese. Anything at all. Thank you. It was caprese, right? Yeah. Cheese, eggs, parmesan, and marjoram. I always forget what marjoram is.
I mean, it's like margarine, isn't it?
No, it's different. Fat Dog Mendoza is on Amazon Prime? No fucking way. No fucking way. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. That can't be true. Why the fuck would that show be on Amazon? It's nothing. Also, I think for those watch-along things, you have to, like, you can only have, like, people that are subscribed to Twitch watch the stream, which, like... I think that fucking sucks. I would rather just get a bootleg and, like, stream it on Discord or something.
But if you don't do the watch-along and you stream an Amazon product, who's gonna call them down on you? Are they watching themselves? Are they watching themselves for copyright violations?
I have a bit of a feeling that somehow streaming Fat Dog Mendoza would either, like, completely terminate my career or would, like, fly completely under the radar. Open the tab and see what happens? No! It's tempting, though. It's tempting. Marjoram is closely related to oregano. Okay, interesting. With a fresh tomato sauce. Rigatoni alla Silana. From Calabria. A dish of rigatoni pasta with a tomato sauce with dried sausage, bacon, and pecorino.
Straight to the point.
Alright. Here's an essay. Rigatoni con la pajata. Or pajata? One of those. A Roman dish of rigatoni pasta with the typical pajata tomato sauce. Ugh, typical.
Pajata is the term for the intestines of an unweaned calf, if you needed to know.
If you even care. The intestines are cleaned and skinned, but the chyme is left inside. A semi-fluid mass of partly digested food that is expelled by a person or an animal's stomach. Huh.
Alright, if
Okay.
you click on the link to Rigatoni con la Pajata, is it going to just be the same thing?
Same thing reworded, because there's like slightly more, quite frankly.
Are you a hard shell or soft shell for your spaghetti taco kind of person?
What the fuck is a spaghetti taco? What? I've literally never heard of that.
It's a iCarly food.
I've never watched that show. I've literally never seen a single episode of that show. Fake iCarly fan? I'm not any kind of iCarly fan!
If you needed to know.
If you even care. Now there's a watch-along. I am so sorry to any iCarly fans. I mean no offense by this. I would much rather go to the park and sit in cold, wet mud for hours.
Yeah, well, I want to watch iCarly. No need.
Then the intestine is cut into pieces, which are bound together with white thread, forming rings. When cooked, the combination of heat and the enzyme rennet in the intestines coagulates the chyme and creates a sort of thick, creamy, cheese-like sauce. These rings can be served simply seasoned and grilled, or in the traditional Roman dish, in which it is stewed in a typical tomato sauce, and served with rigatoni. It's poop cheese? No. It hasn't become poop yet.
It's a cheese of food.
It is pre-poop cheese. Oh, also, fun fact, rennet, is, like, enzymes from, like, mammal stomach and intestines and stuff. And if I remember right, is, like, an actual necessary ingredient in, like, traditional, authentic, legally mandated Parmigiano Reggiano, so it's not vegetarian. You can't have that if you're vegetarian. Yo, Bluto with the raid! Hope you had yourself a wonderful stream today. We're talking about pasta. Common for cheese? It's, there's quite a few, like, alternatives specifically for rennet, that are, like, not derived from, like, animal products directly, and are, like, basically chemically the exact same, but because, you know, like, traditional stringent regulations are the way they are about, like, Italian cheeses, that one specifically can never be vegetarian. You can get vegetarian Parmesan. You cannot get vegetarian Parmigiano Reggiano, as far as I know. I may be wrong. If you do actually see that, they are possibly lying to you. and
It is an endangered species, after all.
And I know about this because I looked this up at one point, because my partner, who is vegetarian, was like, hey honey, I saw specifically cheese at the store that was labeled vegetarian Parmesan. What does that mean? It's cheese. And I looked it up and I was like, oh, rennet, huh? And I learned about cheese making. Is chyme vegetarian? Well,
if the food was vegetables, if they ate some borage,
it's specifically semi-fluid mass that partially digested. Can you get that out of the body without harming the animal, harming or killing the animal? That's either gonna be vomit or poop.
If there's a will, there's a way.
That's either gonna be vomit or poop. Could you do surgery to get the chyme out? Maybe. And that's an interesting ethical and, like, moral quandary. Thank you, Loon, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. Welcome everyone coming on in from the raid. We're talking about poop and vomit, I guess. And whether that's vegetarian.
All right, yeah, we can use the cannellini to get the food out.
The C in C section stands for cheese now. You don't have to kill a cow then? Here's the thing, no one is out here killing cows just for the sake of eating undigested milk in their stomachs. They're doing that for rennet, which is different, and rennet has other, like, very chemically similar, if not identical, compounds that you can derive from non-animal sources.
I'm thinking about like the
Why do we keep getting fucking raids for the segment where I'm talking about eating shit and vomit?
I'm thinking about the deranged Mr. Krabs bit of like doing surgery on something to take the food away from it, take the food out of their stomach.
Why does this keep happening? Hi everyone.
Food they already ate.
Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a wonderful time over at Jane17's stream. We're talking about an interesting ethical and moral quandary. Is Chime considered vegetarian? Chime, if you don't know, is the semi-fluid mass of partially digested food that is expelled by a person's or an animal's stomach through the pyloric valve into the duodenum. Because specifically, there's this one Italian dish where they take the intestines of an unweaned calf with the stuff still inside it, and then they cook that. And so we're here thinking, what do you mean?
Hey.
Doc, you literally weren't even streaming, you just had lurkers, come on!
They're dredging now.
That's cheating, but I'll allow it because you're my friend and it was funny. No one else do it.
we're using the chime of the stream.
Is it vegetarian to do that?
Can we take the viewers out of a stream without harming it?
Is that vegetarian? And so I guess the answer to that is like, yeah, I guess technically you can do that in a way that maybe isn't necessarily harming or causing undue distress or death for the animal. But that's just gonna be poop or vomit in that case, probably.
My favorite Green Day song, Shine of Your Light.
Why would you want that? What would that be for?
So we can extract it without harming the cow, so that we can put it in this other intestine. Cook it.
I'm gonna have an ulcer.
I already had this intestine. It's just lying around going to waste.
A dish of Castiglione Messer Marino, mostly prepared in carnival time. Thank you, Simpleton, for the message. I'll be careful or whatever. I gotta drink fucking water. Hi everyone, it's been a goddamn stream. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Made with handmade sagne pasta. We're not allowed to know what that is. Sorry. It's been redacted. With a tomato sauce with sausage, bacon, and sweet chili powder. The fucking Kirby music playing during this is so fucking funny. Good lord. Oh wait, no, we do get a picture of Sagne here. It's just kind of fat strip. Let's go. Let's go. That sounds good. We're still in Italy. Now, it may surprise you to learn this, but, the vast majority of pasta dishes do in fact originate from Italy. Salento dish of Sagne pasta with a tomato sauce with ricotta cheese. That sure is tomato and ricotta. Excuse me, sorry. The whole intestines debacle has done something to my throat.
Ha ha ha. Something's coming.
No! Not what I meant! Scarpinock.
Scarpinock.
That's the movie that Guillermo del Toro made recently, isn't it? It's a bergamo dish of a variant of ravioli. Oh man, we have shiny foil promo ravioli now. Let's go. Thank you, Doc, for the tip.
Here's some repentance cash. free batch for each liquor I fill for the
Ah, I appreciate it. Thank you, bud. Filled with breadcrumbs, cheese, eggs, butter, and raisin with a sauce of cheese and melted butter flavored with sage leaves. They will be adding ravioli variants to God Game really soon. Please look forward to it. It's gonna be a new basic card. And you can eat it. I needed a drink. This one got clam. Now this one is the Danmaku pasta. Schialatielli al frutti di mare. I wonder what's in that one. Could it be fruits of the sea?
Fruit.
Perhaps seafood, even?
pizza pasta, put it in a box.
Fruit
No,
and
I
horse.
shan't finish.
Right on the money. Thank you, Mr. Neighbor, for the resub. Very much appreciated. A dish from the Amalfi Coast made of schialatielli. This picture feels so fuzzy. This picture is like a half-remembered dream. And it's all over the damn floor or table. Thank you, Crunch Bogus, for the 23-month resub.
Visualize the pasta in your mind. What do you see?
You know that one post that's like, oh yeah, there's pasta all over the floor. Hey man, you know how it is with spaghetti. I don't. That's how this picture makes me feel. That's how this makes me feel.
Yeah, this could be all over. Well, I don't know. It's Popolichin. They apparently have a white room just for photographing pasta.
True. True. Their name is Popo the dog. There is a dog out here taking advanced food photos that look like a dream. That's awesome. By the way, it's a type of thick and short fettuccine or linguine-like pasta featuring a rectangular cross-section. With a seafood sauce, existing in 2 variants is such a fun way of putting that. Red with tomato in the sauce, usually fresh cherry tomatoes, and white without tomato. The sauce in made with shellfish. The sauce in me power with shellfish. Clams and mussels, and crustaceans. Shrimp and... wait. Is there a difference between shrimp and prawn?
I think a prawn is like a big shrimp.
I always thought that prawn was just the name for shrimp in other places. Oh. Damn, I'm learning about shrimp today. The dish is a variant of spaghetti alla scoglio. Fake Drake and Josh fan? I also don't give a shit about Drake and Josh! There's no fan to begin with! Scripelle Mbruse. This is omelets. This is omelets.
Could it be omelet or could it be burrito?
This is Baroteros. This is a brand new type of stank. A tiramo dish made of scripelle, a pasta similar to a thin pancake, made from wheat flour and eggs. Wheat flour and eggs. It's an omelet. Served
Chicken broth.
Ooh, sauced up. Okay, you cook that in chicken broth.
There's a hint of it under there.
I'm on board.
It's like falling out of the bowl, but there's a hint of broth under there.
Uh-huh. That's interesting. That's interesting that it's considered pasta. Spaghetti allo olio e peperoncino. Which is spaghetti allo olio with peppers. With peppers. Which, funny enough, is how most Italian-American versions of this are, just because they put red pepper flake in it. A Roman dish.
It looks like that specific one was taken from Thailand.
Ooh, yeah, it was. Interesting. I know they got those, like, bird's eye chilies, which I'm assuming are from Thailand because they're called Thai bird's eye chilies. I still have not been able to fucking try one, and I wanna. We are, in fact, deep in the spaghetti zone. Please make your preparations as needed. A Roman dish of spaghetti pasta made by lightly sautéing minced or pressed garlic in olive oil, sometimes with the addition of dried red chili flakes. Finely chopped parsley can also be added as a garlic. This is a dish, I talked about it earlier, where it's very, very simple ingredient-wise, and involves, like, basic technique. Basic in the sense of this is technique that you can use in a lot of ways and applications, just like, you know, cooking garlic in oil to fry it down and infuse the oil with garlic flavor. And if you've never fried down garlic, and you know, find instructions that are a little unclear, it can be surprisingly hard. It's still something that I am trying to get down perfect. Every time I've made pasta alla olio, it has either come out 1 or 2 steps away from perfect, or, edible mistake. Still pretty good, but mistake, in some way or another. You have to be so careful with garlic. You blink, and it goes from beautiful golden to, oh fuck, it's burning, get the water and rehydrate it. And it's such an interesting meal, because it's like, it's entirely technique, and it's one technique, basically. Because the rest of it is just, alright, the garlic is done, now you just add the pasta to it, and you emulsify. And it's delicious. Sometimes the burnt garlic can be good if it's, like, not overly burnt. Sometimes it adds, like, an interesting sort of, like, not quite caramel, but, like, you know, along those lines of, like, you know, thing that has been browned. And it gets, like, sometimes the texture can be, like, ranging from, like, crispy to kind of sticky, which is interesting. But also sometimes it's like, this is really not what I was hoping for or going for. Nutty is a good word for, like, how it can kind of be, yeah. But it's a fickle mistress, you got to be careful with it. A lot of times, I've gotten, like, so close to, like, fucking it up and then realized, oh shit, put water on that bad boy, and that saved it. Yes, the next one is all'assassina, which is, you know, assassin spaghetti. A braise, or maybe Barese? Yeah, Barese, because it's from Bari. A Barese spaghetti, in which the pasta is cooked directly on the pan with a tomato sauce broth in the style of risotto, until the spaghetti is browned and nearly burned. I haven't tried this one. I really, really want to. It sounds good as fuck. Again, on the topic of, like, yeah, you know, cooking something down until it gets that sort of caramelized, almost burned, browned sort of thing to it. This is doing that, but to tomato sauce. There is a Chef John video for it. It's a fun video. I mean, Chef John videos in general are usually pretty fun. It's good. The video is good. I haven't tried this, so I can't vouch for it, but it sounds good as fuck. Let's see. Italian for assassin spaghetti, also known as spaghetti bruciati, for burnt spaghetti. According to Felice Giovine, a historian of Apulian cuisine, spaghetti all'assassina originates from Al Sorso Preferito, a restaurant in the city of Bari. Maybe just named that for the sake of marketing. Unspecified. Spaghetti all'assassina was virtually unknown outside of Italy until the American YouTube channel Pastagrammar released the first English-language recipe online in November 15th, 2020? I didn't actually know that.
This is almost burnt spaghetti?
Yeah. And it's, like, good
and
as
the
hell.
recipe never got translated?
No!
Until now?
It was like a thing that was basically just in Italy until someone was like, hey, here's a video for, like, all the English folks out there of, like, a pasta in Italy that's pretty good. Check it out. I have to allow that message because spaghetti for fuckers is really funny. I'm feeling that.
That's crazy. You think whenever they first made it, it was just, oh shit.
Maybe.
This is not the spaghetti that I was trying to make. I've ruined the spaghetti.
Right, because it's like, the idea was just like, hey, what if I cook, like, you know, pasta in, like, a tomato broth? And I wonder if it was then, what if I cook it down a lot kind of thing, or if it was, oh, oops, uh-oh.
Wait a moment.
It sounds good.
Wait a minute, I've just invented the potato chip.
Wait just a moment. I've invented Reese's Pieces. It's real now.
Oh shit, we're about to have an ad, so I should get up for break. I probably need a couple minutes to not be saying words with my mouth, so that's good.
It's probably as good a time as ever for me to head out as well. I think
Gotcha,
I've had my fill of pasta.
Hell yeah.
So, you all have fun now.
Thanks for stopping on by!
Try and reach the end. See if you're up to the challenge.
Let's see if we can make it all the way to the ending of pasta.
Alright, bye-bye.
Bye-bye! Thank you once again to my good friend Logmore, for hanging out for some of the stream. I gonna get up and have a stretch. Get myself more to drink. Maybe do the same for yourself, because I'm gonna run the ads while I'm away. So it's a good opportunity for you to get up and have a stretch yourself. We'll be back real soon. Hello. I'm back. I had a stretch. I got some more water. Thank you to, because I believe I forgot to shout them out, Mako Pre Grandis for the 4-month resub, Mr. Neighbor for the 21 months, and Crunch Bogus for the 23 months. And if you'll give me just a moment, I believe I found another warrior to join me here on the road for truth and beauty in the world of pasta. Just a moment, making sure they are available. They might be AFK. Okay, that's alright. I'll get him on the horn in a moment then. In the meantime, let me just get the pasta back up. And we'll do a little bit of solo. We'll do a little bit of solo. We have spaghetti alla carbonara. Carbonara. This is the one I was talking about earlier. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Right before we get into it. I'm gonna hit that call button. You know him. You love him. That's right. From one of the previous Wikipedia list of food streams, I've forgotten exactly which one. It's my pal Doc. Hello.
How you doing?
Pretty goddamn good, considering I've been reading about pasta for like 5 hours.
Pretty standard Wednesday night then.
You know how it is with Wednesdays. Let me just adjust your,
You know how it is with spaghetti.
I do now! There we go. I think that's a good Discord volume for you. And here is a list of pasta dishes for you to peruse on a side stream with me.
I appreciate it.
If you want to introduce yourself or say hi or anything like that, feel free.
Hey everybody, I'm MDCT at sword.zone. You can go directly to there if you want. I am a pasta expert myself, I would say. I enjoy a pasta on a day. You know what they say. Nothing beats the taste of food on a day, and I like that food.
Pasta on a day, it's the way to play. God, I gotta fucking say, sword.zone is still such a fucking good URL to have.
I want you to know that it was my second choice. I was looking at oni.club like with eyes like a hawk for years.
Oh,
it was,
no.
It had an upfront cost of like $930.
No way.
And then a few years back, it dropped down to like $360, and I think it was going to drop again. But then some club in Germany got that domain, and then, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Vultures!
Absolutely.
Disgusting. Well, the opposite of disgusting now, I guess. Carbonara.
Oh, it looks so good.
It does look so good. A Roman dish of spaghetti pasta with raw eggs, pecorino romano cheese, bacon, guanciale or pancetta, and black pepper. And this one, I know, has an interesting history in that basically all of it is dubious, and a lot of, like, people what were alive in, like, you know, the 40s and 50s and were either wrote this down or are still alive to this day were basically like, that's not true. This was basically just brought over by Americans.
It's the thing that you can say is that the current state of carbonara is an Italian dish.
Oh, for sure.
But the origin of carbonara was probably Italian Americans. Yeah.
Like it's definitely evolved into like its own unique very specific and particular thing. But it is funny to see like fucking like I talked about this a bit earlier. I read like a very interesting article talking about how like there was this one like food historian in Italy who had like a podcast and like wrote a book, who was like looking into a lot of like stuff about like the histories of a lot of these like so-called, like, historical, cultural landmarks and how a bunch of them really are just like, yeah, this was either brought over by Italian Americans in wartime or, like, is otherwise a very recent introduction somehow. And then how, like, because he was positing these things, he was getting, like, straight-up death threats and threats of violence from, like, right-wing politicians and things like that, who were very much, like, beating the drum of nationalism and, like, look how strong and beautiful our culture is, and it's like, these are very recent things that aren't even necessarily from here, strictly, and you're acting like they are for, like, hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating.
It really is. The long and short of it is that carbonara has had two distinct, you call it family lines, I guess, at this point. And the thing that was probably is just the case that was traditionally considered the other way around is that the Italian version is based on the American version and not the other way around. The American version derives from the American version.
Like you've got people that are like, oh yeah, if you're making carbonara, it very strictly has to be made with, like, guanciale. It has to be made with, like, the pork jowl. If you
only
can't,
the eggs. If you add cream, you've messed it up. That kind of thing.
You can't do any of that stuff. And then you've got, like, people that were alive during, like, World War II that were like, yeah, you know, when, like, the Americans came, they brought, like, really good, like, powdered eggs and bacon and stuff with them, so we were just using that up, kind of thing. It's neat. It's neat. It feels like, in particular, carbonara is such, like, a perfect microcosm of, like, a lot of things that are endemic of, like, Italian food history, I suppose.
It's one of the Roman pasta dishes. So, you know, it's one of those ones that are, like, heavily guarded as, like, this is one of our pure foods.
Right.
And yet, it turns out it really isn't.
Yep.
It's not.
Yep. It's like, here's the crown jewel of, like, high-class, high-quality, extremely historical Italian cuisine, and it's like, you talk to, like, people that were old enough to be there for the times, and it's like, yeah, traditional Italian cuisine in a lot of ways, like, cheap peasant food from, like, poor people trying to scrape whatever they could together. And to their credit, they did some really fucking good things with it. And then as time went on and, like, Italy got wealthier, they were able to fancy it up more. But it's like, I don't know, it's interesting. It's a fascinating thing to look into.
A fair amount of Parmigiano Reggiano's cost is actually because of its exclusivity. As far as cheeses go, it's actually a pretty cheap one to produce.
Yep. That's why there's so many places, there's so many people in so many different places that make Parmesan, and they can't sell it as Parmigiano because that's a legally distinct entity.
It isn't legally distinct in Europe. In Europe, if it's called Parmesan, it's also specifically Parmigiano Reggiano.
Oh.
In the outside of Europe, Parmesan is not a protected name.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that. I thought it was, like, everywhere it was like that kind of thing.
It's like that everywhere except for the EU, where the protections are, you know?
Interesting.
Which, in the UK, that is still the case because it used to be part of the EU. It doesn't necessarily have to be anymore, I'm pretty sure. They could start selling the cheap stuff that way. If they wanted to, I'm pretty sure.
Man, this is an educational stream even for me. Hell yeah. Spaghetti alla carrettiera. Oh, this one. This one I know about. This one is the one that is pretty similar to what I just do, is like a quick just type of pan sauce with whatever sort of thing. Spaghetti pasta with olive oil, raw garlic, chili pepper, parsley, and pecorino siciliano or breadcrumbs, and commonly tomato. And I read, like, yeah, like the oral tradition of the pasta, and, like, you know, I can't verify if any of that is true, but, like, it originated apparently with, like carters and, like, wagon riders who would, like, you know, make it in advance, and because it was, like, a cheap and easy thing to make, because, like, a lot of the times it's like you don't even necessarily cook down the tomato. It's like, here's fresh tomato, you pulp it, you mix it in, so it's just kind of you cook your pasta, you mix it in with everything else, there you go. Or you can cook it down a little, sort of thing, and then they would just have that with them, and they would take it with them while they were on the job, kind of thing. It's there's a bunch of, like, noodle dishes in China that have similar sorts of, like, histories and stories tied to them where it's like, yeah, these are like noodles that like people would make and they would take with them when they were like off doing like boating stuff, and they obviously couldn't have like, you know, a wet noodle or a broth or anything because if the boat's rocking, it's gonna fucking spill everywhere. So it's like the specific history of like a couple different dry noodle dishes, allegedly, which is, it's neat. Stuff like that's cool. It's interesting hearing about the ways people would supposedly like make certain types of food and take them with them on like certain types of jobs because it was easier in one way or another. It's neat.
That extends beyond food as well, because that is actually one of the explanations for why Mahjong is played with tiles and not cards.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
That's one of the assumed explanations of being able to play it in an environment where they would not degrade because of the humidity and the salt.
That's cool. Water. Damn, I'm learning about Mahjong today.
For what it's worth, that pasta kicks ass. It is a basic line. Good stuff. Pasta.
It is.
I squirt a little bit of lemon in there, and that's basically a lot of my pasta right there.
Ooh, yeah. That's kind of how I tend to do it. And then, like, if I want other veggie in it, I'll toss other veggie in it, and then like a bit of lemon or like a bit of white wine. Or recently, what I did was I put like a bit of like caper brine in it, and that ended up being like a similar thing with a different sort of funk to it. That was good.
Love good caper.
Spaghetti alla Chitarra ricotta.
Chitarra
ricotta.
Yeah, sorry. Go for it.
Oh, it's okay. I appreciate it. Salsiccia e zafferano. Spaghetti alla chitarra. Damn.
It's a way to cut spaghetti, is the idea.
Interesting. So it's like
because that's a chitarra, a guitar.
Oh, that's fun. I like that. So it's like a spaghetti, but it's not like round extruded type of thing.
It's not round extruded, and actually specifically squared.
Also,
yeah, this is gentrified SpaghettiOs and meatballs.
I looked at this and I was like, oh, they got like some kind of beans on this, I guess. And I looked down, it was like with meatballs, and I'm just like, oh.
Those are meatballs, baby. They some tiny ball.
Is this from England? I don't know. What makes you say that? The only thing here is the person who made it is named fucking Horcrux. That could be anywhere. Oh god, that's so fucking funny to see. Oh no, it scrolled me down or up. Where were we? We were...
spaghetti alla chitarra with a gigantic thing to it.
Here's an essay.
Yeah.
A dish of spaghetti alla chitarra, a long egg pasta with a square cross-section about 2 to 3 millimeters thick, whose name comes from the tool, the so-called chitarra, literally guitar. This pasta is produced with a tool which gives spaghetti its name, shape, and a porous texture that allows pasta sauce to adhere well. Neat. I know that there's, like... people make a hubbub about, like, specifically, like, the tools or extruders you use to make, like, spaghetti and similar type of pastas, because it's, like, if they've got more of, like, a rough surface to them, then, like, the pasta kind of clings to them more, sort of thing.
Some science has gotten into that, and it doesn't actually make pasta sauce cling to it better, because a lot of that is just going to dissolve away, but it does make the pasta water starchier and more useful.
There you go.
There is, in fact, still an advantage to using bronze dye pasta, but it's not the one that people think it is.
I always love when people look into the sort of, like, food myths like that, where it's like, well, people are maybe saying this for some sort of reason, and then, like, you know, either you look into it and it's like, oh, no, it's wrong, who knew? Or you look into it and it's like, well, it's wrong, but...
But they're still right in that it is better. In a different way.
Yeah.
The other reason is because bronze dye pasta, because it's an artisanal pasta, is usually produced with higher quality ingredients. So that's the other reason. Like, I would recommend, you don't need to buy anything more expensive than the Checo if you're going for like a step above for, you know, bronze dye pasta. That's basically all you need. But the step is actually worth taking, in my opinion.
Hell yeah. The chitarra is a frame with a series of parallel wires crossing it. Prepared with a tomato sauce with sausage, ricotta, made from used milk, and saffron. More about
So I'm
the
noticing
guitar.
something about this. Yeah, I'm noticing that both of these are more about the katana than they are about actually the pasta dish.
There have been so many, like, in a row, like, fucking haymaker punches one after another that's like, here's these paragraphs, 80% of it is the same text, the last sentence is what actually makes the meal different. In case you forgot to read the first one. Granted, I suppose most people aren't necessarily reading through an entire list quite the way I do, but... Let bygones
should
be
be.
bygones or whatever.
How else would they know about all of these different pasta dishes? This is the
Literally,
only way.
they're missing out. They don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know this dish is prepared with a tomato sauce with lamb meat. They don't even know.
Consugo di agnello.
This one has nothing!
Is that onion skin?
That's onion skin!
It appears to be an onion pasta. I'm not sure. Cipolla might be onion in Italian. I couldn't tell you.
There's nothing!
Well, I guess no one can possibly know what's in there.
We have an image and a red link. Everything else about this pasta is up for scholarly debate. We have our top men looking into it, and they're stumped for all intents and purposes. You can eat this, but you haven't unlocked it yet.
Here's the hands you a dish. It's just all question marks. I have no idea what this is.
It's got like a fucking censor over it, like the awful meal in Breath of the Wild, so you can't tell what it is.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Moving on to stuff with actual information. Spaghetti alla Nerano. Oh, it's got little zucchinis in it.
Oh, is this the fried zucchini pasta? This is the one that Stanley Tucci is all about.
A dish from the Sorrento Peninsula made with spaghetti pasta, fried zucchinis, and provolone del Monaco.
Provolone di Monaco. Yep, that is absolutely the Stanley Tucci pasta that guy is all obsessed about.
Hell yeah. Let's see. Is there any specific mention of him? There's a link
I only
to
know
the
about it
pasta
specifically that
project.
guy because that's how Chef John did his video on it.
Ah.
Yeah.
I'm liking this heap presentation here. That's a good heap.
I mean, pasta is one of the ideal heap foods.
True, true. I enjoy a good heap. I don't mean that in like in a derising way. I do love a plot meal. Puttanesca.
Oh, a classic.
I've never had actual puttanesca, but I did kind of realize, like, just kind of a put fucking whatever pasta I made the other day was, like, maybe 2 steps away from being more or less a vegetarian puttanesca, and I was like, oh, huh.
Yeah, I don't ever really have access to anchovies. I don't keep them with me, so I would never make a puttanesca.
Yeah.
And that's an important part of it.
Uh-huh.
But tomato sauce with olives, capers, and garlic, I mean, I've made
Yep.
those before. A proper puttanesca, if I remember right, is actually very spicy, though. And this
Ooh.
one, and mine aren't usually that spicy.
That sounds good. Made with anchovies, olives, capers, and garlic. Yeah, if I had like, olives, and then, like, maybe had used, like, more tomato and, like, a saucier tomato instead of just, like, little off-season cherry tomatoes. Because, like, I ended up putting in, like, mushroom and, like, some of the mushroom, like, soaking liquid because it was, like, dried mushrooms I reconstituted. And that, and, like, ends up adding, like, you know, some of the sort of, like, meaty savory that you would get from, like, a fish. Not quite exactly the same, but, like, close-ish, that it's like, huh, I almost made this. That's neat. For years, I thought puttanesca was a made-up thing, because I had only ever heard of it from, a series of unfortunate events, and I was like, oh, they just made that up for the book, right? No.
No, it's one of the most popular pasta dishes in Italy.
Uh-huh. When I learned that, I
People
felt
love
like my
them,
brain was
puttanesca.
expanding 300 sizes that day. Spaghetti allo scarpariello, or scarpariello.
I'm pretty sure that's a boss fight in Super Mario RPG.
Yeah!
Scarparello.
It means shoemaker. That makes sense. Let's see.
It's just a palette swap version of Punchinello.
Spaghetti, tomatoes, pecorino romano, parmigiano reggiano, basil, chili pepper, oil, garlic, salt. Another sort of very simple baseline. It's got tomato and garlic, etc. in it.
I want to say that's like the most basic tomato sauce you can do on a it's close to my tomato sauce when I get down to it.
It's it's pretty fucking, yeah, this is kind of like the bog standard sauce-o tomato. Sauce of cooked.
Unfortunately, no one's ever seen it before because there's no image.
Literally no one in the world has ever been able to catch this on tape, and it's still on the run to this day.
People eat it too quick.
Godspeed. Spaghetti alla Vesuviana. A Naples dish. Spaghetti, tomato sauce, olives, capers, garlic, oregano, chili, chopped parsley, and Parmigiano Reggiano. So it's kind of puttanesca, but with no fish.
Yeah, that sounds like it sounds exactly like that, pretty much.
Interesting. I know there's a ton of recipes that are basically like, this is kind of like this one thing, but with one less or one more ingredient. And I was always wondering if there was something like that for puttanesca.
I guess there is.
Now we know.
Vesuviana, because it's like, I guess, Mount Vesuvius and all that.
There's probably someone, I feel like if I had heard of this as a kid, I would have heard Vesuviana and assumed, oh, it's so spicy exploding like a hot volcano. Because in my head, Vesuvius was just a volcano and not like a place for some reason, which is funny to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Spaghetti
Zamrazanos
alle
are traditionally
vongole.
grown in that... Zamrazanos are traditionally grown in soil around Vesuvius.
Oh, huh. I didn't actually know that. I knew they were, like, traditionally from some area or another, but, I never actually, like, placed that geographically anywhere. This got clams in it.
This absolutely got clam.
This is the Danmaku pasta again. You gotta graze around the clam shells. Spaghetti with clams. 2 ways. In bianco, with oil, garlic, parsley, and sometimes a splash of white wine, and in rosso, like the former, but with tomatoes and fresh basil. This does sound good. I do like clams, like in things, but I've only ever really had that like once or twice in my life. I've never really been, I've never really been super brave enough to try the texture of like just raw shellfish like that. But cooked down, it probably is very good in a pasta like this.
I don't like clams, so
That's
I've
fair.
never had this.
Spaghetti allo scoglio. We got some slop. Question from chat for you, Doc. Which non-Scarlet Devil man or Toho would most likely cook pasta good?
Oh, Yoyo Kanada.
Awesome. Asking chat something important, is Twizzler a pasta? I'm gonna veto this entire conversation because I cannot fucking stand, oh, is X food a Y type conversations. Not in my house. No. The spaghetti allo scoglio, or reef spaghetti, is a dish of spaghetti pasta with seafood existing in 2 variants. Once again, red or white.
Bianco Rosso.
Red with tomato in the sauce, usually fresh cherry tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes and pasta are so fucking good.
Cherry tomatoes don't have as many like problems with availability during the year. They're usually still sweet and tasty regardless.
When they're in season, they are some of the best fucking tomatoes for just snacking on or for salads or cooking down. When they're off season, they still range from fine to good.
Pretty solid.
The real question is if Twizzlers was... No, I literally said no. You're getting timed out. You weren't listening. And white, which is just without tomato.
White.
The sauce in made with shellfish. The sauce in me power with shellfish. And
The sauce in made of sauce. What was the other one?
I feel like this is almost word for word like a different one that we read. Literally also said in made with shellfish and crustaceans. Literally, we did this. We did this one already. We've been here before.
I'm gonna look this up exactly then. List of pasta dishes.
Cacio e pepe.
Oh, cacio e pepe is fantastic.
It's good as fuck. Prepared with spaghetti pasta, pecorino romano, and black pepper. It is essentially just you cook your pasta, black pepper and cheese on it. It's good. Can be substituted.
Scagliatelli al frutti di mare. There is, in fact, it's shared exactly. Yep.
There you go. I knew it. Can be substituted with other kinds of long, thin pasta, such as tonarelli, vermicelli, or pizzi.
Pizzi.
Oh, huh. Spaghetti alla chitarra is also known as... Oh, no, tonarelli is similar. Not quite the same. Spaghetti con puntarelle, acciughe e bricole. Sauce made of puntarelle, which is a variant of chicory, anchovy, breadcrumbs, and garlic. I've never eaten chicory or anything with chicory in it. I have no idea what it tastes like. I know at some point it was apparently used as like a coffee substitute that maybe wasn't very good at being a substitute for coffee. And also it's a dog in a video game. But also everyone in that video game is named after food, so... Well, no, it's not the dog, it's the rabbit. Fuck.
I've never had chicory, but I'm pretty sure I do know what chicory tastes like for some reason.
Interesting. Does it say on the page? Chemistry, names, culinary.
The entire plant is edible.
This is just nutrients.
It's endive? Endive? Because I've absolutely had that. Never mind.
Is it?
According to that, raw endive is 94% water.
Hang on. Chicory is grown as a forage crop for livestock. It's also the common name in the United States for curly endive. The two are closely related species and often confused. Ah, different.
There's another plant called that here. Got it.
Wild endive. Common names for varieties include endive radicchio, radicchetta, Belgian endive, French endive, red endive.
Wait a second. The radicchio is a kind of chicory?
Apparently.
Because I've also had that. Radicchio
known as Italian chicory.
Okay, yeah, there we go. I have had that. Radicchio is unbelievably bitter. It is downright disgusting if you eat it by itself.
I do like a nice bitter. Reminding you still have to get 100% in chicory someday. It's a fun game to 100%. I ended up doing it, and that was a good time. Also, good message in chat from President Ark saying solid snake voice.
But how does it taste?
I just...
Probably a little bitter based off of my knowledge of radicchio.
Makes sense. There we go. Cultivated. Bitter and spicy taste, which mellows when grilled or roasted. Belgian endive. Pale color and delicate flavor. Okay, so it's a more delicate taste. And then Catalonia chicory.
This is Puntarelle. Okay.
Which is more stuff. Interesting. True endive is a different species in the genus, distinct from the Belgian endive.
I guess...
Look at them, they're cute.
These look like what that would inspire the mandrakes, mandragora. You pull this one out and start screaming at you. It's even got the curly limbs.
This looks like a guy that's gonna get you if you yank him out, so please be careful. But if you get him, it's for a delicious meal, so it's okay. Here we were at Spätzle.
Spätzle. All right.
Spätzle.
Spätzle is basically a pasta.
Yeah, it makes sense. In the same way that like gnocchi is pasta, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've never actually had Spätzle.
I have had brown butter Spätzle before. It is quite good.
Spätzle. 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 Spätzle.
Derspätzle.org. OGG is the most German-sounding file name.
Spätzle.
Or file type.
Spätzle. Spätzle. Spätzle.
The Og Vorbis,
Spätzle.
as it is the full length of.
Oh yeah,
Fun
the
thing-
Og Vorbis.
So the Vorbis part of that name is actually named after Exquisitor Vorbis from Small Gods, a Discworld book.
That fucking rules. I didn't actually know that.
But the Og part is not named after Nanny Og from Discworld either.
What is it named after?
I don't know.
No one knows.
No one can possibly know. It's like all those pasta dishes.
The Og, much like the pastas, forever redacted from the common point of view unless you are Italian. If you are
Yes.
Italian, do not tell me. They will put a hit on you and then me. Dumplings served with milk cream and... Again, with the milk cream! Why did they specify milk cream? Is that a thing? Or is it just a weird
guess
way of saying cream from milk?
I guess they're specifying it as milk cream because you can make things like cashew cream, other nut creams.
I suppose. It's just... I've never seen it, like, so specifically specified like that. Like, if someone's gonna
Yeah, me
make,
neither.
like, a, I don't know, vegan or vegetarian version of it, like, yeah, they're gonna use substitutes if they gotta. You don't... do you have to specify that it's milk cream? They don't specify that it's dairy butter! What does it mean? Strangozzi funghi e tartufo. From Umbria. A dish of strangozzi. Oh.
Not exactly the gutsy I was expecting to see tonight, but I'll take it.
I didn't even realize I was pronouncing it that way. Fuck! This is a
I'm
little
not gonna
bit...
elaborate.
This is a little bit worms.
That's absolutely worms.
It's a little bit worms. This is what you find in the damn compost bin. Good work, girls. Long pasta with a rectangular cross section with a sauce of truffles and mushrooms.
Sounds
good.
pretty decadent. If we're
Again-
doing both truffles and mushrooms.
Yeah, like, again, I've never had a truffles. But I do like mushrooms. Looking so deep in the goatsy that you see the intestines. Look, I just want to say, that is funny, but that is going a little far, so I'm gonna whack you with the timeout. It did make me laugh, but also, maybe not the place. Come on now. Also, hang on a sec. Priest choker
Strangler?
or priest strangler?
Oh, I can't believe we're back to that cheese that we're calling strangling it.
This is the shit they killed Jesus with. Yummy.
Delicious.
Strong Catera. Strong Catera.
Italian strong bad.
Dear Strong Catera, how do you make it a tagliatelle with the boxing gloves on? How the fuck are you typing a message with the stupid head on? I sent you fucking email. A dish of strong Catera
These
pasta.
are my hands!
You thought it said Cambrian cuisine? Oh, I wish. That'd be funny as hell.
That'd be pretty good.
Similar to linguine with buckwheat flour, which gives it a brown color. With a sauce of anchovies, breadcrumbs, garlic, oil, and I did misread this as Dr. Pepper for a second, but it does say hot pepper. There's a D right down here. My brain crossed the wires. D and then pepper, and I was like, what?
I can't laugh that hard. I'm still sick.
I'm so sorry. Enjoy a delicious bowl of hot Dr. Pasta.
Try it for zest.
A little emulsification, and I'll see you next time. Strozzapreti alla pastora. A dish
Oh,
made...
it's this again.
Oh, right. They're back. Wait.
Oh, but with a different sauce.
Different name?
Strozzapreti over here is the pasta. Oh yeah, it's the name of the pasta.
Mm-hmm. With a tomato sauce with ham sausages, milk cream, saffron, and Parmigiano Reggiano. I've never heard of ham sausage.
Yeah. Wait, when they say ham sausage, do they mean like the cured sausages? Because like there are a lot of cured sausages in Italian food.
Unclear. It would make sense, but no further information, no data available. No, I don't think they just mean pork sausage, because if they did, they could say that. Ham is different.
I think they mean like a salami, right?
Maybe.
That has to be what they mean, I feel. I don't know exactly, but I feel like they gotta.
No one knows. No one knows unless they're specifically from Emilia-Romagna, one of the 20 administrative regions of Italy. Tagliatelle al papavero. Tagliatelle, egg pasta, long flat ribbons. I do love the shape of tagliatelle.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good. Similar in shape to fettuccine. You're typically about millimeters. I thought I'm getting to the part of the night where reading is a little hard, and I did thought that said meters for a second. 6.5 meter wide pasta, served with a creamy sauce made with poppy seeds and onions fried in oil. Oh, that does sound good.
Fried onions and poppy seeds, huh? All right.
I'm the poppy seeds enjoyer, so I would get a kick out of this. Onions is good too.
Poppy seeds have been cultivated for use in dessert and other foods for at least 2,400 years.
Yeah, poppy seeds are fucking way old, aren't they?
Sure are, yeah.
I always find that, like, really... I don't know if exciting is necessarily the right word, but it does get me excited realizing,
it's
like,
neat.
Yeah! It's real old, and we're still enjoying it, and that's awesome. How many football fields of pasta is that? Not enough. Need more.
Oh, football fields are way bigger than you think they are.
We need one new pasta the size of an entire football field.
I'll eat it. I'll eat the whole thing.
We can call it, I don't know. Are we talking American football or like European football? Because those have different sized fields.
I guess we'd have to go with European football. It is a pasta, right?
And then we can call it, no, I guess if we would be calling it like al footballa or whatever, that would be the style of preparation less so than, like, more so than the noodle. What would the noodle be called then?
Socia? Like soccer, yeah. Socia.
Awesome! Couldn't remember the biggest spaghetti in the world? Is there a record for biggest spaghetti? I can't keep getting into this or I'm gonna be here for a goddamn year.
Yeah, we gotta keep moving. We gotta keep moving. There's so many pasta.
The road winds on, and we are finally past the halfway point, and eventually it starts getting, like, shorter and shorter sections once you finish Italian, so that'll be quicker to get through, but there's still so much pasta to chew through. Next up, tagliatelle al ragu. Now, I wonder what this might be.
That could be anything. It could be anything right there.
It's really difficult to determine, based on name and picture, what exactly this meal could consist of.
I'm thinking it could consist of tagliatelle.
Mm-hmm.
Probably ragu, but I don't know what that is.
I don't know. It's a safe enough bet, but...
That's pasta, baby. That's pasta-ass pasta, if I've ever seen pasta.
It is a pretty fucking platonic ideal of meal of pasta, isn't it?
I'm thinking so.
It does, in fact, have sauce of cooked. A classic bolognese dish made with tagliatelle egg pasta. By the way, if you didn't know what tagliatelle is...
Again.
With the traditional bolognese sauce made of tomato and minced beef. Non-binary.
NB.
Although very popular abroad, a dish named spaghetti alla bolognese does not exist in the Italian tradition. The bolognese sauce is only used with tagliatelle or some other kind of egg pasta.
That's not true. Bolognese sauce is used for more than that. There's a lasagna bolognese up there.
Uh-huh.
Wikipedia folks just sometimes just get on one. They just say shit.
They truly... The funniest thing that I always adore is someone will come out and say, like, something that's like, you know, whatever notion they have about something, no matter how true it might be or not. And then, instead of it being, like, removed or, like, discussed or anything like that, immediately hit with... the passive-aggressive citation needed, or one of my favorites is like they've gotten more elaborate over the years. Like one of my favorites I see is like they'll have a thing saying like, oh, you know, for instance, like some people say that such and such and such and such, and right at the end in like the tiny little like in brackets thing, it'll just say,
says who?
Who?
Yeah.
Every time I see that, I feel like a fucking prospector panning for gold during the gold rush, and I've just found a damn nugget.
It's extremely one of those, like, oh, I'm bearing witness to some incredibly deep online, like, passive-aggressive argument going on.
Something
and yet,
beautiful
neither
is happening here.
Neither of them is willing to budge.
It's just like, I can't actually talk about this because it's involved in something I'm gonna be doing soon-ish, but I'll just fucking tell you what it is off stream, Doc.
Sure.
But something in a very similar vein to that, which every time I think about it, I just fucking lay back in my chair and smile like the fucking Grinch. Oh, that's gonna be exciting. It already is exciting. Tagliolini al tartufo. A dish of tagliolini egg pasta, a type of ribbon egg pasta, similar to tagliatelle, but thinner. In Piedmont dialect, I never know how the J is. So tajarin?
I believe that might be tajarin, but I'm pretty sure that it's just a J in Italian.
I always get my J sounds so mixed up between so many different languages.
Understandable.
It's why someday I just want to fucking sit down and like memorize fucking what is it?
The IPA?
Yeah, IPA, so that I can just know offhand, like, okay, I can look at this and know what the sounds are. Served with butter and truffles.
Delicious.
Testicle con pesto.
Cool.
This is chunk.
Should I prepare this? Should I prepare this in the food processor or the mortar and pestle? How do you like your testicles?
You want your testes dry or baby food style?
Oh, baby food every time.
She is a damn pesto on my testarollis, I tell you what. Etc. I need to stop myself before I get too rowdy.
Pesto good and hard through my guitarra.
I'm going to die. A dish of testaroli egg pasta. A type of pasta. A type of pasta is prepared using water, flour, and salt. Which is sliced into triangular shapes called testayu. In Liguria dialect, served with pesto sauce. This has happened a couple of times. There's an open bracket, but no closing.
I think the... Okay, no, there was a closing bracket on the non-binary note. Okay.
There was.
Oh.
Good point, Cactus Fantastico. It becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle. I don't know if that's a thing that has, like, hit up any of your circles, Doc, but a bunch of people I saw earlier today, just, like, in my circles on Tumblr, were fucking clowning on some probably a scam Kickstarter type thing that was like, oh yeah, here's like a hyper-efficient battery pack thing that doesn't need to be recharged for 1.5 years, even with constant use.
Of course, yeah.
And one of their big selling points was, here's like a cross-section diagram of the inside of this thing. By the way, it becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle.
Absolute scam. Battery. We've actually reached a functional cap right now on how long a battery can last.
Mm-hmm.
The current science on improving this is actually in capacitor research, where we're trying to combine the effects of a capacitor and a battery to create a supercapacitor, where it can both charge very quickly and hold the battery space.
Mm-hmm.
Triangle efficiency don't do shit to that.
Have any of the people doing this research considered that it would become more efficient by switching to the triangle?
You know, I have a feeling that at least one person has thought triangle is the greatest of all shape, therefore we should include triangle.
Also, yes, H-Rab, it is 100% intentional that I'm saying, I'm going to die, like that. I think about that fucking bit every goddamn day of my life, and I've never even played that fucking Spider-Man game.
Oh, that's the one you... Oh, you mean after Spider-Man faceplants?
Yeah! The funniest part that I can't do by just saying that voice is the thing immediately before, where Spider-Man hits the ground or a wall or something with a loud, meaty thwack. And then just, I'm going to die, followed by an explosion. Oh, anyways, it's Timbalio.
Oh, Timbayo. Timbayo's great.
Yo, it's my friend Timbalo. Check out what he's doing over here. He's got that heap on lock.
Timbayo is more commonly known in a lot of English-speaking circles as Timpano because of the movie Goodnight. Yeah.
Interesting. Baked pasta dish made with cheese, meat, and veg. That tells you nothing.
That is so not telling you what a Timpaio is.
We have
Come on.
An essay for spaghetti alla chitarra ricotta salsica e zafferano. We get the Timbaio, and we get nothing. It's baked. It has ingredients. You can eat it. To their credit, they do at least have a picture.
They do. Timbaio is kind of like extremely complicated, very specific, like special occasion lasagna, pretty much.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I've seen these before. Now that I'm looking at like picture this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like almost kind of like a pie, sort of.
Yeah.
Neat.
It's like a pasta pie when you get down to it.
I can't get over the fact that this dish is something so intricate and complicated and special occasion sort of thing, and is even like noteworthy in popular culture in multiple ways. I guess it's on fucking American Dad or whatever, and it was like in like a movie that was like fairly big-ish in '96, my understanding. There was an entire Binging with Babish episode about this, and the most they can muster is it's a baked pasta dish with stuff in it. I love these fucking lists.
It is a baked pasta dish with stuff in it, so they're not wrong, it's just they could have done more.
Technically correct.
You did it!
Good
Here's the
work.
fucked up star for your reward.
God, you're getting the trophy for this one, and then you're getting report. Tordelli Luceschi, or Lucchesi. Lucchesi. I'm never sure if the double C is always soft or hard. Sometimes it's both.
The weird thing is that the double C is, I think, hard.
Ah.
But the I don't know if it's a double C followed by an H makes it harder.
Right, or if it's like a ch sound.
Yeah. It might be Lucchesi, honestly. It might be both.
It is a
couldn't
Luca
tell you.
disc. Disc? Dish. It's a disc. It's a frisbee. Take a bite. Tortelli dumplings, which is a variant on tortelli, which is, I assume, similar to tortellini, which is probably just a smaller version of this now that I think
It's a small
about it.
version of tortelli, yeah.
There you
absolutely.
go. It's all connected. With a semicircular shape and containing a filling of meat... Thymus?
Thymus? Meat thymus?
Thymus?
Excuse me? Meat thalamus?
What? You know, we got the meat epiglottis in here.
There is a lymphoid organ called the thymus,
Uh-huh.
so... I have a feeling that that's not what that's served with.
Like, I know there's certainly some fucking meals out there that are like, yeah, we're using, like, you know, the meats like that. Like, I think sometimes they get called, like, sweetbreads or sweet meats or something
Oh yeah,
like that.
sweet meat. Awful meats.
Yeah.
OFFAL.
Right,
That's
yeah.
not what they mean here, though, because that we're talking about, like, a tiny single gland, you know?
An entire cow is slaughtered just to get the little glands in it for one single pasta. Thank you, Blue Graves, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. Raids keep happening, specifically when disgusting meat conversations keep happening, and that's awesome. Although I guess sweetbread is marginally less disgusting than is it vegetarian to eat vomit. Tortel dos di color now. This picture is so small, and it looks like they got Nutella in that thing. What's
Huh.
that?
You, in fact, can get a half-pound beef thymus.
Huh,
It is available as a sweetbread that is sold.
interesting.
Excuse me.
A half pound?
Apparently they're really big when they come from a cow or a lamb, yeah.
My god.
Huh.
I swore it would have been a tiny thing. That's wild. Maybe they actually are out here using that.
Maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong entirely.
Again, though, it's like fucking milk cream. Why do you need to precede it with meat? Is someone
That-
out here making vegan thymus? Good lord. Unless thymus is actually a part of a plant somehow. I don't know terribly much about plant anatomy, unfortunately, but let's see.
Then we're just talking about thyme, the herb.
Yeah.
Because their genus is thymus.
A parma dish of tortelli dumplings, with sweet filling. Ooh, it actually is sweet, okay. Stuffed with breadcrumbs, cooked wine, and mustard. Okay, well, it's not the type of sweet I was thinking. It's not fucking Nutella, but... once boiled, they're served with melted butter, flavored with Parmesan. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, actually.
Yeah, sure, why not?
I'd eat, like, some sort of wine and mustard-infused, fill-in like that. Tortelli amari di Castel Goffredo. Oh, that's yellow meal. That... Straight up, I looked at this and I thought, okay, something has exploded in here. The rest of these look like shitty blunts. The bits where you see the filling look like the world's worst blunt asked to leave Italy.
I don't know which of this is the pasta. Is it the yellow, or are these stuffed with a pesto? What's going on here?
They're stuffed with something, I'm pretty sure. Moth Critter in chat just called this Simpson meal, and I need to know why. Is it because it's yellow?
I think so. Oh, homie. I'm pasta, homie.
Homie, look out! They're turning me into a stuffed pasta!
Holy shit, that's a good Marge. What?
A Castel Alfredo dish, homie. made with a type of tortelli dumplings, the tortello amaro di Castel Goffredo, with a filling of balsamita aromatic herbs.
What the fuck? Aromatic herbs. I had to break character for that. Fuck.
Breadcrumbs, eggs, nutmeg, sage, onion, Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, garlic and salt, and served with melted butter flavored with sage and sprinkled with Parmigiano Reggiano cheese.
I gotta take a fucking drink after that one.
Yeah, that sounded like it was rough. Also, very impressive. Jesus
That
Christ.
one was fine literally up until the last 5 seconds. Then my body was like, all right, boss, it's been fun, but I'm about to give out.
Too much Marge. You gotta stop at the Marge right here and now.
The Marge is getting too strong. I need to take a tolerance break. I literally don't know. Every time it's come up that I'm doing a Marge voice, I almost have to sit for a second and think, wait, how the fuck am I doing this? I don't know.
The spirit of Marge just possesses you.
She's manifesting sometimes, and the best I can do is allow it.
Truly, in this moment, you are crumping, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
I'll crump with you, President of Italy.
I gotta take a fucking break.
Go for it.
I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna have other stretch. I'm gonna get more fucking water, frankly. Hitting the add button while I'm away, so it's a good opportunity for you to get up and have a stretch for a couple of minutes. I will leave Discord unmuted in case Doc wants to hang around, but you can also feel free to do whatever you want, my friend.
Yeah, no worries.
Hell yeah. I will be back real soon.
The Bouncer.
Hey there, everybody. It's me. It's Doc. Hitting you up with a quick The Bouncer.
The
How's everyone doing on this fine evening? I'm recovering pretty well from being sick and also having spent like a week away and 12 hours of cooking bookended by like 12 hours of playing. What's my Twitch? Go to http the good stuff / sword.zone / that's the way to go. Or just, yeah, MDCT. That's my Twitch as well. Sorry about the hold on, Lynx. I guess I can do it, I guess, if you want me to. There it is. "12 hours of cooking, yes, not cocaine. Don't worry, I don't do 12 hours of cocaine at any day." I'm gonna say, believe it or not, Reimu, even though she doesn't have the money in the first place. I don't assume anyone's played Dragon's Dogma until they tell me that they've played Dragon's Dogma. I adore that video game, but also, like 12 people played it when it first came out. Sure, like 6 million sales ever since then, but like 12 people played it when it came out.
Okay, I'm back. I got headphones on again.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Since I saw mention of Dragon's Dog, I've technically played it insofar as I played 20 minutes of it years and years and years ago and, like, hated it at the time. And now I look at it nowadays and I think, what the fuck was I on years ago? This game looks fucking awesome.
No, I totally get it, though, because that was a lot of people's first impression on the game. It has a weirdly bad first impression.
Yep. I did, like, one of the first boss fights that was against, like a manticore chimera type of thing, and I just remember thinking during the whole thing, man, this fight is so slow and drawn out and contrived. I don't understand what the appeal is. And then years later, I got into Monster Hunter, and now I'm looking at the game and I'm like,
I see. Now is the time for me to get into it, actually.
Monster Hunter is very interesting because even though Monster Hunter came out first, technically Dragon's Dogma was an influence on Monster Hunter's design. Because Dragon's Dogma is a game that's actually had design documents as early as the late 90s.
That's wild. That's fucking awesome, actually.
It was the brainchild and, like, the absolute, you know, perfect favorite baby of Itsuno, the something Itsuno, I don't remember his full name unfortunately right now, of the Devil May Cry guy, the current one who's been doing all of those. And he presented it so many times to Capcom and they kept on, like, pushing it off. But it actually influenced the initial design documents of Monster Hunter. And a lot of folks who worked on Monster Hunter actually did work on Dragon's Dogma and on and so forth.
There's definitely, like, a lot, not even, like, knowing that specifically until now, there's definitely, like, a lot of very clearly visible common ancestry between them if you just kind of look at them.
Yep.
Holy cowing god, how are y'all still live? First of all, Bunt Smoker is a really fucking good username. Second of all, this is normal for me when I do a stream of reading things.
There's so many pastas.
I've had, just because I haven't been able to stream very much in, like, a while, and then also I took, like, a month of no streams at all vacation, my, like, stamina as far as, like, you know, playing and streaming games isn't quite where I want it to be yet, which I'm a little sad about, but that's how body work. We'll get there again. I could fucking sit down and read shit for straight up 16 hours straight, though, so... I could wake up, and then, you know, aside from taking breaks to eat and shit and stretch and things like that, feasibly just wake up, frame one, start reading, and never stop until I go to bed. I could just do that. I'm just like this. Yeah, the Dragon's Dogma. I really want to play it someday, and again, this is a good problem to have. There's so many fucking video games I want to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of good shit out there. Thankfully, for the sake of my wallet, a lot of it is either old things or things I have already picked up over the years. And I'd like to get to it someday, but, like, man, just fucking looking at it now, look at all the shit that I have to do because of the subathon and having to schedule all that in alongside, well, I'm also going to want to, you know, keep doing the things I haven't finished, then I'm also going to want to dabble in other stuff alongside all that, and it's like, I'm set. The issue is, what do I do and when, specifically? You know? Well, I'll figure it out someday or another. I'll get around to it. I'm gonna have a good time with it. I know that for a fact. Who goddamn knows when, though? Please look forward to it in 2027. Please look forward to pasta. Now. Right now, right fucking now. We're back to yellow. We're back to yellow heap. Part of the reason you're becoming a streamer is so you can just have a time you just play a specific game. That's something I noticed when I also started doing this. Like, even before I started doing it, like, job-wise, when it was just hobby-wise for me, it helped me get into the groove of, like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna actually try and go through more of a video game and actually finish it instead of just, like, play 20 minutes and then put it down for a year kind of thing. And that was cool. A Castel Wait, no, I read all of this in the Marge voice already.
Yeah, you don't remember because you were possessed and you couldn't keep it in your head again.
The memory! It wasn't mine to keep! Help! Tortelli cremashi. I was so tempted to start doing the Marge voice again, but I know if I do that, I'm not gonna be able to speak for a week.
Yeah.
Not worth it this time. A crema dish of tortelli dumplings. In dialect of crema, tourtel cremache. I just realized this is named after turtle. Isn't it?
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Because
it does look a little bit like a turtle shell, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't realized until this fucking moment of my life. My god.
Oh man, tortellini is like little turtles?
I'm learning so much about fucking turtles. Thank you, Skeleton Hotel, for the 4-month resub. And thank you, Jill Katz, for message of, oh, the memory. Every Simpson wants to be my enemy. I hope I remember that one forever. Sweet filling and the shape of a half moon. The filling is made of amaretto biscuits, minced. Huh. Breadcrumbs, candied cedro, nutmeg, a typical spicy biscuit of crema. Typical spicy biscuit. Called, Mostacino? Yeah, see, this double C is like a soft C.
It probably, yeah, Mostacino.
Because this is like Mostasi.
I wouldn't be surprised if Italian just doesn't have that many rules for that, and you just gotta know.
That would make sense.
I know that's not common with Romance languages, but they have a few.
Mm-hmm. You have such little talking stamina that if you got possessed like that, you would faint. Don't feel too bad about it, none. I have realized over the years, after the reactions of many, many people, that maybe my talking and reading stamina is, like, freakishly unreasonably high. I'm sure you've got other powers that would make me go, what the fuck? That's people, baby. Right, this was full of cookies. So what was I looking at? Right, typical spicy biscuit. Egg yolks, grana padano, cheese, grated lemon peel, marsala.
Marsala as in the wine.
Oh, okay. Right,
Yeah.
Marsala wine is a thing. I was like,
That's just a place. Do they mean masala?
and then I forgot Marsala wine was a thing.
Yeah.
Mint candies. Raisin. This is just dessert.
One raisin. Only one.
One single raisin. Just one. Boiled and served with melted butter, flavored with cheese. Huh.
Grana Padano is a pretty savory cheese, though. So this is like it is mostly sweet, but there's a little bit of a savoriness to it.
Interesting. The idea of, like, a bunch of different minced biscuits and cookies, and then, like, candied fruits and nuts and stuff, and then also it's like a savory meal type of dish thing, and not like a sweet treat for you to eat, is fascinating. Not in the this is disgusting and I'm fascinated way, just I never would have thought of that.
Yeah.
I did totally misread this as tortelli della poison. Placenta. You can hello really powerfully because you're still not on testosterone.
Hello? Hello?
I can't quite do it. I don't have the range for that specifically. A Mantua dish of tortelli dumplings with sweet filling and red color. This is red
Delicious,
color.
delicious red.
Oh, you want a succulent bite of red, don't you?
Nothing more.
Thank you, Atlas Industries, for the 16-month resub. Much appreciated. Oh, don't worry, you're only about 5 hours and 39 minutes late. It's no big deal. So we still got pasta. You're good. You know, even if I can't hit like the super high pitches, I think I'm still pretty happy about my vocal range. I can do this sort of voice, and
Then I can do Marge Simpson.
And then I can do hello, Commander.
And I can just do that. And I can read about pasta. Which one was I on? I got possessed by Marge Simpson again.
Tortelli della
Right,
placenta.
poison.
You're in the middle at...
Red color.
Red color, yep.
The dough of the puff pastry is made with flour eggs!
Flour eggs!
Flour eggs!
Milk, cream, and flour eggs. Let's go. And meat thymus.
Beetroot, olive oil, salt, and sauce of cooked. And salt. And the filling is made of cherries, ricotta cheese, red wine, mustard, parmesan, sugar, breadcrumbs, cinnamon, nutmeg, and butter. So this is like a puff pastry pasta?
It's
Question mark?
It's just the flipped version of the previous one. It's just a different cheese that they're using on both of those, and it's very similar on both sides here.
And then again, boiled, served with melted butter, flavored with Parmigiano Reggiano. It's a different cheese. Similar stuff in it. Ingredients all over the damn world. This list is full of more secrets than the sandwich one? Yeah! Kinda. Tortelli di patate. Or patate, I'm not sure. Some of these I'm defaulting to French-ass pronunciation, even though that's not true. That's a different language, even if there is some overlap. A Mugello region and Casentino dish of tortelli dumplings of squared shape and bigger than the usual tortelli, with a filling made of boiled potatoes, Parmigiano Reggiano, nutmeg and salt, served with a tomato sauce based on meat of a beef or duck of wild boar.
My favorite part of the boar. Love that duck. Bourriettes is some pretty good food.
I was about to say, oh fuck, they take Timon away from Pumbaa and cook him. Timon's not a fucking bird! He's a weasel thing! He's a
meerkat.
He's a meerkat, that's it, thank you. He's not a bird! My other thing that I wanted to say was Banjo-Kazooie, and Banjo is a damn bear. This stream is a fucking awesome.
Bird and boar are friends.
Good for them. Where were we? I'm still so fucking taken out by meat of beef or duck of wild boar.
Tortelli di zucca would be next.
Tortelli di zucca.
I'm going to assume that the zucca is in the ravioli here.
Two things. One, after so many strange picks and no picks, it is surprisingly refreshing to see such a this is just some damn pasta on a plate type of pick. Number two, I did see this, like, backpack or whatever this is on the floor, and my first thought was, that's a dog photobombing this. It's not. But, like, this...
It looks like the Metroid Prime before it unrolls out into the full Metroid Prime.
Oh my god, it kind of does. What the fuck, dude? Why is she here? She can't eat that.
The remaster just came out recently, and she loves a good ravioli.
That's how they got... Oh, I hit a button by accident. That's how they got her back to take on the role of Metroid Prime.
Mm-hmm.
They paid her in delicious tortelli di zucca. Oh, what? Another picture.
Is that sliced strawberries?
There's absolutely a strawberry there, and St. George's mushrooms, and pecorino. Mm-hmm. I have never seen, like, tortelli or tortellini with, like, shaved mushroom like that on top. I've also never seen it with a single strawberry, but I guess this is the Celeste meal, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Celeste was famous for featuring Italian food. It's that thing everyone knows about it. I mean,
later on, people did learn that the Maddie was Italian, you know.
You said that with such a dour note to your voice, and it's so good. This is just giving me a brain moment, just remembering, there was a stream I saw where Maddie was playing with, another streamer I follow, Amethyst, shoutouts to Amethyst Rocks, she's cool, playing fucking Super Mario 3D World together, and Maddie kept fucking picking her up and throwing her into pits.
Yep. I mean, that's how you play those.
That is how you
sense.
play those. That is what you have to do. I've had a couple of friends be like, oh, we should get together at some point and play Mario 3D World, and there was just kind of this understanding of like, oh, you guys know I'm gonna fucking pick you up and toss you into pits, right?
Yeah, I was gonna do that too.
That's how you play it. That's how I played fucking New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and it was good fucking time. They keep referring to these as puff pastry, and that's fascinating to me.
It's definitely not. That's not puff pastry.
No, puff pastry is very different. Made with flour and eggs, and they are stuffed with boiled pumpkin, amaretto biscuits, minced, mustard, nutmeg, and Parmigiano Reggiano. Holy shit, Holly's still going? Yeah, I'm here. Hi. Once boiled, they're served with melted butter flavored with Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. Again, we got the sweet stuff in there, boil it, butter and Parmesan, or some other cheese.
We've got a sequence of 4 of the same thing again.
Yeah. Speaking of which, tortelli maremani con spinaci.
Tortelli mamma mia with spinach! Oh no!
Tortelli mamma mia, can of spinach! You got a Popeye in here right now. We gotta deal with this shit. This is a category 4. Oh, Maremma is a place. Okay. Of course the fucking Mario music comes up now. Crank that shit. Hang on. Of tortelli dumplings with a squared shape and stuffed with spinach. Wow, just spinach. Okay. Again, they're calling it puff pastry! Made with flour and eggs, and they are stuffed with ricotta cheese! Boiled spinach, nutmeg, and grated pecorino. Okay, so it's not just spinach. Once boiled, they are served with a ragu sauce based on meat of Maremma's beef or wild boar.
Okay, also, I've been feeling this out. Every single time they call these tortelli dumplings, these are specifically squared tortelli, also known as ravioli.
Oh.
Yeah, these are just ravioli dishes.
Yeah, huh?
I never thought about it that way. That's kind of what that is, isn't it? Tortelli Verdi. Well, I'm not seeing the green terribly much, but I'll trust that it's in there. Oh, god damn it, now this song's too loud. Come on, Jake Kaufman. It's too late at night for that. A Parma and Reggio Emilia dish. I wonder what kind of cheese they might feature in that. Of tortelli verdi, green tortelli dumplings, with a filling made of chard, spinach, ricotta cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano, bacon, onion, and garlic. Once boiled, they are served with melted butter flavored with Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. Oh yeah, it is after midnight, huh? That means it is, in the East Coast, officially, April 13th. You know what that day means, huh? That's right. You know it. You love it. It's the day they're announcing another Legend of Zelda trailer.
Oh, thank God. I was terrified of where you were going with that.
Oh, it's also the day Neil banged out the tunes.
All right,
Important day.
That is also very important. There is one more April 13th that I don't want to think about anymore in the world.
Oh, the only reason I thought about it is because someone sent me a very angry message about something. Well, maybe not very angry, but it was in all caps yelling at me about something unspecified, now that I think about it. And my immediate thought was, this is Karkat from the comic and he's talking to me.
Yeah, fair. Anyway, Neil banging out the tunes is eternal.
Good work, Neil. Thank you for your service. Then
these sound great, by the way. I would absolutely eat these.
Boiled and served with melted butter and Parmigiano Reggiano. Now this just looks like a tray you see at a buffet.
stick my hand in there and just take a huge wad.
Just take a big
That's my
scoop
meal.
and shove it right in your mouth.
Exactly.
It's that simple. Tortellini di Valeggio sul Mincio. Traditional tortellini di Valeggio sul Mincio dumplings, which is... Don't worry about it! Served in broth.
Delicious.
And then again, tortellini in brodo, which is the traditional tortellini dumplings in broth.
There are so many tortellini soups. I know this for a fact. Like, this is one of the basic forms of use of tortellini.
The traditional and proper bolognese dish. This poster is coming for the throat of someone.
Bio presto.
April 13th was the day that the most despair-inducing event of all time happened in Danganronpa? Is it actually? I don't remember. You could be playing a trick on me right now, but I do believe you wholeheartedly. And if you're tricking me, I'll... No, it's not? Oh, okay. I'm gonna... Tortellini burro e salvia. A bolognese dish made with tortellini dumplings. They're not even gonna talk about the burro or the salvia?
Wait, these are tortelloni dumplings.
Wait, they are wait.
They're different.
That is tortelloni.
instead of tortellini. Oh, these are... They're little guys.
This is a tricorn hat.
Yeah.
This is a tricorn hat. A fucking naval captain wears this dinner on his head. Come on now. Similar to tortellini, but larger, and with the extremities closed differently. I know what they mean, but that's a really good choice of word.
My extremities have been closed differently.
They said crisscross style instead of tight together.
Trinette al pasto. Pesto 5.
Listen, pesto never is photogenic when it's like a good pesto.
Yeah.
Right?
It's gonna be green and or brownish slop, and like, it's good that
it gets
that.
brown fast, is the thing.
Sometimes food doesn't need to be picturesque, sometimes it just needs to go in my fucking mouth. A Genoa pasta dish made with trinette pasta, a dried pasta similar to flat spaghetti, with pesto sauce.
So it is literally just trinette with pesto.
Yeah, it's here's this noodle, and here's pesto, and you will eat
Pretty
it.
sure we've had... Alright, there's more than one of... Okay, I guess we just gotta have every pesto dish in here. Got it.
Uh-huh! They do all the specific ones, and then they also post a fucking general one. Just like, by the way, you can make pasta where the sauce is pesto and you put a pasta in it. And then they post all the specific individual ones, and I am entranced by that. I'm obsessed with it. Why do they fucking do it? This is troccoli.
Finally, the sequel to broccoli.
My favorite vegetable, troccoli. Al ragu di sepia. A Downey's pasta dish made with troccoli pasta. Thick spaghetti-like pasta. Yet another fat fucking spaghetti. Local variant on spaghetti alla chitarra. With a ragu sauce based on cuttlefish.
Okay, alright.
Well, that's exciting. That's new. That's different. I never had a cuttlefish eaten in my life before.
I went to the Seattle aquarium last week or so, and I saw a cuttlefish while I was there.
Aww.
They're little tiny guys.
They are! They're cute! I love them! I don't know what they taste like.
They probably taste like calamari, you know? Because all
probably
of those
similar,
kind of
yeah.
taste the same.
Mm-hmm.
I
had octopus, I mean, technically. I had takoyaki, which only has, like, you know, a little bit of octopus in it. But that was still my first time having octopus, and, like, it had a good texture, and the taste was kind of like similar-ish to squid, kinda. And I don't know why I was expecting it to be something like radically different taste-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But at the same time, they are extremely similar,
Yeah.
like, physically animals, so...
So it makes sense. By the way, here's another troccoli, which is just troccoli, but with dried tomatoes, anchovies, and breadcrumbs.
I'll eat it. Sounds good to me.
Uh-huh. Trofie al pesto. Again. Trofie.
With pesto.
This is a Cheetos crunchy pasta, again. With pesto. Trofie
It does have a picture.
Oh, it does? I completely spaced out on that for some reason. That is like a...
It's a bowl of slop.
It's a very picturesque bowl of slop.
Yeah. Got that restaurant lighting really just highlighting everything in here.
This is a gorgeous, scenic, memorable, picturesque heap of slop on the table.
Mm-hmm.
An honorable, beautiful, wonderful bowl of booger-looking things. In color, at least, if not so much in texture. Trofie di Portofino. Mix of pesto and tomato sauce.
Huh. I've never heard of anyone doing that, but that makes sense.
Could be good. Could be real.
Yeah.
Tumake metule.
I love me a crumble on a pasta.
I like the look of this.
Mm-hmm.
I like the sound of this. A simultaneous green and red dish? Yeah, it's the Italy one. Think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Pasta dish of arboresce origin, made with tagliatelle pasta with tomato, anchovies, fried crumb once again.
Delicious.
Fried crumb just makes me think of fucking Fred Crumbs. How much do you know about Splatoon?
I know only a little bit about Splatoon.
So here's what you need to know. Recently, they put out a DLC, which was less of a DLC and more of a thank you for pre-ordering what's going to be the actual DLC eventually. Here's a fun bonus for you, where you get to go to, like, the plaza from Splatoon 1. They added a new shopkeeper to the shoes place, because canonically, the shopkeeper of the shoes place is traveling the world on his motorcycle right now.
Right.
The new shopkeeper is like a butterflied fish fillet deep fried, and he is alive.
Okay.
And his name is Fred Crumbs.
I'm looking at an image of Fred Crumbs right now, and that is a hell of a design.
I love you, Fred Crumbs. And I need you to know that, like, Splatoon has been very, like, inventive and creative with, like, pulling on a lot of, like, actual deep sea, like, aquatic life for, like, interesting sort of designs of, like, people in this world. This is more or less, with, like, some minor exceptions, the first time we've seen this dude is just food. This dude is just food alive. This dude was turned into food and he's alive.
And he's got sick kicks.
His entire backstory is that he horribly misread the job application, telling them that they're looking for applicants with a fresh and crispy style, and did this to himself. And straight up, the owner of the shoe store is just like, "That's not what I meant. I like it though. You're hired."
This man's over here, split himself down the middle, deep fried himself for the fresh and crispy style.
It raises so many interesting questions about the nature of how a fish person in this universe can live, even with, like, very extreme, what are essentially body modifications like this. And they're probably basically never at all ever going to be addressed, because that's not what Splatoon is about.
No,
and
of
that's
course not.
fucking awesome.
It's way funnier if they don't.
Exactly! Someday, I'm going to put out a 20-minute video entitled "The Dark Truth of Fred Crumbs. Why is he like this?" And it's gonna be me going, Well, because it's funny. And the rest of the video is going to be me making tomato sauce.
That's smart. That's smart. A long time ago, me and some buds were going to make a single video that was going to be talking about Souls lore, making shit up the entire way.
Awesome.
And we were going to call it the Fragrant Branch of Lore.
That fucking rules.
Just purely based off of, man, people really just write fanfiction about these and then just pass it off as real.
Yeah.
You know?
It is very charming and very fun. And I've seen people get into, like, fucking internet slap fights because, why is your interpretation different? I watched a fucking YouTuber and he said this, so it has to be true, right? And you're gonna go to hell before you die because of that.
Not even once. I did drugs. That's why I'm gonna go to hell before I die. Not because not because I said something different about a Souls game.
I'm Captain Lou, and if you get cursed, you go to hell before you die. Please.
Oh man. That's such a fun fucking idea. I'm glad I know about it now, even if it maybe will never.
It probably will
come
never
to fruition.
happen. But yeah,
it truly is the thought that counts. Tourtel guasarot, a mantua dish made with this again, filled with beans and chestnuts, served in a sauce made of cooked wine, breadcrumbs, lemon, and cloves.
that's an interesting flavor profile they're describing there. I have no idea what Tourtel guasarot are, but hey,
I'm going to
no one
take.
could.
I'm going to take a wild guess based on tourtel sounding like turtle and squasarot sounding a little bit like square. I'm going to guess it's a square-shaped tortelli.
I'm gonna go off of Tourtel being like Master Roshi and Squasarot sounding like Kakarot, that this is all about Goku.
This is the Vegeta pasta. You eat this
Exactly.
and you spend 5 years in the hyperbolic crime chamber, only to come out in the rain and listen to Phil Collins and power up.
Absolutely.
Confirmed. When you listen to Phil Collins, it's exactly like eating beans and chestnuts in a sauce made of cooked wine, breadcrumbs, lemon, and cloves.
It's true.
Vinci Grassi. A baked pasta dish similar to, quote, lasagna al forno, which I think was literally on the list.
Lasagna al forno is just regular lasagna.
Considered the Marchigian variant. It is prepared made with Vinci Grassi pasta. Now this is like a picture of it baked, but I just want to know what the noodle looks like.
Is Vinci Grassi the one that's kind of like a crepe? Because there's a crepe-like pasta that is that is also used for lasagnas.
Yeah, there's like a couple, and at least one or two have been mentioned so far. Flat, usually made with 100 grams of flour for each egg, and then made with.
It's not a lot of flour for each egg.
So maybe that's a little more crepe-like then. Can hyperbolic crime chamber be a contender for raid phrase? I mean, sure, if you want. I said lots of shit tonight, though, and I don't remember most of it. That's just a thing I say, because I like the sound of it. With ragu sauce, bechamel sauce, and... Hang on! It's just this!
Yeah.
Why don't they
they could have just used that image, but,
So many cases where you click on the link and there's just a picture there, and they don't use it. To be fair, sometimes this is because, like, they update this article and don't at all know that it's linked to on here, referred to here. So I get it. But also at the same time, it's like, surely there is a steward of the list of pasta dishes who must be doing their damnedest to put this together, right? That's not how Wikipedia works, but in my head, that's how the gnomes work on Wikipedia. ZT al forno. A dish with...
That's Big ZT.
It's a dish with beef, 3 cheeses, and ziti pasta.
Yep, that's just Big ZT.
I'm realizing now that al forno means baked because forno is similar to four, which is French for oven.
Yeah, it's it just means that pasta that has been baked.
Ziti al the oven. A baked pasta dish made with ziti pasta, eggplant, meat sauce, and cheese.
I want to say, eggplant is not the common addition to any given ziti al forno, but
Yes, it is. Wikipedia said so.
You know what? That's fair.
They wouldn't say wrong things to me, would they? Citation needed! We have finally made it to other countries, and this is where shit gets fun. Alphabet soup.
Yep.
A bowl of alphabet soup nearly full and nearly empty, spelling the end in the latter case. Wait, they put the letters for soup in the spoon, but it says spuo. A delicious bowl of spuo. It's like fucking malk. Prepared using alphabet pasta. In the US, it is commercially produced in a can of condensed broth.
So there's actually a fun thing about, I'm pretty sure almost all of the manufacturers that make alphabet pasta have significantly scaled back their production. So there's not that much alphabet pasta anymore. People don't really get alphabet soup anymore.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that. I'm so sorry to everyone from Switzerland. I'm gonna butcher this. Alplermagronen from Switzerland. A heap of slop to seal the deal on the side. I have to wonder what that is. Dish of pasta and potatoes enriched with cream and cheese, seasoned with onions, usually accompanied with apple compote. Okay, yeah,
it's applesauce.
That makes sense for that kind of flavor profile. People are often doing like a bit of applesauce with like here's like potatoes and onions sort of thing. I see that. People do that for like latkes, don't they? American chop suey?
This is real. I can guarantee.
See, I know this. I've seen this. I've eaten this. This is macaroni casserole where I'm from.
Yeah, that probably is. It's just we call them American chop suey for some reason.
I have never heard anyone in my life call it American chop suey.
So the funny thing is that that's completely true that we do occasionally call it American chop suey around here. What I would call American chop suey is different from this. Because the one that I grew up eating, that my father, as far as I know, invented and made, is very different and has a shitload of celery in it.
Interesting. Also, yeah, message from Jill Katz saying, I'm American, I've never heard of American chop suey.
Oh, please. This is another New Englandism, all right? It's not a thing that's all over the place. It's a weird, specific thing, okay?
Elbow macaroni and bits of cooked ground beef with sauteed onions and green peppers and a thick tomato-based sauce. I don't like it terribly much, but I see why other people like it.
I don't like this version. I like my version.
Awesome. So you're saying it's a regional dialect? No. Hold your horses. We'll get there soon. Don't you worry. I'm excited about that. American goulash, by the way. It's got peas in it.
It does.
This is also just macaroni casserole. Baked as a casserole in an oven. And has many variants. It has been mentioned in U.S. cookbooks since at least 1914. Core ingredients now usually include various kinds of pasta, cubed steak, and tomatoes in some form, e.g. canned sauce soup paste. Diced chuck roast, ground beef, or
hamburger
is often substituted for cube steak. Baked ziti.
Now that's baked ziti that I know and love.
Once again, different from ziti al forno. Although they do use the same picture!
It's the same. Anyone saying it's not the same is lying. For what it's worth, I adore baked ziti. This is my favorite baked pasta dish.
Hang on, from Belaphon in chat, looking at the American chop suey page, it is sometimes called American goulash outside of New England. Huh.
But that's different from this goulash.
Uh-huh. Wait, yeah, you're right! The cropping of the thumbnail is different in between the two tables! But
You eat more of the plate in Italy. Crunchy.
But it's the same picture from Lily from NY United States! Oh my god!
Yeah, they would never waste the plate in Italy, unlike in the Americas, where we just go ahead and, leave it on there.
Perfectly good plates thrown out in the garbage because a little bit looks a little bit, like it's got a bit of a mark on it, or like the flesh is a little bit brown, but it's still a perfectly serviceable plate to eat. What a shame. A baked casserole dish made with ziti macaroni and a sauce characteristic of Italian-American cuisine. This plate... I know they mean plate as in, like, the dish, but after all of that we just said, hitting that with, this plate is so fucking funny! This plate has similar properties to a lasagna, but using ziti pasta instead. Barbecue spaghetti.
Get out of here. Who dare?
Spaghetti topped with a pulled pork and a marinara sauce with a barbecue sauce base.
Doesn't sound like a marinara sauce to me.
A dish developed in Memphis, Tennessee that tops spaghetti noodles with pulled or smoked pork and a barbecue sauce-based marinara.
You can put pulled pork on anything and it's good, though. I have to admit that.
I don't think I would really get much out of this specifically. I don't think it's bad, and it's probably for someone. Brinjove Holuski from Slovakia. So, Slaninau. A little bit. This is a bit porridge.
That's pretty Slaninau, if I've ever seen one, yeah.
It is one of the national dishes in Slovakia. This meal consists of holuski, boiled lumps of potato dough similar in appearance to small gnocchi, and brinzda, a soft sheep cheese, usually sprinkled with cooked bits of smoked pork fat / That's meat?
That sounds actually really good, so I get it.
It sounds good, yeah, I'd fuck up a plate of this. I thought this was an apple compote or something. I thought this was small bits of apple. It's meat. Kivizli Eriste from Turkey. I totally butchered that, and I'm so sorry to any Turkish
The Sedilla under
viewers.
an S. The Sedilla on an S in Turkish is sh, so that'd be Eriste.
Oh, now I get to do the also, here's how you pronounce something. It's pronounced Sedzi.
Oh, okay.
And I that's at least the French pronunciation of it. I wonder if it's pronounced different in different languages what use it. A walnut pasta from Anatolia. Nothing more than that, but it's got walnuts. Chicken noodle soup. It's interesting after they specify, soups can use pasta, but it doesn't necessarily make them considered to be a pasta dish with, like, some exceptions. They're just kind of going a little hog wild on it, here in this section. Which is interesting.
What's your opinion
on
chicken noodle soup versus chicken rice soup?
I infinitely prefer chicken noodle soup.
Okay.
I've had some, like, good chicken rice soups, but just, like, for me, chicken noodle soup is something you can make yourself and do up all real nice, and it's really, really fucking good like that. To me, the essence of chicken noodle soup is, oh, fuck, I want soup. I got a fucking can of it in the pantry.
That's fair.
Canned chicken and rice soup, I have never really liked the texture of the rice in it. Canned chicken noodle soup, the noodles range from this is fine to this is pretty good for a thing I got out of a can.
Yeah, I prefer chicken and rice soup personally, but I will admit, this is because I'm talking about, like, one that I would make myself.
Right.
You know?
Right,
and
that's the good shit.
And the way that you make a chicken rice soup that's really, really good is that you just keep the rice separate. You don't just pour it in there.
Yep. There you go. You leave it soaking that long in the can. It's like, yeah, no wonder the texture fucking sucks dog eggs.
Exactly. But if you have it actually freshly made and you just, okay, you're going to eat it right then and there, you grab that plop of rice in there and then you pour the broth over it. Oh, baby, that's amazing.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
real good.
That shit sounds fucking phenomenal. I have never tried making it myself, and now I'm like, God damn, why haven't I? I should do that.
It's real easy.
Mm-hmm. Interesting they specify Northern Europe for chicken noodle soup. I guess that's maybe where it's, like, originated from, question mark, but
I mean,
also...
they can call it that, but that's also, like, the basic form of soup.
Yeah!
Like, that's everywhere.
Making a stock out of chicken is pretty fucking universal as long as a chicken is there. You know? Yeah. Primary ingredients are chicken and noodles in a chicken broth, possibly with pieces of vegetables. Carrots, celery, peas, etc. Chicken riggies.
These are really good. For what it's... I've had chicken riggies before. It's fantastic.
This is a picture of one of the most popular pasta dishes in Utica, New York, and the surrounding geographic region. Chicken riggies. It's a regional dialect.
From what region? Upstate New York? Really? Because I'm from Utica, and I've never heard anyone call it chicken riggies.
I've been waiting, literally, all fucking stream to say that. On the edge of my fucking seat for hours. A pasta-based dish typically consisting of chicken, rigatoni, and hot or sweet peppers and a spicy cream and tomato sauce. Yeah, that sounds good.
Utica riggies.
Wait! Utica riggies! I didn't notice that! This is just the cultural impact of Utica now. Yeah, that's like the thing that people what aren't from New York, I only ever see talk about Utica is the fucking... the fucking Simpsons bit.
Even people from New York don't talk about upstate New York very much.
Fair. This sounds good, though. How many Simpsons characters can I channel? I don't know. My Marge is pretty fucking good. I'll fluff myself up on that one. I have no real frame of reference for how good my Skinner or Chalmers is, and I'm okay with that.
They were pretty good. They were pretty good.
Yeah, they're probably serviceable. I'm fine enough with just having one be a dead ringer. I can live with that. Cincinnati chili, by the way.
That's Cincinnati chili, all right. This is I think this is probably a 4-way. Because they got the oyster crackers, they got
Skyline
the cheese,
4-way.
they got the chili. Yep, there it is. Okay. You can
this-
go up to a 6-way.
Oh shit, wild.
Yeah.
This has literally come up on stream before, specifically because I was doing a stream with my partner who, like, is originally from that sort of area of... I almost called it Ontario. That area of the United States. What the fuck?
Ohio.
Ontario, you know. Anyways,
Yeah.
And we were looking into, like... I'm trying to remember. It was some weird fucking, like, category of, like, foods from some very specific state or, like, region of states. And I... If I can fucking remember what it was, I'll link it or whatever, but I don't offhand. Anyways, Skyline Chili came up there.
Cuisines from Ohio.
Right.
So, Cincinnati chili is only barely a pasta dish because they also not only do they make it out of it with a chili, right? And it's a weird chili on top of that. It's not a common chili. And then the gigantic pile of cheddar cheese on it.
Yeah.
And sometimes diced onions and sometimes beans.
Right.
They also boil the shit out of that pasta. It is the softest pasta you've ever eaten.
Uh-huh.
It is like you use a knife and fork. You use a fork when you're eating that, not to get like strands of the pasta, but rather to just cut it easily with the knife.
I am now so sad. that I didn't set up. I had an entire idea for a dumb fucking goof that I could set up where, and this is literally only funny to me, and I'm gonna have to explain it so people can go, oh, huh, yeah, I get it, and not laugh. But, so the new Destiny 2 expansion came out, and it's got this, like, bombastic main theme for it, where it's like, bah, 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 bah. And I wanted to set up, like, a scene in OBS similar to, like, other joke ones I've done, like, you know, for the end of the stream. And stuff like that. Where it would just go to, like, a horribly bit-crushed image of, like, I don't know, some Lightfall key art, and then play, like, a horribly loud, bass-boosted, peaking the microphone type cut of, like, that theme, and I could cut to it anytime anyone said Neptune, or Strand, or Gun, or Destiny. And I literally didn't do it because allergies have been killing my ass lately, and I was just like, oh, fuck it, I just want to sit in bed. It would have been so perfect to just be like, strands of spaghetti.
Strand!
But that's okay. Sorry for killing everyone's eardrums just now, by the way. I didn't realize it would be that loud. I'm sorry, y'all. Anyways, Cincinnati chili. It is funny. Because, like, yeah, they serve it on pasta or whatever. But, like, the focus of it is, like, there's 3 million piles of everything else.
Yeah. I want a Cincinnati chili that was just a one-way, and what do you mean by that? I just want the spaghetti.
Not even the chili?
Not even the chili.
This is a my meal ass picture of ground beef. This is great.
The weirdest thing about Cincinnati chili is how wet it is. Like, I need to emphasize, it is cooked in water, and they keep on adding more and more water to it. It is the wettest chili there is.
My wet meal. I guess it makes sense if the idea is like, yeah, it's kind of like a saucy topping for like a pasta or something.
It's very saucy, and I guess the main thing is like, when you cook ground meat in water like that, that's actually the only way to get it really tender, because it won't otherwise. If you brown, there's actually an exchange with ground meat that the more you brown it and like develop flavor in it, the less tender it's gonna be. There's actually just no way for it to go the other way. The proteins in it have already been destroyed. They can't fall apart like that. Right. So
the whey system. Again, I get what they mean. Very, very funny way of spelling that out. And I'm sure there's some people that are gonna look at this and be like, oh, chunks of raw onions, come on, man.
I love chunks of raw onion. I love chunks of raw onion. I cannot, like, listen, chunks of raw onion on a chili dog, I want that.
Right,
Give me that. That's good stuff.
Like, as someone who looks at this specific meal and thinks, I don't know, it's not really my jam, I look at this, and I'm more on board now. I am not ashamed to admit. Straight up, like, this extremely wet and saucy, more than anything type of chili does seem like it would be pretty good on, like, a chili dog. There you go! Skyline Cheesy Coney!
I could fuck with. I would eat this, actually.
I would annihilate this. I would destroy this. You put this in front of me, you blink, it's gone. Too late. Get me another. I love this being tagged as partially eaten 5-way.
The weirdest thing to me is the oyster crackers. I don't understand why anyone wants those on there.
I don't know. Because you've already got the carb with the pasta. Oh god, it scrolled me up. Where were we?
On Cincinnati chili. Right. Skyline chili.
Skyline chili.
Cincinnati chili. There it is. Okay, they don't call it Skyline chili because Skyline's the brand. So
right. It's the sort of thing where when I first heard about it, I was like, huh, that's weird. As more time has gone on, I have, like, warmed up more and more to the idea of trying it.
I'm not like offended by Cincinnati
Right.
chili like a lot of people are. I think it's probably fine, but also I don't. It's not a flavor profile I'm
Yeah.
that into for this, and also I can't forgive the incredibly boiled pasta.
Yeah.
I'm an al dente boy. I like it al dente.
I get that.
Like it fucking like. Listen, I want to just give me the box.
My I get that. My partner likes a much like softer bite to pasta, and I generally prefer like firmer. So it's been interesting trying to figure out like what's a good middle ground that we both enjoy, sort of thing.
Yeah. My recommendation for that is actually a relatively high quality pasta, even when it is no longer al dente, still has like a tiny bit of firmness to it. So
Interesting. I'm learning so much about pasta today. This one is from Gibraltar. Fideos al horno, a baked pasta dish in Gibraltarian cuisine, similar to Maltese in Karun, which just links to macaroni casserole. Macaroni, bolognese-style meat sauce, and egg. Consists of macaroni, bolognese sauce, and various other ingredients, including egg and bacon, that vary according to family tradition. Okay, so it's, again, macaroni casserole. Some stuff is in it.
al horno.
Fideuà.
Oh, okay, interesting. So this is a paella, but made with
like little
made with
noodles.
pasta instead. Yeah.
That's just paella, sure, okay. I get it.
It's made in a paella pan and everything.
Yep. Originating in the 1920s in the city of Gandia, it is usually made with white-fleshed fish and crustaceans and optionally served with aioli sauce.
Many variations exist.
You looked over and thought the shrimp were little men? I mean, shrimp are little men.
Behold, a man! Diogenes crashing the stream right now.
It's like the geniuses of our time are always saying, these are the men. These are the men.
Find me a Platonic scholar who would actually deny that this is a tiny man.
This is Dudes Rock the Pasta.
Absolutely.
Filipino spaghetti, which I mostly only know about in the context of Jollibee, so I don't know how good of a snapshot of Filipino spaghetti that necessarily is. I've never had it, though. I know it's apparently got like a sweeter flavor profile, which is interesting.
A lot of places that make pasta dishes that are based off of like spaghetti or bolognese are, because it's also not uncommon for them to start with ketchup and they toast the ketchup and stuff, and
yeah,
that does mellow it out a lot, but it is still a little sweet, you know.
There's a couple examples we're getting to that are here's a ketchup pasta. This is technically one of them. Filipino adaptation of spaghetti and bolognese sauce, characteristically sweet due to the addition of banana ketchup or brown sugar to the sauce. I've never had banana ketchup, but I have, like, looked up and read a bunch of stuff around it, just because of, like, if I'm remembering right, like, just because of, like, how kind of neutral-ish the taste of banana is, in combination with, like, all of the spices you would see in, like, a tomato ketchup kind of thing. It's pretty similar, which I always thought was interesting.
We don't have a large Filipino population up where I live. That is not the variant of Asian immigrant that it made it over here. So I don't see much Filipino food or anything like that, or like markets. So I've never had banana ketchup, but
it's not something I've had. I have been lucky, just in the fact that like I have a couple of like local friends and like friends of like family members that are Filipino that are like, hey, here's some food, you want to try it? So I've gotten to sample a couple of good shit.
Meanwhile, I've had a lot of Cambodian, Vietnamese, and Thai food.
Ooh,
so.
Hell yeah. I've had some Vietnamese food and like fast food Thai food. I don't know if I've ever had anything Cambodian now that I think about it.
It's not very common outside of a couple of cities around here, at the very least, so.
Frog eye salad, by the way.
Never had this, I've never heard of this, and I'm looking at this, and I think this looks vile.
You want to eat balls? Yes. You want to put some soft fucking balls in your mouth? Some nasty, squidgy fucking little balls? You want that?
I mean, some people like boba.
Oh,
It's not boba, my friend.
a type of pasta salad made with acini di pepe pasta, whipped topping, and egg yolks.
Oh, whipped topping because it's not mayonnaise. It's like
Yep.
Cool Whip and stuff.
I looked at like that little description when I saw this when first going through the page. I thought to myself, what the fuck? Went through this whole article and then went, fucking of course it's related to Mormons in Utah and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
This is...
It sounds like a Mormon food, and then you realize it totally is a Mormon food.
Yup! Sweet pasta salad, dessert salad, made with small round acini di pepe pasta, whipped topping, and egg yolk. Fruits such as mandarin oranges and pineapples are often mixed in, sometimes topped with marshmallows. The humorous name refers to the pasta looking like frog's eyes.
No.
Ambrosia salad, but even more for fuckers.
Ambrosia salad also sounds so not for me. No, thank you. Good message in chat, just humorous, huh?
Well, I'm not laughing.
I will simply say no thank you. Now, rice pudding. Rice pudding I can fuck with. Now, tapioca pudding I can fuck with.
I've made a tapioca pudding before. It's pretty good. I ran out of sugar and used honey, and I think it came out better.
Hell yeah. I do guts to get up once again for a stretch. Wish there was an emoji that was the face of Rhythm in Heaven chorus kids side-eyeing you when you mess up. I think I technically have emote slots still. I think I can fulfill that niche. I think if it's a follow remote, like anyone who follows can use it across like Twitch now, maybe? Question mark. I've seen some people do that, but also it was unclear exactly what the conditions are to use a follow remote everywhere.
I'd have no idea. As far as I know, you can only use them in the channel. But
right, but I've also
seen
some people use follow emotes from other channels in other channels, and
maybe if you can use follow emotes if you are subscribed.
Maybe. I don't know. I would feel bad telling people to pay up for the fucking chorus kids. I don't own that. Oh, whatever. I gotta get up and have a break. This is realistically gonna be the last break unless we somehow hit a fucking brick wall of shit, which I doubt, but it could happen. But probably realistically our final break, and we are in the home stretch of pasta dishes. We are in the home stretch of my meal, which is every meal. I'm gonna have my stretch. I'm gonna get a little bit more water. I'm gonna probably use the toilet boil. Maybe y'all could get up and do the same, because I'm just gonna be running ads while I'm away, so it's a good opportunity for you to get up and not look at the computer screen. We'll be back real soon.
I love making late night pasta myself, but I'm not doing it right now. Late night pasta is one of the absolute joys of, being an adult. You can make pasta at any time. Nothing can stop you aside from your own inhibitions. I make myself my typical pasta that I like to make is a pasta al limone, which is to say it's a lemon and garlic based pasta. I have some capers in my fridge just to go along with it as well. Lemon garlic pasta tonight? Hell yeah, my wife. That sounds dope. I'm I'm all about that life. That lemon garlic life. Like a chicken piccata without the chicken, you know? Heavy on the lemon, heavy on the garlic, heavy on the capers. And you got yourself meal. I made a lemon garlic pasta, actually, for a group of, like, 18 people. That was, like, 3.5 pounds of pasta, and I decided to make it all in that amount, all in one go. And I am amazed at how well it came out. Making large quantities of pasta in one go is extremely difficult. I should also make some spaghetti sauce, like proper spaghetti sauce. I've got a bunch of extra ground meat that I got to use exactly like 3 ounces of. Like 3 pounds of ground meat in exchange for like 3 ounces to then put on a weird burger. I made some spaghetti alla salsina. Nice. My recovery is going okay, I guess, personally.
Okay, we're back.
Welcome back.
So, you might be able to understand, given it's 1 o'clock in the morning, my time, but your girl is a little tired. And so I nearly, in my tiredness, nearly slipped and fell in the hallway going to get myself water. And I didn't. The keyword here is nearly. I'm fine. But I do need you all to know, I did, instinctively, not thinking about it, not consciously, I did instinctively, while, like, catching myself and getting my balance, do a fucking pitch-perfect hoo, ha, from the Donkey Kong Country cartoon intro. I don't know why that happened, but it felt important enough to share. So I hope your evening is a lot safer than mine.
Look out down below.
Here
Banana
she comes,
slammer.
Pasta Slammer. Let's slam the rest of this pasta right out my goddamn gob. Fuck a frog eye salad. We're done. Juvetzi, which is Greek. Noodles in the form of rice. Ah, cute.
Greek leg of lamb. One of the platonic ideals of meal.
That shit looked good as hell. Oh man, take a big bite. Baked or stewed meat dish made with either chicken, lamb, or beef, orzo, or sometimes egg noodles, and tomato sauce. Yeah.
The Greek tomato sauce that they bake lamb in is, I need to emphasize. Oh. Oh, it's so goddamn good.
I've never had Greek lamb specifically, which now that I think about it, it's like, man, why haven't I? I gotta.
It is so good.
Johnny Marzetti?
This is apparently specific only to Columbus, Ohio.
Welcome to Columbus, Ohio. Meet my friend Johnny. Throwing this whole casserole in your fucking face. Ding dong. It's not how people in Ohio talk. A baked pasta dish of casserole consisting of noodles, tomato sauce, cheese, and ground beef.
That's just macaroni casserole again!
Noodles, tomato sauce, cheese, and beef! With
additional shredded cheese added on top before baking.
Right! That's just what we do here in Quebec! That's just macaroni casserole here!
I mean, it looks like a macaroni casserole, doesn't it?
It's just a macaroni casserole!
Everyone wants to take credit for baking macaroni and stuff together, all right?
This dish has a man's name because this dish is technically legally considered a person.
This dish can vote.
Every time you bake this, he's alive, and every time you eat him, he's dying.
Mm-hmm.
It's an important lesson on morality for children at a young age. What the fuck is the history of this thing?
Johnny Marzetti was baptized twice, once in water and once in fire. The pasta was boiled and then it was baked in the oven.
Johnny Marzetti originated in Columbus, Ohio at Marzetti's, an Italian restaurant established in 1896. The T. Marzetti Company is the specialty food group of the Lancaster Colony Corporation. T. Marzetti produces numerous salad dressings, fruit and etc., etc. Whatever.
It's just some company.
At Woodruff Avenue and High Street by an Italian immigrant named Teresa. Her name wasn't even Johnny, it was Teresa. One of the dishes Marzetti offered her customers was a baked casserole of ground beef, cheese, tomato sauce, and noodles that she named after her brother-in-law, Johnny. Teresa was the first person to serve the casserole Johnny Marzetti in a restaurant. Okay. In Season 3, Episode 18 of Gilmore Girls, Happy Birthday Baby, Johnny Marzetti casserole is referred to as Johnny Machete, a dish Richard Gilmore's grandmother made for him while he was feeling sad. Did they call it that because they couldn't get the legal rights from the T. Marzetti Company or whatever?
Who knows?
That's fucking awesome. It scrolled me all the way up again, but it's fine. Not there yet. Not there yet. Johnny
there
Marzetti.
We go.
Now this one from far away does just look like it has an X on it, but you zoom in like this and it looks less like that.
Mm-hmm.
I love the description of the image because it is just...
This is an image of food from...
The...
Awesome! Oh, koshari from Egypt. Traditional Egyptian staple, mixing pasta, Egyptian fried rice, vermicelli, and brown lentils, topped with a zesty tomato sauce, garlic, vinegar, and garnished with chickpeas and crispy fried onions. Now, on the one hand, yes, this is carbs on carbs on carbs. On the other hand...
It sounds fucking good.
Yeah, I'd eat that.
Egyptian food is pretty solid, yeah.
I would destroy this and desperately look for more.
The spicy red sauce that comes on Egyptian food is that shit is spicy.
Mm-hmm.
That is some really spicy sauce.
I can't remember if I've ever had any Egyptian food, and it sounds so good every time I read about it.
There's actually an Egyptian food truck that is around my area.
Oh, man.
It's a food truck that serves it, yeah.
Hell yeah. Kugel. Is Kugel. Baked pudding or casserole similar to a pie, most commonly made from egg noodles or potato. It is a traditional Ashkenazi Jewish dish, often served on Shabbat. Is it Shabbat or Shabbat? I never remember. And Yom Tov. Interesting.
There's tons of different variations on Kugel. Kugelis is the Lithuanian version, for instance, and it's really good.
See, this is interesting. Just kind of like by osmosis and like the people I know and like the places around Montreal and stuff. I know about a lot of Jewish food. I don't know if I've ever heard of this one.
It's not an exclusively Jewish food, is why.
Ah.
Yeah, it is a pan-Eastern Europe food as well.
Does sound good. Hi, honey. Hi, Puzz. We're almost 7 hours into the stream, and I'm feeling real normal. I know you're probably going to anyways, because I know you and I love you, but if you're gonna end up hitting up the VOD for this at some point, you're in for a goddamn treat. Smile. Couscous. Now, zoomed in like this looks fine and normal. Zoomed out like this does look a little bit like a snowman with a charming face put on him.
You're not wrong, Maddie. I can see it.
This Frosty the Snowman-ass motherfucker is enticing me to click on the thumbnail, and then I do and it's normal. It's just normal.
It's a little
bean
disappointing.
soup. Yeah, I wanted a delightful little wintry treat in my bean soup. From Malta, a soup in Maltese cuisine prepared with vegetables and small pasta beans called couscous. I wonder if this is somehow similar to couscous. Yes, given its close resemblance to couscous. Along with fresh, broad beans when in season. This is lasagna. Also, yeah, this sounds good. I would eat that.
Lasagna, huh?
Lasagna. Dude, you gotta check it out. You gotta come on down. He's hitting that lasagna. It's so cool. Here's the slab.
Ryan, hit that lasagna, please.
A Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Polish pasta dish. That's all you're getting. What's on it?
Okay.
Well,
I probably know more about this, actually, now I think about it, because I watched specifically an episode of Tasting History with Max Miller about lasagnes, which is it's a very similar food to this. This is descended from really old versions of lasagna, I'm pretty sure, hence the name lasagna.
Dough, rolled thin, cut into triangles, boiled, drained, eaten with melted pork fat, vegetable oil, and sour cream. Poland commonly mixed with cabbage, fried cabbage, or with soured cabbage, and small pieces of sausage, meat, and/or mushrooms. Yeah, this
Delicious.
Sounds like several other things I have heard of.
I saw the words fried cabbage and all. I'm into it now. So.
That does sound pretty good, even if the image is a little dire. Now, speaking of images that are a little dire...
Oh, that's meal. That's meal if I've ever seen one, baby.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
That's meal. Good fucking lord. The limpest fucking sausage they could have came up with. The limpest fucking sausage they found.
Limpest, and it looks like it's completely raw. You know, no browning, no nothing.
These poor noodles, this poor spätzle, looks like it has solidified into one single contiguous mass. It is now one noodle. This is bachelor chow! You're not wrong.
Covering a plate of spaghetti with, like, beans and lentils. That's 100% college food.
Right. And here's the thing. Here is perhaps the most fucked thing of all. I would eat this.
I'm sure it's fine.
Right. A traditional Swabian dish of lentils with Swabian pasta. Which is just spätzle, yeah. Normally accompanied with wiener sausages. Like, lentils is fucking good. I want to get more into eating lentils, because every time I eat lentils, I'm like, damn, I forgot lentils are so fucking good. I should eat more. But my man, oh, this presentation is something extra.
You start to mix that up, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just that presentation is, yeah.
Also, God, the immediate cut from the triumphant end of the Smash Bros. Melee intro theme to the gentle pedal crash music while fixated on fucking this. It's exquisite. It's an experience. Nothing can beat this. Nothing can top this. I have wonderful news for everyone. They've just announced Pedal Crash 3, and it's a delicious bowl of Spätzle with a single limp sausage and some lentils on top. Please enjoy.
Truly delicious.
Macaroni and cheese.
Debatably originates in England, as they say.
Leeks? Oh, no. There's not a single leek in sight. In fact, I don't think there's any alliums in this. It's just lentils. Smile. Anyways, it's macaroni cheese. What? Sorry, none of you can fucking smell this because you're not in my room. A very strong and pungent odor of garlic has suddenly started wafting in through my window.
Interesting.
No, never mind. That's skunk. I'm smelling a skunk. Never mind.
Ah, okay.
I am safe for another day from the Wario apparition. It was only certain notes of the skunk smell that hit me at first, and the rest of it did, and it's like, oh, yeah, I know that. I know what that is. Anyways. England, ? Consists of cooked macaroni, pasta... I thought it said paste at first. Pasta and cheese. Most commonly cheddar cheese, though it can also incorporate other ingredients, such as breadcrumbs...
And ham.
I don't think I've ever seen macaroni cheese with ham.
I have.
Oh. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. Little chopped up like cubes of ham as an additive isn't that bad as an idea.
It tracks.
I enjoy a good macaroni and cheese. I make a really good one.
I've had a lot of bad macaroni cheese. I've had a lot of good macaroni cheese. I will continue to enjoy macaroni cheese. The highs are worth the lows every time. Even if I would rather not have the lows.
I use a mixture of cheddar and Gruyere in mine.
Oh, fuck.
And I will defend that as being like the primo duo of
That's
macaroni
a good
cheese.
fucking mix, yeah. My god. The real question is if they consider craft dinner as a different thing. Please look forward to the rest of this list. Smile.
And there's macaroni casserole, I guess?
By the way,
Finally,
macaroni
at long
casserole.
last?
Again. But this one specifically is macaroni casserole from Northern Europe, Malta, and Indonesia.
Ah, okay.
A dish of cooked macaroni and a mixture of egg and milk with additional ingredients like meats, vegetables, or fish. So this is even more just, yeah, it's a casserole with macaroni and plenty of other things. In Finland, those poor macaronis pressed up against the side of this glass bowl like they're trying to get out of damn jail. Thank you, the real Yocal, for the raid. I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream today. We're at the ass end of pasta. And I'm feeling it. Macaroni pie. Which I've never heard of, but is apparently a Scottish delicacy. A macaroni pie is an open pie containing macaroni and cheese. It is also a part of other cuisines.
That doesn't look like an open pie to me over there. That's a closed pie. That's got crust on all sides, baby.
I mean, this open in the sense that they cut it open. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Exclamation point. Okay, I gotta close my damn window. The skunk's funk is real goddamn bad all of a sudden. Where the fuck were you?
That skunk could be miles away.
It's hard to tell, especially because there's definitely a breeze that has been blowing into my window. So, like, I guess it makes sense it was farther away if, like, the horrible, awful bits of it didn't, like, immediately waft into my house.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, this does just look like a casserole. I don't see a crust on this one. Well, whatever.
Macaroni salad! Unknown!
Out of all of the things you can give as having, like, an origin, this generic pasta salad, This is the one where who the fuck made this? I have no idea. We have no possible way of knowing.
It's so funny, especially after there was very directly an entry in the Italian section about, yeah, this is a standard pasta salad served with a lot of the stuff that does just describe a bog standard ass macaroni salad. And then we get to this, and it's like,
This is macaroni salad. No one knows what it's from. We found it in a cave.
oh, by the way, Jane and I loaded up Mr. Bose and took Bob and Frank over to visit with Mom Katie and Marty in Dayton, Virginia this weekend. It was a great and fun day. Little bird face emoticon. Thank you, Bill McChesney, for that one. Infinitely charmed by your spelling, Bill. Thank you so much. Thank you, B. Kirby, with a 31-month resub. Very much appreciated.
I got to go sleep but wanted to contribute to the Subathon.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll have to tally up what the points are at probably tomorrow, realistically, but, like, I would not be surprised if we are now, if not at the final goal, then very close to it. By the way, it's pasta salad served cold made with cooked elbow macaroni and usually prepared with mayo. Usually a side dish.
It sure is.
Macaroni Polflotsky from Russia. They got that crust on it.
They definitely got that crust on it. That looks almost just gritty.
I love New Bloom Part 2 playing over this picture. Also, thank you, Super Mush Hill, for that brand new sub. Much appreciated. I don't know why this has happened, but the playlist that I just pulled up for this stream has ended up being so fucking disgustingly funny over pasta. Thank you, Peculiar Top Hat, for the 26-month resub. Literally Navy-style pasta. A Russian dish made of cooked pasta, typically macaroni penne or fusilli, mixed with stuffing made of ground meat, usually beef or pork, and fried onions and seasoned with salt and black pepper.
I feel like there's a lot of that missing from the image, but I'll take your word for it.
I trust you. You know more about Russia and pasta from Russia than I do. Wikipedia entry. I gotta believe it. Thank you, Valentino, for that brand new sub. Much appreciated. It's a little bit tube meal. This meal is for the tube men. Maltash. You can't fool me. That's 2 wontons. That's 2 dumplings.
In a broth.
Swabia in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Traditional German dish that consists of an outer layer of pasta dough which encloses a filling, traditionally consisting of minced meat, smoked meat. Thank you, Sebmal, for the raid. I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream today. We are here at the ass end of every pasta ever discovered by humankind so far. We all found them deep in the bowels of a cave, and we're cataloging all of them, and we're almost done, and I can go to bed soon. I hope you had a good time streaming today. Traditionally consisting of minced meat, smoked meat, spinach meat, breadcrumbs meat, and onions meat.
Delicious.
Flavored with various herbs and spices. For example, pepper, parsley, and nutmeg. I forgot they said herbs, and I was like, what do you mean parsley is a spice?
You know, it's a spice for the Ryus of the world, who love themselves some water with no ice.
Now this one. This is
spaghetti Napolitan. This is one that if you like hear about it, you think, and you have no idea what it is, people say like, "Oh, that sounds gross."
Right.
And then you learn how they make it, and actually, oh no, it sounds pretty good actually.
Right. And here's the thing that's got me kind of puzzled is like here they calling it Napolitan because you know the L's and R's in like Japanese are like basically equivalent in a lot of ways. But then you go on the article and it's like Napolitan. They call it Napolitan because it's based off of Neapolitan. They call it Napolitan.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they calling it Napolitan? I've literally never heard a single English person in the goddamn world refer to it as Napolitan.
Yeah, me neither.
It's Napolitan. No one says or writes it like that. It's Napolitan. Anyways, this is like one of those, they put it in the window as a display thing, and also there's a children's toy next to it, which is cute.
Mm-hmm.
The truck is part of the spaghetti. You do have to eat it.
Yeah, I would.
Take enormous fucking bite.
Nothing beats the taste of Tonka on a day.
Oh, Tonka Joe, is that my meal? You're bringing it to me by hand right in front of me? Oh, you shouldn't have.
Alert! A delicious spaghetti is falling into your mouth!
Spaghetti, tomato ketchup, or a tomato-based sauce, onion, button mushrooms, green peppers, sausage bacon, and Tabasco sauce. An instant Napolitan is also available in Japan today, but only today, so hurry up! and this is one where I read it and it was like, they're using ketchup as a base? That sounds fucking weird, but like, I've never had it, and I've had so many people say, yeah, it's actually good, so I trust.
I actually use ketchup when cooking way more often than I used to. It's a really, really quick and easy way to introduce some mild vinegar flavor and sweetness into something,
yeah,
especially if you cook and toast it first, you know, like it.
That makes
I
sense.
use it for more than just covering a meatloaf. I'll use it actually as part of me making like a beef and broccoli.
Yeah, that tracks. It's especially because the flavor profile of ketchup is like largely vinegar and sweet and spices, and less so like
there's very
the
little
actual tomato bit. Yeah,
yeah.
Tomato, I feel like, is mostly there like as a binder and as a color.
Yeah.
Next up is Narin from Uzbekistan. Oh, it's in a cute little bowl. I straight up thought this was like a giant novelty teacup at first. I might be a little tired. Made with fresh hand-rolled noodles and horse meat. Can be served as a cold pasta dish, or as a hot noodle soup. Now, I've never tried horse.
It's incredibly rare to find horse in, like, the entirety of the Western world.
Right.
There is a lot of, like... It's one of the only meats alongside, like, dog that has, like, still a lot of taboos associated with eating it. So you don't even find it in, like, butchers that stock a lot of meats still.
Hear a lot of arguing as someone who doesn't actually have ketchup in their country. Is it the same as tomato sauce? No. There are a lot of different things that people would consider under the umbrella of ketchup, and none of them are really quite the same as just, like, tomato sauce. Even if it is, you know, sometimes a sauce and does have tomato in it, most people aren't going to be calling it a tomato sauce, you know?
Yeah. I would eat horse, but I have never had the chance to, and I probably never will.
I have no frame of reference. I would try this if I somehow could, but... Pasta Primavera is from Canada?
I had no idea that was a Canadian thing.
New York restaurateur, Cirio Macchioni. Oh, okay, so it's an Italian-American who went to Canada and made it there. To the Canadian summer home of Italian Baron Carlo Amato.
Huh.
Aristocrat and businessman who named his summer home Shangri-La.
In Nova Scotia.
What the fuck is going on with any of this? My god.
Shangri-La in Nova Scotia, created by an Italian aristocrat. Okay, sure.
I'm learning a worrying and distressing amount more about Pasta Primavera than I ever really wanted to. So it's just, yeah, butter, soft cheese, and vegetables in like a pasta together.
It's pretty much just an Alfredo with other pastas, like other vegetables when you get down to it.
It basically is just, here's the pasta of we put a lot of vegetables in it.
Yeah, which is, it's good. I enjoy Pasta Primavera. I like the tomatoes in it particularly. I think that's actually a really good combo.
Primavera's good. Here is the moment I have been waiting for. Quebec's national delicacy. Pizza-getty.
Oh, baby.
Pizza-getty.
That's pizza and getty.
Thank you, Perpetua Reality, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. You have come here just in time for Quebec's national historic landmark meal, Pizza-getty. And you might look at this and think, well, this is just pizza next to spaghetti. And that's technically correct. However,
The
pizza served with, or sometimes containing, spaghetti. Pizza in Canada, a whole article. Pizza-getty. Pizza-getty is a combination meal commonly found in fast food or family restaurants throughout the province of Quebec and other parts of Canada. While a regular pizza slice accompanied with a portion of spaghetti with tomato-based sauce is common, also found is a slightly more elaborate presentation consisting of a miniature pizza sliced in half with the pasta in the middle. A common variation is the pizza Caesar, where the spaghetti is replaced with a Caesar. That's just getting pizza with salad on the side! That's just getting pizza with a salad entree!
You can't say that when you're talking about Pizza-getty, though, which is pizza with the spaghetti on the side.
No. You see, Pizza-getty is different because it's two main courses together. It is hedonism, the meal.
You can get a Caesar salad as a main course. It has to be a hefty Caesar salad, probably with some chicken on it or something.
It's not, though, is the thing. Specifically in this context, it's just a little bit of salad on the side with some pizza.
Okay, fine. And I don't find it personally that different, but I'm not from the region, so I'm not an expert, I guess.
You have to understand, it is completely and absolutely different for 100% entirely arbitrary reasons that don't exist and don't matter. All the same, it's different.
I can respect that, at least.
I understand there is no weight, no truth, no backing to the words I speak, but I will speak them all the same. Oh, but wait, here's the best part. Other variants, found mostly in Montreal and its suburbs, include spaghetti as a pizza topping, placed under the cheese.
Under the cheese?
Under the cheese. Under the cheese. This is like...
I've had a baked ziti pizza before. I need to emphasize. I've had pizzas that are fucked up and weird and wild and are just carb on carb. The ziti was above the cheese.
This is the star, the crown jewel of, like, family buffet, just come and eat as much as you want type of places, aside from, like, those little cocktail wieners.
Yeah, of course.
And I need to stress, I need to make this completely clear. You must understand. It's mid.
Of course it is!
It's not great!
I mean, the wet, slippery spaghetti underneath the cheese? Of course it's mid!
You know that one episode of Tim and Eric where it's like an advertisement for a product called the poop tube, and they're talking about how it has a new smell for when you take a shit in it, and he just goes,
"It doesn't smell good, but it smells better than it used to."
That's the type of tone I take when I talk with such reverence about Pizza-getty.
I can't. There's something like that for everyone, you know, right? Like, there's the local food that's like, yeah, we do this. It's not great,
right?
But we do it,
and it's why I can sit here in perfect confidence, going to bed, sleeping soundly at night, going, yeah, fucking frog eye salad? That's disgusting, man. Who would do this? Knowing full well on multiple occasions I have put Pizza-getty in my gob. And didn't necessarily enjoy it fully. Please look forward to the rest of this article. You'll see why. Anyways, this is recta or rechta? Probably recta.
That's a plate of food on pasta that, sure.
Hunk of meat right on top of some noodles. A dish made of fresh artisanal pasta cut into thin strips from Algeria. See, this is such a much more interesting looking picture.
Yeah. It's a good presentation, comparatively.
Even if I look at this and think, this is a little much, I don't know if this is for me, this is such a much more interesting picture of it. This is the meal. That's meal.
It's a bunch of boiled vegetables, some form of meat, balls of some kind. I actually have no idea what those are. Chickpeas, maybe.
I assume chickpeas.
And then, yeah, hard-boiled eggs, just all on a big old plate of pasta.
Now this one is fucking meal. This one I probably would be down to try. And this looks fine to pretty good. It's fine.
That looks pretty meal to me, yeah.
I'm very sorry to whoever uploaded this one. I'm sure it was fine. It just don't do it for me.
The meat looks a little sad.
A little bit. Spaghetti sandwich, by the way.
How did I manage to get on both of the times the spaghetti sandwich comes up? Because I was here for the last time that was spaghetti sandwich.
Alright, so the pact is formed. Next time spaghetti sandwich comes up on stream, I'm going to call you, even if you're not able to respond. I'm going to goddamn try.
Yeah, go for it. I'm usually available.
Spaghetti sandwich.
And it was oddly delicious.
And it was...
That's the same image with the same caption.
Fuck, is it?
Absolutely is.
Oh my god.
I can prove it right now if we have to. I'll bring up the list of sandwiches again.
Please do. I believe you, but also I need to know.
List of sandwiches, Wikipedia.
Prepared with cooked spaghetti, sauce, and bread.
Yep, okay, bringing this up. I'm not looking at the... M. Wells Dinette spaghetti sandwich, and it was oddly delicious.
Yes!
By Daniel Zemens, M. Wells Dinette spaghetti sandwich and everything, yep.
No one can see this, but I'm pumping my fucking fists like a mad woman right now. Let's go! Spaghetti sandwich. Prepared spaghetti sandwiches. A spaghetti sandwich. Now, a thing that, I can
actually respect that one. That's like a spaghetti caprese sandwich. That looks pretty good.
That's a fancy fucking looking spaghetti sandwich, quite frankly. A thing that I mostly got from my dad is the quote-unquote open-faced spaghetti sandwich, which is quite literally, here's some leftover spaghetti. I've made a piece of toast, maybe buttered it, maybe put some cheese on it. You just heat up the leftover spaghetti and put it on top of that toast. Instead of, you know, having like a bit of garlic bread or toast or whatever on the side of your pasta. You just put it on the pasta. And that's dad meals.
Yeah, 100% dad meal.
That's the essence of spaghetti sandwich to me.
Mm-hmm.
Spaghetti with meatballs. And I'm sure there's people out there who would think, wait, what do you mean that's a United States thing? That's not like an Italian thing? Nope.
It actually is. Yeah, that's 100% a United States thing.
For
what it's worth... There was actually a poll about things that Americans do to pasta that was sent over to, you know, polling Italians about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eating meatballs with pasta was like the one that had the near universal approval of. This is like okay, no, spaghetti meatballs, actually that shit's legit. That's pretty good. We don't do it here, but we get it.
Keep on keeping on.
Yeah.
Italian-American dish that usually consists of spaghetti, tomato sauce, and meatballs. Popular among Italian-American immigrants to NYC.
I love spaghetti and meatballs.
Mm-hmm. And like, right, here's specifically the thing. The reason why it was popular and prominent and, like, actually a thing in the US is because Italian immigrants came over and found, oh, meat is so much easier and cheaper to get here. It's plentiful. It's relatively inexpensive. Back home in Italy, that shit was, like, costly. Like, there's, like, I keep bringing up that one article I read about, like, Italian food history and stuff, but, like, straight up, the dude interviewed, like, a bunch of, like, older people that were, like, still alive at the time, and they were like, yeah, you know, there's all this talk of, like, you know, all these, like, famous, long-standing, you know, dishes that primarily are about meat. That's a load of horseshit. We were lucky some years if we were able to afford to kill a single pig. Stuff like that. And it's fascinating.
Yeah. The other thing is, it's the reason why it's meatballs too specifically is, yeah, the meat was a lot cheaper. The cheese was actually more expensive, so they would use things that weren't cheese on these a lot of the time. Adding the meatballs for more meat in there, so it's something else. Grating like breadcrumbs over it as well. That was another extremely common thing.
Yeah.
To do because yeah. It was just an exchange of like, okay, it's what we have available to us, and it turns out we can do a lot more meat but less cheese here. This is an incredibly glossy JPEG.
Oh, I did zoom in like 400% on it also. 500%,
yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, my mistake.
It's still pretty glossy though.
But also, this is when it's
right?
like at 100% resolution.
Yeah.
Oh, glistening. You can see every individual globule of fat. Oh, maybe just a bite.
Stop me. I won't be able to stop myself.
Someone, hold me back! The beast is unleashed! And her name is Spaghetti Meatball. Maybe just a single morsel, just a nibble, just a bite.
Describe that voice as food pervert. Yeah, that's correct enough. Talarines verdes from Peru. Now that's meal.
That's absolutely meal. You cover a pasta in green, and it's almost always gonna be good.
Yeah. And they got that hunk right next to it. Ooh, buddy.
Yeah, just like a full steak going on to the side. Yeah, let's go.
This is fucked. It's almost 2 in the morning, and I am feeling hungry. I will stay strong. But, it's funny. Peruvian pasta dish consisting of spaghetti tossed with a pesto sauce made of spinach, basil, shallot, queso fresco, and walnuts. That...
Sounds good to me.
That sounds like a good fucking... Fuck! It sounds like a good pesto! Help!
Rest in peace.
Tetrazzini? You can't fucking fool me. That's a Zelda character.
Tetrazzini is a real thing around here too.
That's
the
a
one
Zelda
that
character.
the one that I'm most familiar with is turkey tetrazzini. It's a common after Thanksgiving food where you have a shitload of extra turkey.
Leftovers
May as well
meal.
make it into something else. Yeah, it's a leftovers meal. You bake a bunch of pasta with some cheese and cream sauce. I guess in this case, actually tomato sauce, but most time I've ever seen is a cream sauce.
It's real? You've
Often
seen
they would
Tetris?
linguine.
Everyone's seen Tetris. All you need to do is close your eyes. Smile.
There's almost always peas in tetrazzini. That is a thing. I
Good.
like it. I'm a pea liker.
Peas is fucking good. Peas is one of my favorite vegetables. I need to put that in more pastas. I've barely done that ever. Prepared with diced poultry or seafood and mushrooms in a butter/cream and parmesan sauce flavored with wine or sherry, and served hot over linguine, spaghetti, or some similarly thin pasta. Garnished with parsley, and sometimes topped with almonds and Parmesan cheese.
Okay, almonds is pervert shit I've never heard of.
Yeah, that's... Huh. I'm on board with everything, and the almonds on top doesn't necessarily sound bad, but it makes me go... Huh?
It'd be fine. I'm just saying I've never heard that before. That sounds like someone... That sounds like the person who wrote this had their mom made tetrazzini with almonds on it and thinks that that's normal, you know?
Yeah. Kuros Souza. Probably not at all how you pronounce that, and I'm very sorry to any Hungarians out there.
Good luck pronouncing Magyarn anyway. You're not gonna succeed. That's a language isolate. Good luck.
Habitant pea soup will fill the void Oh, because you're talking about pea soup, I see. Yeah, you get a fucking can of Habitant pea soup, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not going to be on the level of like a homemade pea soup that like your ma, or your grandma, or you're making, but it's still pretty good. As far as like brands of soup, what you can get and eat whenever, Habitant pea soup is pretty good. I've never had their minestrone.
Bringing up Uralic language as a... There's like only 3 Uralic languages. They're practically language isolates. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
The Finno-Uralic group is so tiny.
A savory curd cheese noodle dish, or cottage cheese noodle dish, made with small homemade noodles or pasta. This is one of the few that has citations in it.
Oh, neat.
We have made it to the bottom, what I believe is the final segment. Commercially prepared dishes. Are you ready for some stuff? Hamburger helpless.
Take a look inside your mind. Take a look inside your mind.
Jesus!
Do you see bright lights? Or do you see total darkness?
A line of General Mills packaged food products sold under the Betty Crocker brand, which consists primarily of boxed pasta bundled with a packet or packets of powdered sauce or seasonings. Look, y'all, chat. It's April 13th. This is the one opportunity you're gonna get. If you want to make some kind of snide comment about Betty Crocker, now's the time. I'm throwing you one bone. You have 30 seconds.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm counting. I do love... I have to assume some of this is people playing dumb on purpose, just the people going,
Huh? What?
What?
Honey pot sting operation! Listen, you can't tell them that. They're not supposed to know. That's the whole point. Alright, your time's up. Oh. Anyways, primarily boxed pasta bundled with a packet of powdered sauce or seasonings. I've had one single type of hamburger helper in my life, and it was fine. I thought it was alright.
It's food.
It's food you can eat using some stuff you've got.
Yeah.
I've been helped once in my life.
We can see your name, you don't need a sting operation. You know, that's fair. For some people it's a little obvious, but I mostly have the rule of please don't go on about Homestuck in my chat, because when that tends to happen, it either always brings on a lot of people being like,
"Oh my god, you talking about Homestuck on the internet?"
Or it brings out people that get into, like, legitimate, I hope you die and kill yourself fights over what their interpretation of a character is. That's happened way too many times in way too many public spaces I have, like, administrative and moderative control over, to the point where I've just gone, no. No more. It's gone now, sorry. Sorry for turning into Marge Simpson about it for a second. I was more going for the Vine TikTok of a dude being, like, talking about Danganronpa and being like,
"Who do you kin? Nagito?"
But I guess that does verge a little bit into Marge Simpson slightly.
That's got a little bit of Marge turning into a werewolf going on, yeah.
Little bit. Anyhow, Kid Fresh.
Oh, don't post that around. That'll get you banned.
Wait! Kid Fresh meals are made with natural ingredients.
Vague.
and contain no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. They contain up to 1 serving of vegetables and are rich in key nutrients such as protein, calcium, fiber, vitamins, and iron for growing kids. Kid Fresh meals are low
Vague.
in sodium, fat, saturated fats, 0G trans fat, and contains less than 400 calories.
Less than 400 calories for a growing kid?
This is literally just word for word an advertisement blurb.
Yeah. And also, kids need calories. They need those to grow.
Because they're literally little engines about growing.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's why when people are like, what the hell, my kid's packing so much away, it's because their body is exploding.
Yeah.
Millions of cells are becoming millions more. Chef Boyardee. The audacity to not include a single picture of the chef's cuisine.
It's true. I have eaten a lot of Chef Boyardee when I was a child. Like, Mr. Boyardee was like my standard canned meal.
There's literally a Wikipedia flag for this reads like an advertisement. Yeah, there is! And it's not on this page for some reason. I guess because no one ever fucking thought to check the Kid Fresh page. It's been languishing as an advertisement this whole time and no one's cared to go.
The standards here are awful.
I haven't had Chef Boyardee since... I want to say it's been nearly 2 decades. But I'm pretty sure that's not right.
Less than 2 for me, for sure. But, like, I want to say it's been, like, 15 years. 15 plus. Like, I want to say the last time I had it when I was, like, 13 or 14. Like, basically when I started high school. That's when I stopped ever getting Chef Boyardee.
No time like the present? Oh, Sebmal, don't tempt me with a... good time? Question mark? I gotta be real, I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, do I need fucking stretch goals for my subathon? Would I'll eat Chef Boyardee be anything? Would people want to give me more money so that I can eat Chef Boyardee? That's nothing.
Absolutely, people would be into that. Are you kidding me? You're talking to one of the primo, like, oh, eating weird foods on stream guys right here and now.
That's true.
Of course people want to do the Chef Boyardee stuff. I'll give you a little bit of a secret fact here. When I was a child, one of my favorite things to do was with the ravioli, slap exactly 4 of them on a slice of white bread. Now that was meal.
Good lord, that's meal! It would be deeply funny to have, like, alright, if we get 2,000 whole new subscriptions, I will engage Operation Taster's Choice and eat a bowl of Chef Boyardee ravioli. I'm not committing to this yet. Don't assume this is me saying I will do it. However, it is an idea that is laying roots in the back of my head, and so it is a possibility. Anyways.
Now the beefaroni, that stuff was trash.
Ooh, good to know. I am obsessed with the description here. Thank you, Skeleton Hotel, for the tip.
Holly, it's time to take the Chef Boyardee challenge.
The Chef Boyardee challenge is... any Chef Boyardee is a challenge to me, given how that makes my stomach feel.
Absolutely.
The description. Canned pasta products, including mini bites. That's it. That's it. That's all you get. Anyways, craft dinner. I like craft dinner. Tenderoni pasta with a cheese sauce made from powdered processed cheese, milk, and butter or margarine.
The thing that I think of the most about craft dinner is that when I was young and making it for myself, I would always use half the amount of butter and milk that they would actually recommend you use.
Oh.
And then I want to say, like, in the last 5 years when I started to ever get it ever again, those motherfuckers did what I did. They changed the recipe to make it do that. I was there first. I decided that I knew what I was doing better than they did, and they agreed with me.
Dude,
that's my statement.
KD has fucking spies out here that have been analyzing your cooking for years.
For what it's worth, I think all they did actually was cut the amount of milk in half. They didn't cut the butter in half, so I'm actually lying. But
I said that as a joke, and now I'm thinking like, you do a lot of scrum shit on stream, and then KD did come out with like, yeah, here's our shaker packets you can buy to add extra flavor, and several of them were just like, this is a bad idea, this is gonna taste like shit, but people are gonna buy it because they're like, oh, that sounds so bad, man, I gotta buy it and try it for myself.
For what it's worth, the Kraft mac and cheese powder, people have started to use that as just additions to other things, and it actually is really good. Like, I've seen people use it as like a steak seasoning.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah. The Kid Fresh article now has an advert.
Good work. Good work, whoever did that. You're a genius.
Something that I've always thought was really charming about these Wikipedia streams, I'm always so worried whenever I do one of these that people are gonna go,
oh, I'm gonna be a little prankster. I'm gonna go in and cause a ruckus and make things worse. Nah.
I hate when people do that. I don't think that's like funny or interesting or anything like that. It mostly just makes me feel kind of sad. People have been very well behaved and exact opposite have been going through some of these and improving the editorial standards of them.
I don't remember what it was, but I actually went into Wikipedia once for one of these following this when they were like just misspelling something in a regional way and not using the actual name for it. And I corrected that. I don't remember what it was, but I did do that.
Good fucking message, which I think I may be missing context for, from HRAB in chat, and I quote, "Wild to see the tastes like shit market open up for food over the last 10 years." Moving on to makarnali kuftender from Turkey. Makarnali kuftender, Iskender Tarzi Kofteli Makarna, Iskender-style meatball pasta. Consists of... Oh, it's kofta. I know that. Topped with hot tomato sauce of pasta. Ooh.
I made some kofta not too long ago, actually, like less than a week ago.
Hell yeah.
It was really good. I also made the flatbreads from scratch to go with them, and that was the best flatbread I've ever had.
Fuck yeah.
It was so good.
Corporations are very much jumping on the bad on purpose wagon. Yeah, it's something I've talked about before, and I fucking hate it. And it's such, evidently, like, such an effective fucking marketing tactic for them. Or they'll just go, hey, here's, like, our product, and it's very clearly something that's like, this is gross. This sounds fucking gross. This is like some straight-up nasty meal that they're just putting out there. Completely normally like, hey, this is the new product that you can try, you can go get it. And the reason why it works is because people keep looking at it and going, this sounds fucking awful. There's no way they're putting out something like this when it's that awful. I need to buy this and see it for myself. And they buy it, and it tastes awful. And so you've got people going, man, this thing was garbage, because they fell for the, well, it couldn't be that bad, could it, right? And then once that proliferates, you then get people going, oh, I'm gonna buy this bad thing ironically, even though I know it's fucking awful and bad, so that I can say, hey, I checked out this weird bad thing for a limited time only, the bad product they put out, and the irony dollars are still just real dollars, and they're lining their fucking pockets with that shit.
Yeah, the reason why things like, not to toot my horn here, but the reason why things that I do are fine is because I'm not giving a corporation irony dollars. I'm just paying for regular, like, ingredients from regular foods and stuff,
Christ,
and then I'm assembling it like a dumbass.
It's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole fucking thing that I have really, really deeply strong opinions about, because, like, this may not come as terribly much of a shock to anyone who frequents my streams with any regularity. I hate capitalism. I hate advertisements. I want to fucking throw up when I think about it too much. Shit like this specifically makes my goddamn skin crawl. More than usual. It is foul. Anyways, meatballs consists of kofta topped with hot tomato sauce of pasta, and generously slathered with melted sheep's milk butter and yogurt. Tomato sauce and melted butter are generally poured over the dish at the table.
SpaghettiOs.
I've never had SpaghettiOs.
They are so sweet.
What?
It is unconscionably sweet, like sauce. It's ridiculous. I know. It sounds bizarre. They are one of the most over-sugary foods out of the United States. I need to emphasize this. It's the meatball is fine. The meatball and also the little hot dog chunks, those are fine. It's just the sauce in SpaghettiOs is so sweet.
Oh, fucking speaking of hot dog chunks. One of the best ways to eat Kraft Dinner, the Quebecois classic. Kraft Dinner, you chop up some hot dogs in it. Maybe you add a bit of ketchup if you want. That's meal. Oh, buddy, that's meal. That one I will proudly defend as being an actual good thing to put into your mouth, whereas Pizza-getty is a fucking joke to me. Americans do that a lot too. Let's go.
Yeah, hot dogs and macaroni and cheese is like a common thing that we do. Just like not only mixed together, but also just having a hot dog and mac and cheese. That's a go-to.
Hell yeah. Canned spaghetti featuring circular pasta shapes and a cheese and tomato sauce. Introduced in '65 by the Campbell Soup Company under the Franco-American brand. The pasta was created by Donald Girk, who passed away in 2010, the daddy-o of SpaghettiOs.
He does look like a daddy-o of SpaghettiOs, looking at him. You get such a good look at him from this distance, you know?
He's gonna fucking get you.
I don't know why this is down here. This doesn't make any sense for being down here.
Right, these next two I am kind of confused about, because this is just, like...
The second one I get, actually. But this one, it's weird.
I guess the justification is, like, this is largely just a thing that you get from restaurants, question mark?
I guess, but and I know that Greek restaurant food and Greek actual food that the Greek we eat is very different,
yes.
But still, like...
Penne alla vodka being here, though.
That one is because it's an advertising thing. The creation of penne alla vodka was specifically an advertising thing.
Ah, that I didn't know.
Yeah. It's... Penne alla vodka was basically, it was created by a vodka seller to sell vodka.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And it ended up in a lot of restaurants and stuff because it actually is pretty good.
It is.
Vodka sauces are good.
It's delicious.
The funny thing though is that Ethan Shabowski, who's actually a very good food YouTuber, just did a pretty big deep dive on that. Vodka is not even close to the best booze to put into a vodka sauce, it turns out.
Oh.
He personally prefers gin quite a lot to it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that tracks. There's quite a lot of delicious dishes you can make by cooking down different types of alcohol. That shit's good.
Yeah.
It is happening. Again.
Pizza-getty.
It is happening. Again. A combination meal commonly found in fast food or family restaurants throughout the province of Quebec and other parts of... This description blurb is so much more elaborate than the other one was. Which is just pizza with sometimes spaghetti. This is like straight up just nipped from the article.
When you start talking about the brands, you have to be representative. You can't just leave it as is.
It is prepared with a pizza, sliced in half, accompanied by a small portion of spaghetti, with a tomato-based sauce. Rosto from Gibraltar. A dish in Gibraltarian cuisine that is of Italian origin, consisting of penne and a tomato sauce, with beef or occasionally pork, mushrooms, and carrots, among other vegetables, depending on family tradition. Hang on. Since I haven't done it all stream. Among? There you go, you fucking animals. You get one. You get one.
Among pequeño.
And topped with grated queso bola, which is just
Edam, I guess.
It's just Edam. Huh.
Sure.
No image. You don't get to know. I kept misreading this as Subouncer. It's not what it is.
The bouncer.
A kind. I thought it said a king. A kind of ring-shaped pasta that is typically stuffed with a mix of meat, pork loin, prosciutto. What it sparked the ideas of these styles of streams? I like reading. I like reading out loud to people. Wikipedia lists are really fucking funny to me.
They really are.
Just like on a conceptual level.
One of my favorite Wikipedia lists is the list of powers that vampires have by franchise, and it's so big. It is so large.
What do you mean?
You have to scroll in every direction on that list, left, right, down, and up.
That's great. And the final entry, toasted ravioli.
This shit rules.
Breaded deep-fried ravioli. From St. Louis, Missouri. I've never had this. However...
It's great.
Yeah, it sounds good as fuck. Yeah, it sounds good as fuck. I'd eat that. Do I think deep-fried Chef Boyardee would be good?
No. No.
Well...
No.
Sorry, Gibson. Oh, no. That's not my Hotel Mario. No, that is...
No.
Just imagine that the microphone is like more gravelly and peaking more because you gotta get that Quebec Gamers classic low-quality audio.
Mm-hmm.
You and Gibson were having very in-depth Chef Boyard discussions? Good fucking message, Osk. Thank you. That's pasta. It's pasta. And now you know, for a fact, completely, that my HOLLOWTONES exclusive recipe is either wholly and completely original or an unabashed duplication of several other recipes smashed together. One of those is true. Both of those is true. Neither of those is true. And now you know what the truth is. The truth is... pasta's pretty fucking good.
It's pretty solid.
Pasta's pretty fucking
pasta.
good. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I heard of it. It's pasta. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I did tag this stream as possibly a long one. And here we are. 7 hours and 43 minutes in. Thank you to Log for joining. He hopped off much earlier. Thank you to Doc for hopping on in. Thank you to my friends for being brave warriors accompanying me on the path to true pasta enlightenment. I said path because my brain was thinking pasta. Get her ass!
The path. The pasta enlightenment.
The path. Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the pasta.
If you've got anything you want to plug or talk about before you head off, Doc, feel free. You have the floor.
I'm actually in a dry spell at the moment where I'm not really doing anything special until my birthday next month, exactly, basically,
Birthday.
on May 13th.
Hell yeah.
Except for one thing, which I mean, we have going, but
That'll be
that should be
someday.
sometime soon. Yeah.
I'm very excited for that one. I think we straight up just talked about it and said what it is. Doc's gonna teach me all about Toho.
And I have a lot to teach. I know too much about that series.
Yeah. I'm gonna learn so fucking much about Toho. Let's go. Well, I'll let you go for the evening then. I'll message you the thing that I was vaguely alluding to earlier, and I'll let you know what that was, because it's really fucking funny, and I think you'd especially get a kick out of it. But
sounds like a plan. Yeah. All right.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much for hopping on in. You have a wonderful rest of your day. You take care, my friend.
You too.
Bye-bye. Oh, man. Good fucking stream. Hit me off, fan art. We got a decent chunk of fan art, but also I've been constantly hitting the fucking snooze the advertisements button, because I didn't want the ads to happen at the end of the stream while I was still doing talking shit. So I'm gonna really quick, because I also have to use the fucking toilet. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna have a stretch. Oh yeah, Doc is MDCT on Twitch. Go check him out. Great dude, great streams. Good shit. Over there, you can see the message. You can click on that. Go check it out. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna destroy the toilet. That makes it sound so much more disgusting than what I'm realistically gonna do. I'm on something tonight, and what I'm on is a lack of sleep. I'm gonna get up. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna run the ads, so it's a good opportunity for you to get up and have a stretch and get away from the computer for a little bit. When we get back, we're gonna look at fan art, and then I'm gonna wrap up the goddamn stream because it's 2 in the morning. So if anyone's taken off now, thank you so much for tuning in. You have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I hope we see you again soon. But for anyone sticking around for the fan art, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. I'm back. I am running on fumes. We are at the end. So that's fine. I'm going to get real comfy in my chair. I'm going to scroll on back up, because I did look at some of the fan art already. And we're going to take a look. Get the Discord view up. Thanks for taking the time to go through the fan art. Hey, I mean, people took time out of their day to draw me a thing. The least I can do is be like, yo, this is cool as fuck. Everyone look at it. I have a captive audience. I might as well make you look at cool shit, you know? Also, I like the fan art almost very much, and it makes me happy to see, so I like to get to shout it out. This one here from Cuppy Dog City. I do love the visual of a cauldron of pasta. That's that, like, elder god grandma tier of meal, is you make a big cauldron of it so you can serve it to, like, 1 million people or whatever. There's just something about it. I've never actually used a goddamn cauldron in my entire life. Never been in a situation where a cauldron was suitable for what I was trying to cook, but hey, maybe someday, you know? Thank you very much, this is adorable. This one here from Unidentified Flying Lesbian. Good username, by the way. Very cute. Meal! You love to see it. I mean, I was about to say, oh, I have an apron that looks a little bit like that, but most aprons look a little bit like that, because most aprons just look like fucking aprons. But I do love this. This is wonderful. Thank you very much. Meal. This one here from Ugg Tokyo, who says, couldn't stay till the end of the stream on account of sleep, but...
Pasta.
Very cute. I do like the bird on the apron. That is a cute touch. I don't actually got a funny chef hat like that, but they are fun to look at, ain't they? Also, this is a cute little wallpaper, what you've added in. Thank you very much. This one here from Mokamura. Of course, wonderful, beautiful fan art of...
The farmer. The farmer.
Every time I think about the farmer, I don't know how I feel, but I sure fucking feel it. I have seen a couple different people's takes on
The farmer.
and every single time, it delights me. I have no idea what the text says because I cannot read Japanese. Oh, it says,
That's the farmer.
that's awesome. Phenomenal work, thank you. Incredibly entertained to see so many people using the fucking shithead emote as a reaction to it. This one here from Latisse Vervain. Another very cute one. Hell yeah. It's so funny to see so many people feel so inspired by the prompt of it's pasta stream. Very cute. Thank you very much. This one here from Zapporter.
Me? Gonzaga.
I forgot that I said that. But I forgot I said a lot of things. This is real cute. Thank you so much. Big fan of it. These ones here from Mercury. Many aimless doodles during the stream, a couple out of my comfort zone, and one very obviously more in there. Hope you cooked it good. Oh, I certainly cooked something good. I forgot I said this too! The first DeviantArt stamp you can eat! And it's delicious. This is adorable. I do really like this style. I'm gonna bump up the music a little bit louder. There we go. These are real cute. Oh, I saw these earlier, and I was, like, clapping to myself. I have to admit, I was just kind of a little bit, like... to myself, off stream, mic muted. These are wonderful. Thank you very much. I love these. This one here from Nico, who did in fact make the pasta. Fuck yes. You do love to see it. You do love to see it. It makes me feel a special type of happy, just knowing, like, hey, here's, like, my framework for shit you can do for a quick and easy pasta, and you can put whatever you want in it, and have people go, yeah, that's awesome, I gotta make it now. That does make me happy. I hope it was good. I hope it turned out good for you. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you didn't, hey, there's always next time. Try something different. Do anything different. Do everything different. I hope you enjoy pasta at some point. I can make a cooking podcast? Probably not. I don't think I would have enough to say for a full-fledged regular podcast. On that topic specifically. Lord Slimeapple making this one, saying amazing tip, you can always add garlic. Oh yeah! I did say this. I'm sure so much of this is going to be me looking at these pictures and being like,
oh yeah, I did that.
Also, this is adorable. Is there a difference between pasta and noodles? Pasta is a type of noodle. Noodles is a catch-all for a lot of things. But pasta is a type of noodle. Reminds you of Kiwi Wander Song? It does kind of have that kind of look to it, doesn't it? It's wonderful. Thank you very much. This one here from Elk Turtle. I love the wiki streams, but it was very funny to see everyone react like let's fucking go to list of pasta dishes. I know my audience, and I didn't really say outright this is what the stream was gonna be, so I was so delighted, even if I was expecting it, to see people flipping the hell out after the big reveal. Sad you missed it? Hey, the VOD's there for you. Don't worry about it none. You can always check it out there. It'll still be there for you. Another one here from Elk Turtle. My throat is too ravaged at this point for me to do the Marge Simpson voice more, but you need to know it's taking every ounce of my fucking willpower to fight off the urge to do more Marge voice. However, I can still do a hearty
liver and onions.
That one I can do. Thank you. It is always a delight to see your art, Elk Turtle. Another one here from Mokamura. Okay. Seb Mall, I'll do it for you.
I'll read pasta Wikipedia with you, sweetie pie.
That time it maybe came out a little weak because I'm a little tired, but it is what it is. Another one here from Okamura. This is a little bit how it feels to time people out. This is a little bit how it feels to hit the block or the mute button. Awesome, thank you. Oh, this is a real cute one.
The Pizza-getty. Here you go.
This is adorable. Thank you to not Dr. Coomer. I wish I knew who you were, but I like it. Thank you very much. And this one here from H-Rab. Oh yeah! Spaghetti is jump scare. These are real cute. Thank you so much, H-Rab. Okay. Well, that's... And then there's... We have officially hit the 8-hour mark, by the way. We are 8 hours and technically about 30 seconds. You know, between Scorpy's Pizza and Pizza-getty, what is going on in Quebec? Oh, maybe, Duende, that is a loaded question that you are not prepared to hear an answer to, and that I am not prepared to give an answer to at 2:30 in the morning. But there's a lot. Oh, baby, there's a lot. So, as you might have guessed, I scheduled my stream happening tomorrow with the implicit implication that, oh, this stream probably won't take too long, this stream probably won't hurt my throat too much. And you maybe probably won't be too surprised to hear that I'm probably not up to doing a stream early in the morning and afternoon tomorrow. Maybe, question mark, later in the evening. But I'm not gonna make any promises, because I might be too wiped out. So... And also in the evening, I might just want to, like, I don't know, spend time with my fucking wife, because she's been very busy lately, and I miss her. And she's gonna be busy a lot of the weekend. So... Maybe just no stream tomorrow. However, Friday I stream. Saturday I stream in the morning, because in the afternoon and evening, Gur is going to be doing a charity event, and I'm going to be helping him out with that. You miss your wife? Wow, what a coincidence, Puzzle Gaming Nerd! I miss my wife too! That's such a fun coincidence, we should kiss about it, haha. Tired. So, probably no stream tomorrow, but we'll see, I guess. Stream Friday, stream Saturday morning, and then I'll be helping out with Gur. And then stream Sunday, where my fucking awesome wife, who I love, is going to have time to do a stream with me, so we're gonna do more Super Lesbian Animal RPG. I'm very much excited for that. Oh yeah, and also Friday I'm doing Destiny 2, because... Hey, did you know Twitch and Bungie just gave me the new expansion and, like, all the seasonal shit for free? Because they did that. So I just have that. And so I think it could be fun to stomp around for... Funny enough, the plan isn't even to do Lightfall, which is the new campaign. The plan is literally to do Witch Queen, which I haven't done yet, which is last year's expansion. SlarPG sloppy style?
That's the only way to play it, baby! Yeah!
Anyways, this is the end of my stream. I've heard Witch Queen is very good. Lightfall was fun to play mechanically. Pretty to look at. I had some hang-ups with the way it was written, but... I can't get into this right now, or the stream is gonna be another 2 to 3 hours long, and it's already 2:30 in the morning. For what it's worth, I have still been enjoying it, and I do still play it. Even if some of it was kind of a flounder. That's my stream. And that's the streams that are coming up. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. I should stop this music and put the actual outro type of music on. Thank you all for the subs and all the tips and all the bits and all that. I know I say this a lot, but I keep saying it because it's true. Your support and your generosity always means a whole hell of a lot to me. So thank y'all for, I don't know, thank y'all for liking the stuff we do enough to toss a couple of bones my way. Always means a whole lot. Thank you for the obscene amounts of like raids and hosts that we had, or not hosts, just raids because hosts are gone, for the raids that we had today. Thank you all for any new folks who stopped on by. Thank you for all the follows we had. And thank you all very much for tuning in. You know, no matter when, where, or how you catch these streams, whether you're catching them live or checking out the VOD, whether you just popped in for a bit or you stuck around for the whole goddamn marathon, whether you're lurking, having fun by yourself, or whether you're, you know, chatting, having a good time that way. It is always wonderful to have you here. So thanks for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with us. I'm gonna assume she's still live. We're raiding Penny. We're raiding Penny, Snaps Cube. I can't think of a goddamn raid message. You guys remember what I said better than I did. You take any of what I said, you put that in. That can be your raid message. You just, you know, be nice, be good. Don't be a shit, or I'll know. And you're gone, because I can ban you. Again, probably no stream tomorrow, as you might be able to tell by the sound of my voice. I'm a little tired. I'm a little worn out. But we'll see. Never say never, but probably not. Friday. Friday I will be back in the evening, and we'll be checking out some Destiny 2. With, probably with some friends. And I think that'll be a fun, chill and hangout time. Maybe I'll see you then. Or maybe see you around some other time. But no matter what happens before we head off, I'd just like to say, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves, taking care of the folks around you best you can. And I hope we see you again soon. Take care.